Don't let it fool you again. There's no way out. When night falls and we're alone, may we lay 6 feet under. North the way to find home. Keep your eyes on the roads that you choose for yourself. Funny how you think you're safe. It's coming. You can run through the dark. It'll always be one step ahead. What do it's coming.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Kintex here.
Hello and welcome to the LCK 2022 Summer Finals. We are here. Hello and welcome to the 2023 Spring Grand Finals pre-show. I am Valdez.
And welcome everyone to the 2023 LCK Summer Woori Bank 1 Grand Finals in Daejeon, South Korea. I'm really
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Woori Bank 2024 LCK Spring Grand Finals. Yeah, there's been quite a few of these, with these two teams that we have in the final here today. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Huni and Orcs, and we're going to go through it because these are two very storied teams that have a few changes moving into this particular final, at least for one of the teams anyway. Let's have a look at the playoff bracket, have a look at how these teams get there. Gentlemen, I mean, it was inevitable, wasn't it?
I mean, I feel like, you know, they try to sell us that Honor Life Esports would come in. It was really convincing, you know.
I know, you were one of them.
Yeah, I was one of them. I feel like the scriptwriters made a lot of progress here to really make us think it was going to go awry, especially, I feel like, the 3-0 win for Honor Life Esports, but in the end, it's still Gen G T1.
I know, there's so many 3-0 that it makes like even more confused. And also that imagine if DK actually won the Genji series. I mean, even Genji is like actually at the upper bracket all the time, but in the progress, it wasn't easy.
No, and it was that was a 2-3 that made us feel like D+ was even better than they were, that they were going to stand a chance there in that lower bracket. There were a lot of things that we could focus on. Both of these teams in this final here today, though, I mean, it all makes sense. It all makes sense when it comes down to it. I think that we were predicting this on the POG State earlier on. Maybe we should have just stuck to our guns as we welcome Gen G here to the KSPO Dome for the final. Of course, they had a day off yesterday. They just got to enjoy some League of Legends just here in the stadium. And it was probably a bit warm, because it was for us as well. It's feeling a little bit better at the start of the day here today.
Yeah, it was pretty warm, got heated. Definitely an exciting series. T1 obviously ramped up over the end of it and got a pretty convincing win. But especially that game one ending was a little bit of an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, it could be upside, right? Like, it could be a strong point that like T1 definitely was here yesterday. They played it here, but Genji's actually first time. But Genji saw what actually T1 did yesterday, so it's a balance out. We'll see how it goes today.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, the first time that it was T1 that there was Gen G that managed to actually win. That first time in the LCK getting Chovy his very first title, things like this, that was actually a run from the lower bracket, right? Like, so it is something that we have looked at as a little bit of a buff here. Of course, the players are a little bit different in that particular game, but it could certainly happen again this time for T1. We'll just have to see, because there is a lot on the line, and these players have already earned a lot, maybe apart from one of them that we'll dive into. There's other accolades for Keen, you know? As Chovy, he's starting to build them up. It feels like the mid lane is a little bit weighted here for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Chovy's had some fantastic performances. A lot of runners-up in a row, but now just champion, just nailing it in those most recent ones. And Pays as well, back-to-back. Debuted as a champion, and he's continuing that streak.
He doesn't know how to lose.
Yeah, I mean, basically, he's only played a year, and he's a champion, and he's gonna play one more season. Might be another champion, but at least he's guaranteed runner-up. Ooh, there's a lot of letters there, huh?
Yeah, that's a lot of letters. We're going to have to change the font. This is something that Orcs was talking about before. Like, what are we going to do when it's going to start to look like the phone book?
I'll have to scroll down next time. It'll have to be like a moving graphic. Just not going to be enough space. You're going to be able to read it. Getting a bit ridiculous.
So later it's going to be, you have to kind of scroll down.
Yeah, you have to just keep going, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing, right? Like, there's owner Gumaji Carrier, been not playing forever like what Faker does, but it's really packed.
It is, and looking back at that 2013 Summer Champion as well, it's 11 years
That's insane.
It's just ridiculous. Like, this guy has just been winning and winning and winning forever. It's nuts. But both of these teams now really starting to stack up the championships as well. And we can actually have a look at some of the teams that have managed to achieve what Gen G has achieved. As both of these teams, actually, the consecutive finalists, 6 now for T1 for the very first time in LCK history, 6 finals in a row.
It's kind of crazy to have a team just on such a streak for finals, but have 2 teams who are matching up against each other head-to-head. And again, I feel like this playoffs was a good example where even though we came out the regular season with the expectation to be T1 Gen G, it definitely didn't arrive at that conclusion immediately. Some upsets happened in the playoff bracket. We saw, especially last season, I think a lot of people were worried about T1 making it, but it has been this consistent streak, and they have delivered and reached finals each time.
Guys, this is like streak. It's a 6 times in a row and 5 times in a row. Like, it's not about like the org it's not about the whole experience, whole history. This is like they 6 times in a row making up and 5 times in a row head to head, and they're making the champion runner up this much. It's not easy.
This is absolute history. You're entirely correct. It'd be the first time that we see a 4-peat here in the LCK. We do need to work on a name for it. 4-peat, not like 3-peat makes sense because, you know, it's like a rhyme with repeat. Like, that makes sense. But 4-peat, not really feeling it personally. Well, maybe you could let us know on Twitter what you'd like to call it. But 4 in a row would be absolutely out of control and unheard of. Because it's the first time we've had 6 finals appearances in a row, but it will also be the first time that a team has won 4 championships in a row if Gen G can do it here today.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that streak gives people a lot of confidence in them, but I think as well the fact that T1 just came up winning Worlds as well, it's up in the air. I feel like it's hard to call. I think a lot of people are leaning Gen G, but we've seen a lot of people leaning the other direction as well.
I think it all comes down to what Jonas Strong predicts.
True.
True. I mean, he's the product. He's pretty goated.
Yeah,
you can't beat him.
He's figured it out as far as yesterday was concerned, and surely he's just not going to get it wrong. So we'll just have to wait with bated breath to see who's going to win. Let's have a look, though, at the 3-peat records, because there are 2 different icons here. They're the same team, guys. SKT and T1, of course, the rebrand coming on through. The 2019 roster was one that sort of people don't talk about that much. That roster was incredibly stacked and did manage to win both splits that year, even though the international tournaments didn't go so well.
And I think the big takeaway is the standing after the 3-peat. It's so hard to get 3 titles in a row, but you see, you know, no one even got top 2 after that 3rd in a row. No one was even close to make it to 4 in a row. That's why it's so crazy. Not only Gen G has matched that 3-peat, but they've made finals again and have the chance to go a step further and do what hasn't been done before.
I mean, it's about being motivated, right?
Yeah.
Like, once you actually reach the goal, like, even 3-peat is already more than enough. Like, going for a 4-peat, even though you said you don't like it, but it is 4 times in a row.
Yeah, so we're going to have to say, yeah.
But, like, it's how crazy it is. Like, for me, like, it was so hard to keep them motivated. Like,
yeah.
I stayed 1 year in SKT T1. I mean, if they won the 2016 summer, it would have been 5-peat.
That's true. I mean, it's a pretty ridiculous amount of winning that team has done over their years, but it hasn't been so much domestically here up against Gen G in recent times. What we can see here is the best of 5 head-to-head, and you can see that 3 towards the bottom there for T1. That was international. That's another hurdle that Gen G have to jump through, but that's going to be after today.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, internationally, T1 have had the edge, but Gen G domestically have been dominant in recent form, but today, T1 have the opportunity. They won't be able to catch up in game score, but in matches, they can equalize that 8 wins that Gen G has in the head-to-head.
I'm still really grateful that I'm part of their, you know, as you see, 17 Worlds final.
Yeah.
I wish, you know, like, at least I took some game off, like, would have been pretty good, but...
Yeah, is that the 0-1? Yeah,
it kind of hurts, man.
And it'd be good if there was a 1, you know, like, just at least a 1 for our boy Hooney, but that's okay. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. I think Malzahar was just too strong.
No,
right?
no.
Like, it just wasn't the time. It wasn't the meta, and sometimes the meta is the problem. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at points of the match. Let's jump into it. Let's really get down to the brass tacks here between these two, because there's a lot of tape between these teams when when it's under high pressure, right? Like, we have so many examples of these teams going head to head.
Yeah, and I feel like both of them, you know, Gen G, I feel like having that 4P potential is obviously absolutely massive. I feel like they haven't shown, you know, a completely consistent form through playoffs, nearly going down to Honor Life Esports if it wasn't for Chovy's absolute 1v9 performance. And honestly, the level of play he had, the ability to kind of carry that series, we haven't really seen since, like, Faker's Galio against RNG.
Bro! Another one? No!
Let that one sneak by. That's not very nice.
I got carried.
Look, I'm gonna be real, bro. You know, Fake had to do a lot of heavy lifting. You didn't make it easy for him.
I mean, it was like, that's the actual thing. Like HLE against the T1 series, like HLE shown like really weak performances, but in Genji series, they actually showed real strong one.
Yeah.
It's just like, it was like really tough for Genji to order to win. Like that was like how bad Chovy was like, no, I gotta go final. I'm gonna win a game. I'm going Quadra.
Yeah, he just went kind of Super Saiyan in that one. And I feel as well, someone who finally leveled up and overcame a big rival for him was Zeus, because I feel like we constantly see him going up against Doran in these domestic series, getting kind of bopped. You know, we saw it last year, and he matched up, and not only matched up, he exceeded Doran in this playoffs, and had a really standout performance, winning all the POGs in their wins yesterday.
I actually think that this top lane matchup is going to be very important, and I only think that after watching yesterday, because Zeus was so extraordinarily good. Keen, a different beast to Doran, but we know that Keen hasn't been able to stand up to the pressure in the past.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, Keen haven't won the LCK yet in the domestic wise. Like, he doesn't really have achieved, like, actually, he didn't really prove, like, actually on the biggest stage it could be.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's gotta be the main key, right? Like, he has to break himself, he has to prove himself that he can still be a really valuable player, even though he's, like, actually under biggest pressure in LCK right now.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, top lane, we've seen so many eclectic picks come out. We've seen things like the Vayne be fantastic for this. We've seen lane swaps start to be developed in the meta. And there's so much you can do that can really shake up how top lane is played out, and you really have to be on your toes. You know, we looked at Zeus as being this big carry performer during the regular season, and then he goes and brings out the Zac as an answer to the Rek'Sai. We've seen Keen bringing things out like the Urgot as well, which has also been trying to counteract that pick that is fresh in the top lane. I just feel like a lot of interesting things are happening in the lane, and it's definitely one that can be abused or set up to carry by the team.
I feel like a lot has changed in top lane as well, even as recently as yesterday, because we were thinking Rek'Sai was going to be ridiculously powerful, but Zeus showed us that he's not the guy that's just going to blind pick Aatrox and TF every game. He's got the Zac in his back pocket that can really run the Rek'Sai around the map, as well as this Vayne if he wants to just hard stomp and prove that top lane is a really good AD carries as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that he needs an AD carry to be more carry in the Rift, he's just gotta lock in the Vayne. Yeah, like, he has no hesitance, like, at all. He's mainly Vayne.
Where's the weakness, you know? You're supposed to, when you pick the lethality Varus, you're supposed to not have the AD carry. Just put him in the top lane, I guess. And then we're going to get to the mid lane matchup, which I think needs no introduction.
Yeah, I mean, Faker, his name does it all, right? We've seen him have such a long-standing, storied history in the league, and his individual form has looked so good recently. Since last Worlds, I feel like before that, people kind of looked at him as a facilitator, especially in comparison to Chovy, but his individual form, his laning has really been excellent since that point, and I feel like the only reason he's been talked about as the best mid in the league is because Chovy exists, and Chovy, his form has been so on top throughout the regular season. You know, one MVP, one playoff split, and then that isn't enough. He comes to the Hot or Life series and just completely dominates. Like, he made Viper look like he couldn't position comfortably at any point because he was constantly finding him with these shuffles. The Azir, he was just unmatched on this pick.
Like, I still do remember, like, as soon as this series is over, like, I was like, I wasn't sure if Chovy could be actually get better. Because
yeah, right.
He was already the best. He was already the best mid laner. He was already, like, doing so good job actually while doing. But, like, after this series, it's just, like, out of my mind. Like, I nearly did say, I wish my mid laner was a Chovy. I definitely would have won any LCS.
Oh, you've had some pretty good mid laners.
I would have won LCS. For sure.
Yeah, you know,
I think you would.
I think Chovy would probably win LCS. I think that's a safe bet.
Maybe not if Umpty's still there. We'll just have to see, because he's pretty good too. But to get back on track, yes, Faker aiming to pick up his 11th trophy as well. It's once again V11 that they're looking for that has been elusive in the past as well. There are so many milestones to be collected in this match, and it's kind of nutty because we've seen it so many times, but every time the stakes get ramped up that extra step.
Yeah, and I remember Hoodie talking before about the motivation for players. Faker is peak motivation, constantly looking to always strive for victory after all these times. The head-to-head against Chovy, obviously he has the advantage. The early years, he was definitely the one just cementing those wins. But recent history, domestically, it has been Chovy who has had that edge, who was overcoming again and again and again.
It's just crazy how many best of fives these two players have been in. Just with the rise of Griffin very early on in Chovy's career when he even debuted into the LCK. From that point on, there's almost been at least a couple of best of fives every single time.
And this is the first time of the playoff. It's not even about the regular season. It's actually like how crazy they're actually just facing always at the top of the mountain.
96 games these two have faced off against one another. Faker leads it by 6 games, and if it goes to 4 games
100
tonight,
is coming.
it could be 100. Otherwise, they might have to wait until MSI or something like that. Imagine if it's a 3-0. We're left at 99?
We can't do
suspense?
it.
That's illegal.
We
That
can't
is
do
illegal.
that.
Can't have a cliffhanger like that. That's too much suspense for us.
Yeah, no. That's too much of a cliffhanger. We couldn't do it to you. We couldn't do it to you. So we have to make sure that we at least get 1 extra game so that we get to 100. Surely that's a guarantee. We'll just have to see whether Jonah Strong is going to agree with us, because we do know that he dictates exactly what the LCK is going to look like when it comes to finals. But now we're going to check out Keen's climb, because in 2017, in summer, he was 10th place. 2021, however, 9th place. 2019, 8th place. 2022, 7th place. 2020 and 2021, 6th place. 2019, 5th place, and he was 4th in 2020 and 2022 as well. That was a busy year for him. 3rd, 2018, 2023, and 2023 summer as well. And he was a runner-up in 2018. That was a very long time ago, and that was a disappointing world. So I prefer not to think about that one, as he has yet to be the champion. But he's ticked everything else.
It's crazy how he's managed to do absolutely all of these, especially as, his teammate Pays only has champion and nothing else.
Yeah.
He comes in, he debuts last year, and he's like, yeah, it's just, just win. It's that simple. And Keen's like, yeah.
He probably
simple.
thinks Pays is the kind of guy that gets the plate of a delicious steak, right? And he just goes straight to the steak, ignores all of the beautiful roasted vegetables, goes straight to the steak and just eats that, just the good bit.
Just for the main.
And then throws the rest of it away because he's just done the good bit.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's have a look at some of the unique picks here. You guys have already mentioned, we've spoken about the Zac and the Vayne that have been so incredibly pivotal. There are other things in Keen's wheelhouse that he could potentially reach into.
I mean, it's about when we talk about the unique picks, it's like no matter what kind of favor for Zeus right now, because he already kind of did pull out of the Urgot, and obviously Olaf and Darius, the Queen, even Tristana is not really right now the meta on the top. Because sure, I mean there could be a chance that Renekton could be picked, but it's so low chance to being blind against especially who can actually pick the Queen into it. But Zeus actually already proved that it's to resent the game, that Zac interact side, the Vayne anytime. He even picked when there's Nocturne.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
He just doesn't care. He's too good. There are also 2 other players that have not cared in the past as well. We're going to talk about the support war between Lehens and Keria. We didn't necessarily know what to say here because support war doesn't really make much sense, because both of these players play all sorts of different styles. Lehens came out with a Singed in his back pocket, and Keria has looked like, in some games, the best AD carry on the team.
Yeah, I think a lot of people remember the Singe from Lehens being that pocket pick being such a big one for him, but I feel like the talking point for Keria has been these picks that not always have been innovated by him, but he's kind of perfected them. We saw the Ashe AD carry be such a hallmark of 2022 Worlds, but he leaned into the Kalista support being such a massive thing. He's leaned into the Rumble, the Camille have all been strong picks, but I feel like really yesterday, what stood out to me was his Nautilus play.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, yes, he can play these sort of more eclectic picks, these more niche things, these more carries in the role, but he can also just bring out the picks we see day to day, the bread and butter, and still perform really well.
Yeah, that one hook at the very end of the final game really still sticks in my mind. But now it is time for the moment you've all been waiting for. It's time for the predictions. Let's talk about ours first, gentlemen. Mine, you can see I'm a little bit more decisive here. I just want to sit on 99. I love those cliffs. But Hooney, how about you?
Well, I mean, it's T1, man. It's T1. In order for T1 to win, it has to be Game 5, no matter what.
I mean, if it's going to happen, that has to be it.
I think for me, we've seen T1 typically be like a kind of win lane, win game team, especially in the bottom top lanes. We saw that in Game 4 yesterday, but I think that's something they struggle against Gen G, because Gen G, not only is their team fighting great, but they just get so much gold from the map. You just feel like they're kind of cheating. They end up with more money. It's like playing against Twisted Fate. And I just don't think T1 can get enough of an early advantage to overcome that. The late game of Gen G is just so strong.
Hooney, why?
I 100% agree what you said, but I trust Koma. he's just my guy.
That's it.
I mean, he came. He just landed in T1 this season.
That's true.
Just landed. He wasn't last year. Last season, he wasn't there. So he's here.
Well, I've also got a short one for you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love the font.
Yeah, what you gonna do? I basically abbreviated what you said. You know,
Yeah.
take more gold, take more things, and just win the game by
Just
yourself.
Chovy.
It's ridiculous, but now it is time to hear from the coaches.
Bn행 2024 LCK 스프링 스플릿 그랜드 파이널 중요한 결승을 앞둔 만큼 두 감독님들의 각오도 남다를 것 같은데요. 두 분 모시고 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 네, 먼저 인사 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 감독 김정소입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 인사 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. T1 감독 김정균입니다.
네, 돌고 돌아서 또다시 젠지와 T1의 결승전이 성사가 됐습니다. 무려 5연속 결승 맞대결이 펼치게 되는데요. 서로 소감부터 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 김정수 감독님.
또 T1이랑 맞붙게 됐는데 굉장히 결승까지 올라와서 긴장도 되고요. 오늘 열심히 준비해서 조금 꼭 좋은 결과 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 김정현 감독님 소감 부탁드립니다.
돌이켜보면은 굉장히 시간이 빠르게 간 것 같은데 어느덧 이렇게 결승까지 올라오게 되니까 정말 선수단 모두가 좀 고생한 게 너무 생각이 좀 많이 나는 것 같아요. 그렇기에 오늘 결승전 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
오늘 뱀픽이 또 중요한 승부처가 되지 않을까 싶은데요. 오늘 뱀픽에서의 핵심 뭐라고 보시나요?
다섯 라인 다 중요한데 그래도 굳이 뽑자면 탑라인이 되게 중요할 것 같아서 기인 선수 믿고 있습니다.
네, 탑을 꼽아주셨습니다. T1 어떻게 생각하는지 궁금합니다.
저도 동일하게 또 다전제이기 때문에 모든 라인이 중요하고 또 뱀픽상 이제 게임의 흐름마다 되게 달라질 것 같아요. 하지만 김정수 감독이 중요한 라인을 탑이라고 얘기했기 때문에
네.
저도 탑이라고 생각하고 있고 하지만 탑에서는 밀리는 상황은 절대 나오지 않을 것 같습니다.
아, 자신감 보기 좋습니다. 끝으로 결승전에 임하는 각오 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 김정수 감독님 부탁드립니다.
선수단이 이번 스프링 시즌 되게 잘해주고 진짜 마무리 단계까지 와서 지금 잘해줬는데 꼭 오늘 경기 이겨서 꼭 우승해가지고 기분 좋게 선수단하고 MSI 가고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 김정규 감독님 각오 부탁드립니다.
돌이켜보면은 굉장히 좀 힘들게 결승 무대까지 올라오게 됐는데 오늘 결승전 꼭 우승해서 그동안 힘들었던 과정을 다 잊고 싶습니다. 그리고 마지막까지 응원해주시는 팬분들에게 꼭 보답드리고 싶습니다.
네, 양팀 모두 최선을 다해서 멋진 경기 보여주시기를 기원하면서 젠지의 김정수 감독님, T1의 김정균 감독님 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
I can definitely feel how much this means to Coma. To come back and actually take a victory. Already, they've made it to the finals. Definitely a fantastic achievement. But I think to win this, it would mean so much. You can hear it in his voice, man.
100%. It's not enough being in final. You gotta make it out.
Yeah.
Especially, I think a lot of people always think about, Faker and his role on the rosters when SKT had so much success, but Coleman was also there for so many of those wins that were so much to this org.
It's going to be huge. I think Coach Kim, he kind of looked a little bit chill, but we have some fun things to display for you as well because we've given every fan here in the KSPO Dome these cool little lights, which I'm gonna probably pretend is a microphone for a while. But as you can see, these are the Gen G's. These are Gen G's lights, and here are T1's lights as well. And as the fans are going to wave them throughout the day, they will change color to different teams. It's going to be really, really fun and very, very cool. And look at how full this place is. Oh my goodness.
It's already so heated.
Do you know what I think it's time for?
What?
I think it's time for us to get to an opening ceremony. What do you reckon?
I'm ready.
I can feel like already like the whole stage is set for Caster Jun to come out and welcome us to the 2024 Spring Finals. So that's enough from us. We'll see you on the other side. That's one of my best, I think.
faster. And you know I'm gonna take all the glory, so be ready for disaster. You can bring your army, you can bring it all. You're trying to defeat me, but there's no way I can fall. In the end, in the end, try and stop me.
하우스 오브 레전드 전설이 시작되는 LCK 우리은행 2024 LCK 스프링 스플릿 대망의 그랜드 파이널에 오른 영광의 두 팀을 여러분께 소개합니다. LCK 유일한 전승 우승이었던 22 스프링과 함께 6연속 결승 진출. 그런데 그중 5번을 연속으로 붙게 되는 상대는 이미 3핏 팬들의 속도 3입니다. 하지만 월드 네 번째 우승에서 징동의 골든 로드를 막은 것처럼 오늘도 상대 보핏을 막고 무려 2년이나 기다려주신 팬들의 영혼 V11 드디어 간다 T1. 디펜딩 챔피언을 소개합니다. 힘차게 달려나갈 이들의 발걸음은 절대 멈추지 않습니다. 강력한 라인업을 자랑하며 수많은 상대를 이겨왔고 늘 높은 곳에 있어왔습니다만 이번엔 더 높은 곳으로 올라갑니다. 압도적인 일왕의 존재감을 우리는 그 어느 때보다도 더 강렬하게 경험했습니다. 쓰리핏을 넘어 사상 첫 포핏이라는 위대한 역사를 만들기 위해 이 거둡니다. 세상의 포핏이라니 디펜딩 챔피언 LCK 역사의 단물, 오랜 기간 황금기를 이끌어온 두 명과의 이 끈질기고 지긋지긋한 암숙 관계가 과연 오늘 청산될 수 있을 것인지. 이 화려한 결승 무대 위에서 어느 팀이 승리를 하든 엄청난 대기록이 쓰여지게 됩니다. 과연 젠지가 LCK 첫 포핏에 성공할 수 있을지, 아니면 T1이 역시 LCK 첫 11번째 우승컵을 들어올릴 수 있을지. Let the finals begin. 우리은행 2024 LCK 스프링 스플릿 대망의 그랜드 파이널, 젠지와 T1과 젠지의 대결을 이곳 K스포덤을 가득 메운 팬 여러분의 뜨거운 파도 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
다섯 번 연속 T1이요?
좀 지긋지긋한 것 같습니다. T1 지겹고 너무 지겨워요.
이것도 참 한편으로는 재밌는 것 같고요. 너무 똑같은 상대만 만나서 재미가 없을 거라고도 생각이 들지만
T1이 그만큼 강한 상대라 상대할 때도 재밌는 것 같고 또 이겼을 때 되게 기분이 배로 좋아지는 것 같습니다.
지금까지 결승 갈 때마다 V11 티셔츠가 준비되어 있었는데 사용하지 못해서 직원들에게 돌렸다는 소리를 듣고 마음이 너무 아팠기 때문에
이겨서 복수해주고 싶습니다.
우승은 제가 좀 급하거든요. 네, 제가 가져가도록 하겠습니다.
이번에 기인이 형이 또 우승할 수 있는 기회를 얻었는데 제 거 같이 열심히 해가지고 같이 우승 꼭 해보고 싶습니다.
젠지가 이번에 우승하면은 포핏으로 알고 있는데
T1이 어떻게 보면 명예가 높고 역사적인 팀인데 그런 팀을 상대로 계속 결승에서 만나서 포핏을 이룬다는 건 그 어떤 팀도 하지 못할 기록이라고 생각을 해요.
저희가 징동의 골든로드도 막은 사람으로서 젠지의 포핏도 가만둘 수 없기 때문에
젠지 4연속 우승은 저희가 맡겠습니다.
18년도에 결승을 처음 하고 계속 쭉 성적이 안 좋았어가지고 결승을 이제 이번에 다시 오르게 됐는데
기인 선수 제가 조언 하나 드리자면은 결승전이라고 너무 위축되지 말고 원래 하던 대로 하려고 하는 그런 마음가짐이 중요할 것 같습니다.
제가 가는 길이 곧 길이기 때문에 우승길 제가 가겠습니다.
기인 선수도 많이 우승이 고프시겠지만 저도 시련들이 많기 때문에 기인 선수 우승은 좀 다음에 또 좋은 기회 오면은 그때 한번 다시 노려보는 게 어떤가.
사실 LCK는 젠지가 계속 이겨왔기 때문에 이번에도 준우승 하시면 될 것 같습니다.
저 만의 어떤 무기 칼을 갈아서 한번 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다. 선픽하실 때 카운트 안 맞게 조심하세요.
제우스 선수가 요새 좀 이상한 원거리 챔프를 좀 많이 쓰시는 것 같은데 그 부분은 제가 좀 원조이기 때문에 제가 더 재밌는 챔프 꺼내겠습니다.
이번에 제가 우승하게 되면은 기인 선수가 짜파게티 한번 끓여주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
우승은 제가 할 테니까 짜파게티는 팀원들한테 끓여달라고 하시면 될 것 같습니다.
김현 선수랑 말을 막 엄청 많이 하진 않았는데 약간 소심한 듯 하면서도 약간 귀여우신 것 같습니다.
딱 떠오르는 건 리신? 리신 떠오르는데 이번 스프링에 제가 또 다 이기기도 했어서 저도 엄청 자신 있는 픽입니다.
김현 선수 자체가 너무나 침착하기 때문에 리신을 잘 다룬다 생각해서 저는 침착함보다는 화려하다 해야 되나?
그러니까 화려하게 하는 것보다는 깔끔하게 이기는 걸 좋아해서 네.
일단 생각도 잡았고 김현 선수만 잡으면 또 우승이기 때문에 꼭 이겨드리겠습니다.
제가 평소에 뭐 분한 편이긴 하지만 이제 게임 안에서는 얼마나 매운지 한번 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 북극곰은 협곡을 지죠.
곰은 미련하기 때문에 미련한 플레이들을 많이 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 김현 선수 딱대.
포즈를 좀 그렇게 어떻게 보셨나요?
볼 때마다 좀 웃긴 것 같습니다. 초비 선수랑 아시안 게임에서 같이 했을 때 그 포즈를 하는 이미지는 아니었던 것 같아서 되게 좀 뻔히 한 것 같습니다.
페이커 선수의 따봉은 뭔가 다르다. 보면 딱 각도가 살아있습니다. 페이커 선수 따봉은 인정이지만 저희가 이번에 4연속 우승하면서 더 멋있는 모습을 보여주도록 하겠습니다.
저희도 이제 이번 스프링 시즌 반드시 우승을 목표로 하고 있기 때문에 젠지 4연속 우승 저희가 막을 때가 됐다고 생각합니다.
양심이 없다고 생각을 합니다. 월즈에서 우승을 했는데 바로 다음 시즌 스프링 우승컵까지 가져간 건 도덕적인 관념에서 어긋났다고 생각을 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희가 꼭 4우승을 해야 한다고 생각을 합니다.
이번 경기장이 16년도 때 락스 이기고 우승했던 경기장이라고 들어가지고 스프링 시즌 꼭 우승으로 마무리하겠습니다.
일단 근데 저는 퍼스트를 받고 싶었어가지고 보고 되게 기분이 좋았었는데 서포트를 보니까 혼자 T1 유니폼을 입고 계신 예라 선수님 있는 거예요. 그래서
리인지 선수 이번 시즌에 워낙 잘하셔가지고 퍼스트 제가 받게 돼서 속상하셨을 것 같은데
제가 포스터를 받아봐서 아는데 별로 안 중요하더라고요. 우승하는 게 더 중요하죠.
이번에 제가 퍼스트도 받고 우승도 해서 퍼스트의 중요성을 알려드리겠습니다.
슈 형 다음에는 더 열심히 해서 퍼스트 받고 내 마음속에는 형이 퍼스트야.
아슈! 서로 서포터가 좀 돌아다닐 것 같은데 원딜 1대1로 놔뒀을 때는 제가 좀 더 자신이 있어가지고
라인전은 붙어봐야 할 것 같은데 한타력은 저희가 훨씬 좋은 것 같습니다.
한타만 바라보지 말고 라인전 칼대칼로 한번 붙어보자.
월즈 가져가셨으니까 이번 스프링은 저희한테 주셨으면 합니다.
지금 꽃길만 걷고 계신 것 같은데 제가 불꽃길로 만들어 드리겠습니다. 기인이랑 이제 저랑 같이 한 지 3년째가 됐는데 우승을 한 번도 못 해가지고 제가 또 우승 시켜주고 싶고 T1의 V11 상혁이 형 11주년 기념으로 챙겨가도록 하겠습니다.
T1이 이런 모습이다 하고 좀 팬분들이 보실 수 있게 이번 결승전 꼭 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
더 할 말이 있겠습니다. 그냥 팬 여러분들은 저희의 우승이 확정되는 순간에 많은 함성을 질러주시길 바랍니다.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the K-Spo Dome. We are here for the 2024 LCK Grand Finals by Woori Bank, and we are getting ready for Gen G versus T1, T1 versus Gen G, 4-Pete versus V11. Who is going to take it today? We will find out in one best of 5. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf and Chronicler. How are you guys feeling today?
I mean, history repeats itself again and again and again and again, and the storylines repeat with them, but the stakes just get higher every time. Coma is back. Faker now has the opportunity in his 16th final here to shut down the 4-Pete, a record T1 originally set with their back-to-back-to-back titles and their 3-Peats. A lot on the line tonight.
And coming in, Gen G, the clear favorite, but they have shown some signs of weaknesses. Except Chovy, he is without flaws, at least in this playoffs. And it is somewhat similar to what we saw last year in spring, with one team going through the lower bracket, seemingly developing a lot. So we'll see if T1 can do what Gen G did to them last spring.
That's really the question, and always the talk of the town. What are the predictions going to look like, as already pretty split there, but you'll see that Jonah Strong, the one prediction that actually matters, of course, as we all know. 3-0 for Gen G. And a lot more 3-0s as well from me and Atlas. You guys both went for 3-1 for Gen G. Huni and Jisun going for T1, but close 3-2s.
Now, we have seen a lot of these predictions end up being unanimous in the past when we have these two teams face off against each other, and we've seen that turned on its head. I think T1 definitely made some believers out of some of our analysts last night with a dominant performance where they were the underdogs in terms of predictions against Hanwha Life. Underdogs here again tonight against Gen G. There's no 3-0 for T1. No one's believing that they're going to get it done with a dominant performance, but I think a lot of people think the depth of this roster in a longer series could come through.
It's always hard to go up against T1. This team has taken their 7 out of 8, I think they're now up to in terms of finals record, and been able to finally break that barrier after they won Spring 2022 last year with a Worlds win. Love the interviews as well. Multiple members on Gen G being like, guys, come on, you just won Worlds. Give us a break. We got taken out. We didn't make it. Let us have Spring.
And for, you know, every single player on this stage has an LCK title except this man, Keen. It's his second LCK final. All that opening hype we had, the crowd roaring, he's only experienced that once in his career in Busan back in 2018, the SPO TV finals. For those who've been around this long, it's been so long since we've seen this guy take a final stage. He did not win. His team had a rough Worlds, and this is the closest he's ever been since last summer when they were one game away from going to the finals.
And that's the big one, Wolf. That was a big stage. That was when he was in that lower bracket against this very team, unable to pull through in the end. And it's what we mentioned earlier. Chovy has been exceptional, but I do think we've seen Keen, Lahens, and Pace struggle a little bit in the series against Hanwha, and they need to step it up here today if Gen G really want to fulfill that role of favorite.
Honestly, guys, you know, all of us going for Gen G predictions. I went for 3-0 as well, but I was struggling a bit because, you know, the mental factor is going to be a huge one coming into this grand final. As you already mentioned, maybe some nerves shown by some of the Gen G players. T1 already played yesterday. They looked great. They defeated Hanwha Life Esports. They weren't necessarily the favorites in terms of predictions either, and they came in and they proved a lot of us wrong, and they got the big win. So they must be feeling, at least for now, pretty happy with themselves and just looking for one more step.
You can see so as well in how these players carry themselves. I think a really big weight was lifted of the T1 roster when they finally won Worlds, when they got that second place, runner-up after runner-up after runner-up off their back in a very, very commanding Worlds Finals win. For Gen G though, the one thing that no one has been able to best this entire split, barring KT in classic KT fashion, has been Chovy.
Yeah.
This man has just been playing like he's gonna be the guy that gets the 4, because let's not forget, he was the only one on this roster that will have been there for every single win.
We also saw, you know, it's blue side here. Gen G have the advantage. They did go through the upper bracket here. Coach Kim against Koma, two iconic Korean coaches who have seen everything there is to see in terms of LCK, playing abroad as well, coaching the best teams in the world. Koma faced off against T1 when he was trying to get his own 10th title when he was on D+ as the head coach. He never got that 10th title. He might be able to earn it here with Faker's 11th as he rejoins the squad. It's time.
We're getting ready. It's game number 1 already here at the Grand Finals. We got Gen G on the blue side, and what are we going to see tonight? That's the real question.
I would have not even been surprised if Gen G ended up opting into red side. I think the first game in the best of 5, it makes a lot of sense, but say that T1 do end up winning here, I wouldn't be surprised to see them switch, and it's specifically because of Zeus. The man got triple POG. His aggression was sometimes to the detriment of T1 in the regular season, but we've seen this playoffs that he warps the game like no other top laner that we have right now.
And a lot of the time it's with blind picks. The only real pick we're seeing from him as a counter as the R5 Vayne, and I'm not entirely sure he'll be playing that in this first game here. The Twisted Fate is already taken away. No Senna. We're not going to be walking into this one like we did see Hanwha Life give T1 the opportunity to yesterday. The Varus also that we saw incredible performances from Gumayusi on yesterday is gone. This leaves the Kalista up. And playing Lucian into the Kalista has been something we've seen T1 and Gumayusi specifically opt into, but it's going to be the Azir that goes to Faker, the biggest pick for mid across all of the playoffs. And I gotta say, this is going to be one we're going to be watching very closely across this best of 5. The Maokai is open for the first time here in the KSPO Dome. It's going to go over to Owner.
There were two options here for T1. I think the Azir was a no-brainer, both given Chovy's performance and Faker on this champion. But I was expecting maybe an Ashe Rumble to come out. That's been a really popular duo lane into Kalista lanes. As we've never seen that handshake before. The Nautilus, unsurprising, incredibly strong pick. When paired with the Kalista, both Lahens and Keria absolutely adore this. It'd be harder to play though.
The Draven we knew was coming. The debut pick for Gumayusi. And actually they pivot, perhaps, but I think the Draven is coming because it's the only pick realistically you can match the Kalista with right now in this meta. Guma does not play scaling AD carries into lanes like this. He wants to be the one in control. Very rarely will ever play weak side with Karo. We saw him play his second game of Zeri of the season yesterday. He's 0-2 on it now. He's going to match the Kalista here with an aggressive lane, but they won't have their choice of support necessarily. Gen.G can now control this aspect of the bottom lane. They've already got their Nautilus locked in.
It's going to be a big question to see what we're going to have here in this bottom lane up against that Kalista for Keria. We know he can play a whole slew of things. Could even be the Maokai, but kind of doubt it. Kind of doubt it in this
strongest pick because of the bailout potential in those 2v2s where you have that extra life, you get the reset, you win that, you get that early cash in. So volatile.
Also really, really strong into Nautilus, makes it extremely hard for him to consistently engage. Is also, with this Maokai, there is still the possibility that this goes towards the bot side of the map. Maokai, obviously, with his ultimate, has a lot of value into these type of melee engage supports. And we see with this Renata ban that Gen.G assume it's going to go towards Owner. We'll see whether that actually remains true, because it could also be, say, a Poppy angle, right? We've seen the Azir Poppy come through. I think it's really good into Kalista as well, as the Jace taken away as a strong blind pick here towards the top half of the map.
Now they do have the R5 counter pick here for Zeus. It is the Poppy you mentioned going to come through, so the Maokai to bottom lane. Very likely, it is technically possible the Poppy could be going top here. But it's going to be a Viego in response to come through for Canyon. And, Viego here with the Corki, not the strongest 2v2, but can be very strong in team fights with the Kalista's mid-game power. They look to change it up, though. The Rumble Hover. And the other pick here that is sticking out like a sore thumb to me is the Aatrox that's still available right now that we have not seen Zeus play a single game of in playoffs, even though he played 16 games of it, was by far his most picked in regular season. Viego will still come through. It's going to be the blind Rumble top.
And this composition of Gen.G, I feel, is a little bit fast and loose. Your mid-jungle 2v2 is not looking too strong. Although Chovy obviously expected to do great things in mid to late game, you don't have, outside of the Nautilus, that much CC to set up. You do have the double equalizer combo for a lot of explosiveness, but T1 are going to be looking to playing an extremely strong front-to-back style. I think they already have great tools, and there's the Aatrox you mentioned, unsurprisingly. But the amount of CC that's available to get this Draven an early kill is always what I look towards when this champion is locked in. You need ways to guarantee an early kill, and with Poppy, and actually we didn't even consider this, but it could also be the Poppy support.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's fantastic into the Kalista, it's great into the Nautilus. I mean, try to engage onto this Poppy, I dare you, yes. If he uses his W in a kind of bad way, but I trust Keria to not do that. I mean, I think it's fantastic for setting up kills as well.
It's incredible for the martial pose. You're going to have the bouncing Kalista just walk straight into the steadfast presence, you know, a lot of these all-in opportunities may just fall flat on their face. The Nautilus obviously isn't going to be able to match the Poppy in damage, not even close. So really nice niche pick here, very flexible. This draft feels quintessential T1. So many different traps and pitfalls you could walk into. But once again, so much pressure on Zeus, because if this top lane goes awry, if you do end up falling behind against the Rumble, it becomes so much more difficult to play this one out. Also, if the Draven gets shut down in any of these mid-game team fights, loses those adoration stacks, the composition is really tough, and it'll put the pressure on Faker for some massive engages later on with the Azir. I feel like for Gen G, his composition has both strong early game, but a lot of late game win conditions, and is much less reliant on constantly winning mid-game fights.
Gotta see Paze and Lance step up as well. You can't afford any mistakes in this early bot lane. No bad trades that open you up to a dive, because if this Draven gets going, this T1 could bronze you over.
They need to be good right from the get-go. It's got to start here in game number 1, and we are ready. Let's hop out of the rift. And off we go, game number 1 of the 2024 Spring Grand Finals here between, once again, Gen G and T1. And let's see who's going to draw first blood here, not just in this game, but in this series.
Looking at the rune choices, Paze, I imagine, is going to go for lethality, which feels kind of bad into double frontline. Aatrox, of course, also notoriously tanky when he gets his items.
Yeah.
But at the same time, realistically, auto-attacking into the composition of T1, I think, is going to be a really tough ask. Trying to get the most value out of that. Paze has looked, I think, the most consistent on the lethality. And then on the other end, we have Zeus going for Comet, which is common into these type of matchups where you really want to respect the Ignite Rumble. And Faker also going for Halo Blades for maximum early prio and the short trades.
I mean, I think a lot of this game for Gen G in terms of team fights later on is just going to be about poking until you get enough damage done to get that single elimination. Then the Viego gets that reset, and then you have that as your late game power. The poke that the Kalista will offer as lethality can then help you chip into the Rumble Equalizer, leading to that first elimination. Then Canyon gets to run through the team fight. Longer fights, obviously, especially if Draven becomes online in the mid-game, becomes so much more difficult to play out. And it's going to be, again, package timings that we'll be watching a lot of the time here if Gen G is going to be winning those early fights into so much CC, so much lockdown between the Poppy ultimate, the Maokai ultimate, Azir, Emperor's Divide. There's so many ways that Gen G can get shut down in these early skirmishes. Both the Kalista and the Draven can be strong in those fights, but the ultimates favor T1.
Absolutely mega value ward here, because Canyon did Raptors then immediately look to invade the Maokai. Maokai in the 1v1 obviously really going to struggle into the Viego, so Canyon ended up wasting a huge amount of time trying to punish Owner, who just peeled off of his own Grom. Did have to let that one go for now and have it reset, but he's going to still be pretty far ahead in early tempo. Big win there. He will be spotted here on the ward, but you saw as well Chovy was playing really aggressive for the mid shove so that they couldn't collapse. But Canyon really wasn't able to utilize that pressure. Owner withstands the first attempted blow.
I do love how Canyon pulled out the Viego for game number 1. You were talking about how it's not really great in the 2v2, but Owner just came off of a finals where he's like, I love this pick. It's not really highly rated per se. I think there are a lot of other picks in the jungle that are more highly rated, he said, and I still really like this one. And Canyon's like, you know what? I like it too. And they both love Lee Sin, as that hook, not going to hit, wouldn't have mattered if it did hit because it's Poppy.
Big thing here as well is that you expect this early game to be really messy. Looking at Draven, looking at Kalista, looking at Poppy. Well, if the early game gets messy, if it gets into these skirmishes, Viego is a pick that can snowball due to the nature of his resets.
Yeah, if you can identify which fights you can take, this comp has a decent amount of engage as well, you know, with the Nautilus in it. And so I think, yeah, it's been a while.
Bro Talent Delight pulling it out versus Notion Talent Kellen in 2021, which was summer as well. That's the one actually D plus Kia did win.
Situation T1 have found themselves in so many times. They've lost with the Draven themselves. They've lost with the Lucian when it was the Kalista they left open against Gen G, and they tried to match this way. It has not really been going well for them, or anyone for that matter, so far this season. Now, I think that if you look at the entirety of this draft, there's a lot of great tools to get Gumayusi into position to get those cash-ins early. But in isolation, definitely not a good start here in that particular matchup. Now, what I'm most looking forward to is yes, you don't have an amazing frontline here for Gen G, but you have so much poke, and if played correctly, Canyon doesn't have to go in until the fight is already won by that neutral with Keen's ultimate, with Chovy's rockets, and the poke from the Lethality Callista. So we'll see a little bit of a scuffle here.
Yeah, Owner doesn't necessarily have to do this, but definitely a nice little mental win. Gets the smite here as well. It gets ahead on levels, and we'll just... It's really important to have your jungler ahead, especially when these lanes are going to get pretty dicey.
Because that's the big thing that we haven't really talked about yet. Gen G has prio in all 3 lanes, which has given them a ton of vision. Main thing is to what extent are they going to be able to utilize that to generate actual objective pressure. We're going to see Canyon start up. He's going to finally hit level 4. And also look at the item buys that come through here. Zeus has the TP early on.
He's getting in there. The flash on top of Zeus, who is going to have to respond flash away. Gets the ignite out of Keen, but it's pushing away from him now, and Zeus doesn't have teleport anymore.
And if he doesn't flash that and Keen gets him with the next harpoon there, he might just simply be dead. We'll have to flash eventually there, and it's just not going to mess around with it. But the wave, as you mentioned, really frustrating to deal with now. No TP. And the early prio here for Gen G working out as it often does.
Also see Pace indeed going for the early Dirk. I can of course go early Dirk into normal, more on-hit items, but I do expect that he will stick with the lethality, given that he's playing not just on the map, but into a direct 2v2 of the Poppy.
Hands! He's trying to make a play here, and it's just going to be totally denied by the side of T1. As Guma will take a bunch of damage on the backside of that trade, though, so...
Flash 4 and Ignite in trade, though, definitely feeling good for T1. Yes, he does have Hex Flash, but he also burned his own Ignite, and the Steadfast Presence already making a huge impact.
Yeah, you can see the state of this lane up here, not great, but Zeus did come back. And Keen did go for Swifty Boots, as now going to try to chase after Zeus, who is going to World Ender and kind of just miss a bunch of stuff. Keen still on the chase. It's so difficult to get away from this rumble. And now Canyon's here. The flash on him, but he dodges the stun. And Zeus will be totally fine. Takes a nice little trade afterwards as well.
Bad Keen was hoping that he had his sword pen boots there. Maybe that could have been the difference maker. I'm sure Hooney is yelling on the TV right now. But as you point out, Wolf, the big thing there, Zeus sidestepping. Because Canyon investing the flash as well. You got to hit that W. That would have been enough with the passive of Viego to get the kill. Instead, Zeus battered, sure, but not going to go down.
No, even though they end up losing the Dragon for this play, I feel like it was not a fight Gen G was necessarily going to look to take, as Azir takes control of this mid lane, has Emperor's Divide, can make a much larger impact than Chovy can. He'll only be fighting that Poppy Draven bottom side anyways, so making this type of play ends up being a huge boon for Gen G. They know Zeus doesn't have teleport, so it's going to be Keen still maintaining a massive CS lead off of the play. He's still down his flash. You can see a follow-up gank as Lehens is on the roam.
Yeah, a little bit of a lane swap arena. It's a bit late in this one. We're not starting off with it and fully committing, but let's see how long they're going to spend in the top lane.
And this is one of the things you can do if you are the one with prio. Because the bot lane prio, they can shove out the wave. You see now, caught by Guma and Keria, and because Keen is rotating, Chovy obviously can just sit underneath the wave and clear. Zeus, I think he might have an inkling.
Oh, no, he's just going to run straight at him. Zeus, no flash, no World Ender, maybe no way to get out of this one as he gets pulled back. And the Ren comes through, flash forward, and Pace will pick up first blood in the top lane.
I love that he saves the flash. Doesn't know exactly if the Ren will kill. Decent chance it does. If it doesn't, he can flash for the follow-up, and we'll secure that one. So first blood to Gen G.
Wait, double lane swap. We got Chovy in the bottom lane too.
As I was saying, because Keen playing into Faker is completely fine, but in the 1v2, the Rumble doesn't really get to clear the way for Chovy. He might have to drop a little bit, but it's nothing compared to what is happening on the top side of the map. And Gen G coming up huge here with this lane swap, and that allows Canyon the room to invade as well.
Yeah, Chovy 2 years ago would never. Chovy 2024. He'll take a small cut of that CS.
And he's still up towards the top of the CS leaders, if that's a thing. Canyon, okay, you just pick up that red buff. But yeah, already Gen G coming out with the cool strats here. A lot of lane prio, a lot of swapping around. You see that Chovy's back in mid, and now looking to make a play here. We do have the Viego nearby. Canyon looking to commit onto Faker, but he's Azir, so he's just going to get away.
He doesn't have his teleport back just yet, though, so we'll have to shuffle away and is going to lose a lot of lane prio for this. Wants to stick around here at half health. Chovy's fairly low on mana. It is a Corki after all, so we don't know if this is necessarily going to lead to anything here, but Owner was bottom side there, gets nothing, as Rumble's able to clear the wave, and once again, pays top side. And Genji's kind of running circles around T1 right now with that lane prio, and it's fairly simple to play out. Yeah, and they're really just not missing a whole lot. I mean, Genji is so famous for getting every piece of gold on the map. They know how to farm efficiently as a unit. Generation Gaming, more like gold generation for Genji.
What's also big is because of that, Gumayushi hasn't really been able to cash out yet, and I think in a 2v2, in a 3v3, if you're able to rotate and be the one on the play, I think you have a pretty good shot at isolating a target. Someone like Paze, even with the cleanse, if you have Owner there, if you have Carrier there, but if you're always trying to catch up to what Genji is doing, you're not going to be able to. And if you get into a mid to late game team fight, and there's like a package available, there is an equalizer and an ignite, for Draven, it's so hard to pilot, and if you end up going down before you cash in that passive, the champion just doesn't feel like it has nearly the same impact.
Yeah. By the way, we are going to have rocket belts here most likely for the Rumble, so I advise Huni to close his eyes before we see the rest of the build. But yeah, he's just going to be really mobile. We see this most often into Aatrox just to get away from him, right? And to have closing the distance potential onto some AD carries like the Draven. So especially now that he's laning directly against the Draven in a 1v1, seems pretty topical. Obviously, he doesn't have that rocket belt just yet.
He sees what Guma's like, oh, I gotta stay away from this one. He's Flash, Ignite, and Swifty, so if he gets on top of you, you're not getting away.
No, you're not getting away, and, you know, obviously the Hextech Alternator actually does a decent amount of damage, too, as a component, you know, before the build comes online. The trade-off isn't really there. Zeus now barely in a dangerous position as Lahens does have ultimate, but will not commit to the play as Keria is nearby.
We got a little play maybe being set up here, but Chovy still with Flash, and just the fact that he is Corki. That's why you oftentimes do see this 1v1. And yeah, this lane is not going too well for Guma.
And the Hex Drinker itemization for Zeus is going to be completely worthless against the Kalista in the lane matchup, and I mean, this is just something that you look at, you see the extra advantages here for the lane swap coming through in a big way, and this just really hurts the Aatrox and Spikes in the mid-game.
And Rumble's farming for free. Corki's farming for free. The one big loser in this one does feel like the Aatrox, right? Zeus kind of unfortunate, just bullied very often early on. Yes, he didn't go down at first, but then he eventually got bullied in the 2v1 from the bottom lane showing up, and he's losing farm, and he's got a Hex Drinker against the Lethality Kalista. Like, there's so many things that you can list up as to why Zeus is going to get behind in this game. And Genji, they just keep rotating. I mean, they're not even scared to send Keen back up to the top lane. Although, I think you do want to fight over these Drakes, especially because we did have an early Chemtech Drake.
Also, do know Genji was able to pick up 6 grubs, so even a little bit of time alone with turrets is actually going to give you a substantial amount of pressure. Package is available, and you can try to play for this, try to get Guma a kill, but it is highly risky unless you want to TP Zeus in. I don't think they're going to do it.
It's double equalizer. Yeah. You got the package, you've got Rumble here, and he rotated down. He doesn't have TP, so there's just no way. I mean, T1 actually making the right play, I think, to just not fight that one.
Look at the trap.
And they are going to have to give that one up. So it is Cloud.
Oh, wait. Woo! Jump scare there. Thank you, Jonas Strong and the gang.
As always. And yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Valis, with the double equalizer essentially there with the Valkyrie, you know, turning into package and having the equalizer itself is just not something T1 can fight. And I think in a normal game state without the lane swaps, they probably would have been able to contest for Prio there, and Faker is going to be the man who controls the fight with the Emperor's Divide, but he's just not able to even get access to the Dragon Pit there. And with Guma having to constantly match these swaps, it's been very awkward as now Zeus again facing off against Keen, who's still significantly ahead in farm. The matchup doesn't get easier from here. He's bootsless at the moment against these Swifties, so if there's any angle for an all-in, Keen will take it.
On the flip side, for T1, the lead not necessarily insurmountable, and it really boils down, I think, to the question to who are you going to give the edge when it comes to the mid to late game team fights? Because I think there's parts of either comp that skills really well. I feel like Draven in late game team fights, especially if he's not fed, is going to have a really hard time, but obviously Zeus, we've seen him carry on the Aatrox in fights many a time. Faker on Azir has more highlights than most people have games on the champion. But then, when we look at Genji, if there is one place where we have always been able to trust this team, throughout the last, 2.5 years, it's been the team fighting. It's been the way that they consistently can rely on Chovy to do so much in these fights. And thus far, the thing we're worried about, which is the bot lane, has been doing great as well.
He's getting in there.
It's starting.
It is already starting. I mean, I suppose if you're a T1 fan, you can be happy he didn't get his ear because it's not as much a playmaker here on the Corki, but he's already making an impact.
He's coming down too and
already ult. Yeah, I mean, the equalizer comes down and now Faker, he's going to have to dash away, just barely dodges that big one. But now he's out of the lane, he's pushed away, and now we got to play that lane as well as, oh no, the stacks! He is going to flash away and he will survive, and Guma will not lose the Adoration stacks this time.
But he's flashless now. And I mean, this is a sick play here. They see an opportunity, they seize on it.
Punish! A turn from T1, an attempt to try to get back in this one. Let's see if the flank out of Zeus is going to be good enough. Keen going back in, but Carrier trying to help him. Chovy just going to flash away. And it looks like Keen also going to go for the flash, but we got Owner on the way. We got a potential touchdown, and Guma from downtown going to pick up the kill.
Oh, what a set of plays. I would consider the Maokai ultimate coming across. It's not even that crazy. It's not even really some sort of sick aim here that's coming across. So he'll get 983 total. Extra gold, 643 above pays here from the play. But when you're rooted by the Maokai, you know that is going to be a guaranteed execute with the ultimate. Well planned here from T1. The punish play on point. Little bit of greed from Gen G. And this time, T1 swing back, actually almost completely bringing the gold lead before that turret goes down back to even. Will be a trade of turrets, and Gen G now only slightly the advantage.
Yeah, Gen G are going to be able to get the first turret blood, but what a big win for T1 there as they almost take out Mr. President. He's like, no, I got this. Goes home. And crucially, I actually like the initial turn here a lot because someone is dying, no matter what here, for Gen G. So the decision from Keen to try and turn it around even without an equalizer with his Ignite, I think was a great call. But trying to actually get away there, if he just runs and ends up dying, would have been a much better...
He's so far away too.
Yeah, and you don't see it coming, but it's the Maokai that locks him down, and that was an absolute necessity for T1, because I think if that play ends up not working out, the cross map is better for Gen G, you start to fall behind, and instead, at least Guma is a lot stronger.
Now, we'll still have to see if we can actually see T1 group up for a 5v5 fight, because the prio for Gen G has been so oppressive. We haven't been able to see that just yet, and as this dragon spawns in 45 seconds, the Cloud Soul to start, Gen G still have that prio. They still have the better group, and Guma won't be able to utilize that gold if he can't get into position. He's very low range to actually get it done. Keen will eventually take out that turret, so turret advantage does go over to Gen G. They still maintain a pretty nice gold lead here and full control all over the map. They even have a Herald they can drop here in perfect timing with this dragon, so small win for T1, big win for Guma, but the map still belongs to Gen G.
That's really the big thing. I mean, they were getting so many wins by the lane trades that they were taking before that fight happened, right? They pushed Faker away, they pushed Guma away, they forced double TP to the bottom side, so definitely a lot more control eventually going back to Gen G, and now might be looking for a fight here on this Cloud Drake.
The item spike being hit there for Chovy, package available as well. That is going to be huge. How can they utilize that? Look at the itemization from Guma here as well. Actually going for shield though, knowing that there was going to be so much threat on him. Zay is also hitting full build, has his Profane Hydra at the ready. Oh, the old whiffs!
Yeah, Carrier not going to hit that one. The Maokai ultimate doesn't do anything either. And T1 now kind of scratching their heads as to if they do want to fight this one, especially with package available. I think you just got to give this one away.
You got to give it away, and this is the prio power here that T1 do not have.
Oh, a little close.
You can steal those with the arrows when the whole team's there. You got double smite with Carrier going for unseal, but you're not going to get it with the Draven this time around. A nice attempt nonetheless, but it's the control that Gen G have over this pit, and the Maokai ultimate is always going to look a little bit silly if there's no one to follow up. Even with Faker having Emperor's Divide, they just don't have the vision to follow up. They know the package is there, and obviously the Poppy ultimate could have been huge. If you end up hitting one or two of those, then the Maokai ultimate comes down. You win those.
Ooh. Okay, I don't think we've ever really seen that before in the LCK, but it's going to dodge. Equalizer gets massive value, and now Faker in a lot of trouble. Down he will go. And that is going to be a big deal here as Gen G continue the push. Rift Herald, Smith Herald, they say they're continuing to dive underneath the turret as Zeus trying to put up some kind of defense, but Gen G will have the tier 1.
And here it is big that T1 heavily invested their ultimates. Like, yes, the ult from Faker stopped the charge, but he then gets hooked by Lahens. And because those ultimates were thrown towards the dragon, they can't actually contest in this mid fight. And against Home Life, we saw T1 have some impeccable team fighting, but if you have a game state and you go, okay, it's Gen G versus T1. It's 2-to-1 kills. You're like basically pretty even in gold, and Chovy's on Corki.
Yeah.
Who you think is going to be favored?
And watch how this breaks out, because as you mentioned, the ults are down, and yes, Faker stops with Emperor's Divide, and Lehens probably calls that instantly. Yo, he doesn't have Emperor's Divide. Let's dive this turret. We have Equalizer. I'm Nautilus. I'm gonna look for these hooks. And Keria here, just a feeble attempt to try to push them away, but takes so much damage. He's not buying items. That's not a farming Poppy. He's just not that tanky. All he's got right now is the Celestial Opposition and a Locket, so he just gets burned down so quickly. There's no way for T1 to counterplay. I think that's a big difference between Gen G and T1 is, yes, Hanwha's team fighting in early skirmishes outplayed T1 a lot of the time, but in terms of map control in this draft's prio, Gen G are just not matched at the moment.
Definitely are not. I mean, it's a 2,000 gold lead here, and yes, T1 do have a fed Draven, but it does feel like every other lane is just not really cutting it. Zeus has caught up in farm, but he doesn't have an assist. He doesn't have as much tower gold. Doesn't have as much control over the map. It's going to be difficult for him to find big flanks on the Aatrox from behind. Although it does feel like sometimes he just finds a way. So we'll have to wait and see, but. Yeah, certainly Gen G holding the reins on this one, but let's see as Keria is going to make a play, knocks up the Viego, no follow-up at all. Another huge equalizer going to come in as TP now from the side of Zeus, and Keria is burning down. Finally, Zeus gets in, but the Fate's Call comes out and saves the support that is Lehens.
Kinda cutting it close there was Gen G, looking for a pick on the Keria. As soon as that first pick comes in, Viego pops off, try to turn around, but not going to be the case, and that was a lot invested there in terms of summoners for Gen G.
And I feel like the way you can describe this game state here is, it is very easy for T1 with an already fed Draven and another Cashin stacking up here to come back in this game. All it takes is one team fight, all it takes is one mess up, and Gen G are walking a tightrope. The tightrope won't necessarily be able to control that, right? But if Gen G slip, if they stumble, if they mess up one fight, you're going to fall off the rope and fall down, and that's when T1 can come back, Guma can cash in, you end up winning those fights, Faker starts to get that second item online, and T1 are back in the game. A close call, as you say, and T1 really need to be ready for a punish, any overextension here from Gen G. But the vision game is strong. The ward setup here for Gen G, insane. There's no flank wards for that Aatrox. You were mentioning that he has had fantastic flanks on the pick so far this season. Doesn't have teleport now, and there's nowhere to teleport for these objective fights if they can't get any map control back.
One thing that's big is that whereas Gen G's engage is really, really good, like they don't have the best front line, I think. Lehens obviously is pretty squishy, can get focused down. We've seen that happen with the non-farming Nautilus, but they have a great way to snap engage fights. If you look at T1, that isn't really the case. I think their counter engage is really good, and obviously you can pick up individual members, as we saw with Canyon there on the Poppy, but once you lose control of the map, and look at the wards right now, look at the priority that's always there for Gen G. They play around these waves so beautifully. Once Gen G is set up in an objective and Corki just gets to poke, you are looking at a T1 that, unless they can get a big flank, unless Keria can somehow find an angle, or Faker with the Azir starts a fight, it is actually really hard to get to anyone. And if you look, I think only Keen is an easy target, because Pays, with the build he's gone for, actually will be hanging more towards the backline. Doesn't have to be in the thick of things the way a Kalista normally does.
You can see the difference in vision right now being very nicely pointed out by Jonas Strong. I think that probably the Korean cast is talking about it as well, because every time we're setting up for a dragon here, there's even a control ward in the top jungle, which they don't even necessarily need right now, but you're going to have package, you still have the rumble, and you have total control over the bottom river. How are T1 going to get in this time?
That's exactly what I was saying. I mean, look, the control ward here, even to the left side of the pit, is it necessary? No, but it's an extra layer of safety. What if Faker teleport flank to look for an Emperor's Divide? They don't have that angle. There's nothing here. There's no doors. There's no openings for T1.
Yeah, just trying to force it. They are going to get Banana Brush control here, but take a look at that double control ward in the Banana Brush as everybody is grouping up, and Chovy, he's got an angle. The hook comes in, and Keria is the target. He's not very tanky. He goes down immediately. And this frontline, Lehens loses his Aftershock, but now you don't have Keria. It's a 5v4, and Gen G are looking at their second Cloud Burst.
The fights look the same. This is the same fight we just watched, but now Gen G have more gold. Now the damage is higher on that equalizer, and T1 trying to find that opening. It's just not there, and Guma? And he gets chunked down.
Yeah, he's isolated in mid. Chovy's looking for more. We got Lehens by himself. He's got Keen, but Keen is kind of leaving him to the dust as Lehens is in the pit, and now Canyon's just going to ult away, and now they look to take the fight. Gen G getting back in, but Zeus going so deep by himself, and he is going to go down alongside of Faker as Gen G take the the two of them in the bottom river.
And when it comes to team fighting, Gen G does not disappoint. T1 think they see a moment of weakness with Chovy chasing Guma, but the kills just don't come through.
And they're so close, and it's the tightrope walk I was talking. And Gen G, they don't slip, they don't fall over. You see this angle here, Equalizer is down when T1 decide to re-engage because of this pick here.
Oh,
meanwhile,
potentially. Jovi's gonna go down here. That goes to the Poppy though. Guma not gonna pick it up, and now we got Keen coming in. He's looking to punish the rest of them. That's a double kill for Keen. He's looking for a win in this first game.
Looks like Keria was the one to pick up the kill there onto Chovy as well, and so they're not gonna actually end up getting that cash in before he goes down, so his adoration stack's now deleted. Again, a nice attempt here for T1, but you can see they are just looking for any opportunity they can to get picks here in this game because the map control has been Gen G's from start to finish, and any opportunity they see, they have to seize on. They will not just sit back and lose this game, but Gen G are winning out every single time they try. Now a near 4,000 gold lead.
And I gotta give credit to Pace and Lahens because I feel like they've stepped it up so much. They were by far the weaknesses of Gen G in playoffs. I think in regular split we saw some of it, but look at how they play out this skirmish. And I like this call from T1 because you have Chovy in mid. They see these low health bars. There might be an opportunity here. Canyon is able to deny the resets to Zeus. And then here, look at Pace. That flash, the re-engage from Lance. Pace stepping back and then throwing back in Lahens. No resets for Zeus. Ends up being huge for Gen G.
And it was the moment as this is just some things stay
a bit of greed.
Some things never change for Chovy, but the
the T1 Baron, not to cut you off, Wolf, but T1 are going to go for a bit of a desperate play. I mean, Gen G are about 4,000 gold ahead, and maybe relying on Keria to knock some people away, but now he's just trying to keep them out of this one. Keen is not in the pit. Lahen's trying desperately, but that will go the way of T1. And now they're all in the pit. They're just trying to get out of this one. Gen G should be able to clean up some, as a kill will go towards Pace. Canyon looking for a bit more, but he has gone pretty far. Now Keen coming in from the right side, looking to shut these two down. Might just be able to. Not the easiest targets with the Aatrox and the Azir, but eventually Zeus will fall. And they're looking for a bit more. Keen looking for the dive even. I mean, how far are they going to go on this one? I mean, they really want to take away all the Baron buffs here. As the flash comes out of Faker, and the Heads is going to go down, but now it's straight back. No, Canyon is going to live. And Faker looks to take him out. Does get the kill in the end, and Gen Z definitely way overextended that one.
And Chovy FTP, I don't know if they have to go that deep. They want to try and take down these Baron buffs. And the T1 Baron strikes again.
And this T1 Baron is premeditated on the idea that Keen shows bottom, doesn't have teleport. If Keen is there while they try to take that Baron, they 100% get equalized. Look at the health bars here, but they know Keen isn't here. It's going to take them a long time to come up. I think this is a great call from T1. All things considered, they are losing control of the game quickly. If they can rush this down, maybe Emperors divide their way out of here, there's a way they can finally get some semblance of map control off the Baron. But Gen G reacts much faster than Hanwha did. They are going to come over here, get the punish off, and yes, the Baron is secured. Gen G won the subsequent fight. Now, what happens next here is a little bit of an overextension, but still a quick reaction here from Gen G. Keen does show up with the equalizer.
Big thing there is the first half of this beautifully done. The sidesteps from Canyon, hitting the projectile through the wall, the initial chase. But then here, Lahens, you can hear him cackling, but he goes a little bit too far. If the flash is up, you can't go for that play.
Yeah.
Faker is going to flash that 10 out of 10 times. And Canyon, even if he would have had his stealth available, not going to make it out there. Not going to be the end of the world, but still, this means that T1 remains on relative parity. The downside, with all the kills going through, I don't think that they actually are in a position to heavily contest. They're going to try nonetheless, but they can't really contest the vision for this ocean, or for this Cloud Soul rather.
Yeah, and Zeus trying to get some semblance of control, whatever he can. Doesn't have TP, doesn't have a TP ward either, so kind of just have to do this the old-fashioned way. But Gen G just trying to maintain control of this bottom river and say, okay, that was a little bit of a whoopsie. We went a bit far trying to take out all the Baron buffs, but we're not going to give you Cloud Soul. We're not going to give you a chance to make it into this river. So let's see if T1 finds a way.
It's going to be tough. I mean, they have package, they have teleport. Chovy's already here. I mean, you can't just give this one up, but you can't take it either. And once again, same fight, same choke point. Maokai ult to start.
Same Maokai ult, and Owner desperate to get in. They're trying to turn on to Zeus, and they will immediately take him down. Now it's a 5v4. Candon keeps it least, doesn't give Owner a chance, and the equalizer is beautiful once again. Guma getting zoomed in on a nice ult away by Keria. As he to get in and steal the Cloud Drake away. At least they get something. But at the end of the day, Gen.G's still going to take down 2 members of T1.
And this late into the game, those kills might lead to more than just an inner turret going down here for T1. And we were getting very, very late into this game. T1 getting the Baron did spy them some time. They do end up getting this Dragon, which denies the soul. But it's just a great call from Gen.G. The one difference in this fight to the last 2 with the Maokai start and everything repeating, right, is that Zeus decided to flank, but they identify that, push onto him first, and win the subsequent fight is Faker.
Okay, gonna get in onto Pace, and he's just backing in mid. It's a free shutdown for Guma.
And we have had the ruler spot for years in the LCK. I'm ready to dub that right there, the Pace spot. The light found in exactly the same spot. There's no objective up, but they might be able to take the mid lane turret off of that. And against T1, you can't afford to give these small little... Oh, God, yeah, Chovy is on. Malignance is here.
Oh, my Chovy.
Big thing here is that T1 are not letting Gen.G actually run away with the game. Crucially, due to no enablers going down just yet. I'm glad to see that Aatrox can in fact be focused down. That is very, very good to see. Owner here though. And they're to come for this.
This is the calls, of course, on the smite steal. Immediately just all going to out, back. Get out. And this is Faker, of course, catching it. Pays in the ruler spot. We have seen Pays himself really be the successor to Ruler in so many ways. He's been caught in this position so many games, even against weaker teams in regular season.
You don't need to do everything that Ruler did, Pays. It's okay.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's played Kalista as Ruler has once before, many times before, on a final stage.
Yeah.
And it does feel like he is a true successor here. The Royal Road or the back-to-back. He's never lost a season. Every season he's played and he's lifted a trophy. We'll see if he can hold that true once again, but is punished by Faker.
Trying to do something here, trying to set something up. It feels very nice to have a Nautilus, but not when there's a Poppy standing right there. C1 grouping up in the mid lane, maybe trying to make a play towards the Baron that is going to spawn in 30 seconds. That has been their favorite objective.
Big thing here is, as mentioned, with no Cloud Soul, it might have a fight brewing.
Oh boy, Owner just trying to walk away from this one. The equalizer is huge again, and Owner is going to be left out to dry. Nobody able to help him in that one.
Because Gen.G needs to find an inhibitor, they need to find the Baron, they need to find the Soul, something to truly break T1, because they are still holding on, and as long as Gen.G don't get that, I think you also see T1, they're not giving them anything for free here.
Yeah, and even though Zeus is 0 and 4, he's still a lethality Aatrox. He still will do a ton of damage if Faker can get a nice engage. Guma also, his damage output is insanely high, so it's not over till it's over. And T1,
they have vision.
Better group.
Chovy did just back, but he has TP. And should be looking to take this fight as well. Just pick up Shojins as the damage is about to ring true from the side of Chovy. Guma on the run as well, as that is going to be Keria also just channeling the ult, going to reset that one. As Gen.G look to position on this objective, but Keria now being chipped away as, Sif as presence going to help a bit, but he still has to flash away. Lehenge is going to be the one that has to be Fates called away. And that is a big cooldown, although he does have Axiom Arc, but I feel like T1 will be happy with that one, I suppose, at the end of the day.
I mean, this is the power of T1's comp, is Gen.G need time. Unless they can find an isolated target, they need poke to land consistently before they can actually kill anyone. They don't have strong engage outside of Lehenge, and with the damage output this late into the game, if Lehenge does go in, he will be burst down by the Draven. T1 control over this pit now. This can start over, and Cannon, he's not tanky. There's no time here for the poke for Chovy. Equalizer has to be big.
This time around, Keen is here as T1. They're just trying to flip it. Keria is going to knock away the jungler, and they do get the Baron again, but can you get out of the pit is the real question. Zeus, desperate, he is going to dash over the wall, and Owner will be left out to dry once again. It's a double for Chovy, but at least T1 get the Baron?
It's something that Humble Life couldn't fix. The objective control of T1 and they are to do it again. We look at this comp of T1, and you see how hard it is to get on top of an objective. There's Maokai, there is the zoning of Faker, there is a Puppey, and every single time T1 has been able to use one of these tools, and now again they're going to be able to stall out.
Yeah, they stall it out. Now I feel like T1 had an opportunity to actually turn this fight. Instead of trying to focus the Baron, they decided not to, though, as they do have to deal with that equalizer. Very tough to win this fight in the pit. They also don't have the Maokai flash just yet. It's just coming online, so Owner not able to get out. Otherwise, we'll love to see him just flash out right away, but he didn't have it to escape. Now T1 with those respawns coming through, Gen.G will be able to get the Cloud Soul here. But again, we haven't really been convinced by 5v5 fights here when T1 have control of the objectives. If this Baron can get them map control back and prio, this game could slowly start to go back into T1's control despite the Cloud Soul. It's going to make it a little bit tougher. Gen.G still in the driver's seat, but I think we need to see an inhibitor go down, as you said, Chronicler.
I do think, though, Cloud Soul for Baron and the kills, it's probably not worth it. Because of the early kills, they're not actually able to utilize the pushing power of this Baron at all.
Yeah.
So if you don't get an inner, if you don't actually meaningfully pull back on this gold, it's going to make it really hard. They might be able to get an inner turret here, but Gen.G, because of the counter push, is still able to make sure that, I think outside of this inner, they're not really going to give a whole lot up. The goal remains dead even, but I think Cloud Soul, with the rotations, is going to make it so much harder for T1 to be as turtly as they've been thus far.
No, I agree, and I think the Rumble, obviously, who doesn't have teleport, is going to be the biggest winner of all of this, and will get huge benefits when he uses his equalizer as well in these team fights now. It does give a little bit more rotational power to Gen.G, but T1 still get that inner. It's an inner for inner here at 35 minutes. And, I mean, this game may come down to just the Elder fight in 5 minutes, and all of the advantages that Gen.G had all game long, all of the map control, hasn't led to late-game team fight wins that are decisive enough for them to actually get these inhibitors down. Still in control of the map, but T1, they're hanging on by a thread, and the fact that they even have that chance at all here speaks to their resilience.
Yeah, and the fact that they have really perfected just going for Barons at the right time. It feels like a lot of our teams just don't know exactly how to handle it, and they've gotten away with it again and again and again. It's 2 Barons for the side of T1 from a losing position, and it's only game 1. We've already seen this a lot here in the playoffs, as now T1 getting a little bit of value out of that Baron push down in the bottom side. The Azir kill on the top side turret, and now one for Zeus in the bottom side.
Good map reads here from T1. You know, the ult here from Draven slows down the push here top side. They've grabbed now a second inner turret off of this Baron. It's a decent Baron, considering they lost the fight, lost Cloud Soul.
It's all going to come down to execution in the final fight, because we're getting to the point where death timers are going to be so long. Yes, most of Gen.G's base is still standing, but if you have a top wave, if you have a bot wave, you're still going to be able to take the highway straight in. And the big thing here, looking at the cooldowns, we're slowly getting to the point where I think when we are going to fight over that next Baron, where everything besides Guma's flash is going to be up for T1, might even be available actually in about 2.5 minutes. And Chovy is about to finish his Void stuff as well. Guma doesn't even need boots. Seemingly he's just happy running around with his 5 items.
It's fine.
Really, he's basically just playing the role of an ult bot, maybe get an extra 2 in. Faker's death cap already done. We're getting to full item builds here across the board.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble here. TP behind him, the knockup comes in, and now Faker is here for the punish. Chovy desperate to do damage, but he goes down. And now a fight up on the top side. Gen.G looking to fight back, and they should be able to take out Honor. That they will. And that will make it a 4v4, but you just took out Chovy, who loses his flash, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, but it does feel good for the side of T1. It is going to delay things. There's no objective for now, so neither team can really do anything with this information.
The flash is down for Chovy now, and that's a pretty big win for the side of T1. That teleport that was set up by the earlier ward there from T1 comes through big, and they're able to punish Chovy once again. It hasn't been the first time this game where he's been pushing a little bit too aggressively. Gen.G do get their turnaround. Well, this is definitely, again, advantage T1 buying time across the map, getting this critical flash. As you mentioned, Chronicler, Gumas will be back up, and that last fight is all that matters.
We saw yesterday as well that first game so incredibly hard fought, and this turn from Gen.G is essential, because if you're a member down, I think T1 is going to try and push, and a single mistake can mean an inhibitor or possibly even the base. So actually taking down Owner, who in of himself, not necessarily the most important member, but he provides so much utility, it makes it so much harder to actually get on that backline. CC provides, allows setup for Zeus and Faker as well, so still really important pick-off. And for Gen.G and T1, This Baron, I mean, again, the control's there for Gen G, but I don't know if they're actually going to be able. They haven't been able to secure it yet.
They need time, and I think they need to put Chovy, in position to actually get some poke damage done with these rockets before the fight happens. Because if the fight starts without him, he's a package button, and that's it. And they won't have it for Elder if T1 just disengage. So very tricky fight to play out now here for Gen G, and T1 has just walk up and say, my control, actually, my wave.
No package.
Yeah, no package for now, and Guma, he's nearly going to dodge that stun from the Viego, but Owner might just have to eat it. So much survivability on his side, though he will get away, and the Fate's Call will be utilized. Lahen's going back in, Keria trying to keep him safe as Faker's going on a little roller coaster ride right now. Not sure about that one, but Keen has to go into the Zonyas as the Soldier's a bit too early from the side of Faker, and Keen will get away, but he has to flash to survive.
Gen G just don't have consistent damage really in this comp. They're playing the lethality Callista, and if they don't get that initial burst pick when the equalizer goes down, when they go into the engage, you can see the turn from T1, and the re-engage is so insanely strong. And it's not the first time we've seen that in this game, as Gen G had so much control. You watch how these fights break out. They look for the engage. Equalizers early here. And then Owner, he's just so tanky. He's like, what, 0-5 this game? And it doesn't matter. He just walks it off here. And look at the turn. Look at the damage coming out here from Guma. If Faker finds an angle there, they might win the game off.
They're doing Baron here on the side of Gen G. This fight was very close.
Might be gone. It's very late in the game.
T1, they don't seem to know that this is happening. Keria trying to get some vision in, and finally they're going to know, but it is too little and too late. 15 seconds until the Elder, and Gen G get it at the perfect time.
Oh, but they need to back, though. They might get a trade.
Let's see what they decide to do.
Look at the health of Pace.
Thinking about a fight here is Gen G, but Chovy's got to be timing out on that package. It's like 5 seconds away. And T1 can just wait that one out. Zeus down on the bottom side here of the map. Might actually be caught out a little bit, but he is going to dash away.
This is it.
Banana brush control.
No vision, a lot of poke.
Uh-oh. Zeus on the flank. Like I was saying, he's caught out on the bottom side. He's just going to go down pretty much for free. Look at him, he's on the run. And T1, they can't rush down an Elder like that. That's going to be a free Aatrox. And now it's a 5v4 for Gen G.
Looks like Exodia might be on the menu here. I mean, T1, they have to win this fight without their top laner.
Uh-oh, Lahens.
They don't know.
The guy. He wants to make the play. He's going to get in that back line. Presses his R button. Guma just dies immediately anyway. And Gen G, it looks like they have done it for game number 1. Massive divide, though. And a chance here, but so much damage as Quadra comes out from the side of Faker. And that might just keep this game alive, actually, as Chovy is still chasing the Poppy. The knockaway comes through, and Keria will live.
What a play from Faker! He picks up, like 1,300 gold in less than a second off of champion kills. Passes in the Emperor's Divide and does massive damage. They're so patient. That's the ghost right there! Crouching Tiger hitting Faker, man, on the flank. They chased too deep. He said no. Gen G still get a huge win here, but T1 just will not go down in this first game.
And it looks perfect. Zeus finally, his flanking ways catch up with him. Guma gets the lead in a second, and they get overexcited. They think they can just chase Lahens and Canyon going in. But a three-man shuffle. The soldiers do the work. Faker at this point is full build effectively.
Oh my god. He goes back in, does the extra damage, flashes away, gets one more auto, and it's just barely perfect for the side of Faker to keep this one alive. And now T1, they are on the Elder. They're the ones in control of this objective. Canyon not going to get over the wall here as he is actually barely. Canyon is going to get in. Do they have the damage to execute them with this Elder is the question. It looks like yes, as Faker also will go down. And he's got a highlight in this game, but he will not have a win. Gen G will take game number 1.
T1 is tenacious, but Gen G will not lose this first game.
Just like the first game in our previous series yesterday, T1 fought hard. They had advantages at times, but it was Gen G from start to finish with map control. Their prio too big to fail, and ultimately, yes, Faker gets a Quadra, but they regroup. Canyon, the man of the hour, takes the Elder and wins the game for Gen G. What a series we may have if this first game is to be an indicator of what this best of 5 is going to look like. As Gen G, they look like the stronger team. They had a great draft read, but T1 just would not be beat.
It just feels like, you know, that boxing match, the guy just won't go down, and you start to get worried for the favorite, right? Like, Gen Z is the favorite. They do win the game, but it's like, man, that was great. Like, T1 took so many hits. They were getting smacked down so many times that it just didn't matter. They kept in it. And now, of course, they are down. Gen Z are going to feel very happy about this first win, but it definitely makes the rest of the series pretty exciting, hoping that we can have a competitive one here.
So big though, this win for Gen G, because I think if you lose a first game this contested, where you're gonna feel like both the favorite coming into the series, but also it felt like they were in control, and losing that control and then subsequently losing the game, that can really, really sting. So getting a win here, even though it was a sweaty one, absolutely huge start to this best of 5 for Gen G.
And I think that, you know, we have the power of Gen G's composition on full display in the early game. The prio control they had was fantastic. When it came to late game fights, Chovy was off on the side oftentimes, wasn't actually landing that poke, and T1 had great counter engage. So when it came to getting single target picks and Keen just dropping equalizers down, in the early game, that worked out incredibly well. You get to the later parts of the fight when that equalizer doesn't guarantee you those kills. Guma's damage output is insane. You can't just walk up to this guy. Faker's damage output as well. He got the Abyssal Mass there. There's just not a lot of MR on the side of Gen G. They fought back. It wasn't enough, but what a great first game.
Game number 1 delivers. I hope the rest of the series does as well, guys. We will take a break and we will come back for game number 2 after the analyst test to break it down as well. We will be right back.
쌍쌍강 나왔다. 쌍쌍강 나와. 나 이거 아직 좀 멀. 나 공 있어. 이거 그냥 쏘면서 보자. 나 이거 콜 볼게. 나한테는 뛰었고. 먹었어. 나 초대 빼면서. 좋아. 야 빨리 줘. 어렵다. 밑에 봐. 천천히. 빨리 마. 야 미드가. 오케이 미드 가자. 미드가. 뭐야? 탑에 갈게. 뻥. 나 탑으로. 좋았어 하면 이기면 실력. 아 건부야 좋았다. 건부야 내가 말했잖아. 지면 운빨. 그래 건부야 넌 신이야. 와 진짜. 하트 노플이야 하트 노플. 첫 세트 승리 이거 크다. 아 좋아. 잘했다 다들. 오늘 잘하다. 아주 트랙이. 상대도 잘하네. 잘한다. 아프다.
젠지를 선택한 이유는 최고의 선수들이랑 하는 시즌을 해보고 싶다는 마음이 컸던 것 같습니다.
매력적인 로스터잖아요. 그래서 무조건 바로 하겠다라고 얘기했고 다 우승하자라는 마인드로 들어갔거든요, 애들하고. 그래서.
매 시즌 처음 시작할 때마다 계속 도전이었던 것 같은데 올해 좋은 성적 내는 게 되게 중요한 것 같습니다.
누가 좀 내줘! 불가능합니다. 기인은 어떻게 됩니까?
좀 생각을 많이 해봤는데 큰 변화를 좀 주고 싶다라는 생각이 좀 많이 들어서 다시 뭔가 찾을 수 있지 않을까라는 생각을 좀 했어요.
대왕 젠지! 대전의 리신!
젠지에서 3번 우승했으니까 내년에 하면 4번을 우승할 수 있지 않을까라는 생각이 들기도 했고
매우 맞고! 체력 위험해요! 선두를 있으면 그대로 끊깁니다! 초비!
어떤 대회든 우승하고 싶고 제가 스스로 보여줄 수 있는 걸 다 보여주고 싶고 잘하는 선수인 걸 꼭 증명하고 싶습니다.
젠지에서 최고의 성적을 냈고 제 커리어상 그리고 되게 좋은 기억들이 많아서 이제 다시 오게 된 것 같습니다.
리엔체 이니시가요? 상대야! 긁었어요! 젠지 2024 스프링 스플릿 1위 확정!
근데 지난 플레이오프 상황에서는 좀 불안한 모습도 보여줬습니다. 결국 승리는 했습니다만 이번 패치 상황에서 역시 바로 들어왔을 때 좀 어려움도 있을 수 있겠구나라는 느낌이 있었는데
아니 초비가 압니다! 아니 저 초비 뭔가요? 대구요! 달려들어갑니다! 그리고 선수가 종교자입니다! 이걸 말씀하신 슈퍼 에디시 젠지! 이렇게 할 수 있는 팀입니다, 젠지는요!
분명히 하나생명의 기세가 굉장히 강한 모습이 있었지만 젠지한테는 뭔가 젠지의 심장이라고 해야 될까요? 초비가 있었네요.
결국 이번에도 젠지는 해냈습니다. 5연속 LCK 결승 진출, MSI 진출과 함께 3연속 우승을 넘어 4연속 우승을 위해서 이번 봄의 끝으로 가장 먼저 젠지가 갑니다.
길을 여는 자 길이 미친 것 같은데요. 캐니언 초비가 헤이자 갑자기 예지가 살렸어요.
이 LCK에서 젠지 어떻게 막아야 되나요?
2022 LCK 썸머 우승 젠지입니다. 2회 연속 우승과 함께 MSI는 2위로 젠지. 결국 끝까지 가면 젠지가 다 이겨. 이번에도 또 증명했습니다. 정말 몇 개 팀밖에 없는데 대기록 뚜릿해.
4번 우승하면 또 사람 욕심이 5번 우승하고 싶겠죠. 그런 욕심을 내는 상황이 왔으면 좋겠네요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk here at the wonderful KSPO Dome. We're here to break down one game that I thought was going to be a little bit more straightforward than it was. It definitely was not, and T1 put us through our paces, even though the start looked a little bit dire. Ox, take us through the draft and what happened here.
Yeah, I think for me, I wasn't so confident in T1's draft. I think they kind of flexed this Poppy Maokai, and I was kind of thinking, would I prefer the other way around? But to be honest, I kind of just don't prefer the fact that they lack like a really solid primary engage. The only thing they have is the Maokai ultimate, and that can be blocked by the Nautilus. And they're outranged so hard. You know, you often see Maokai paired with champions like Jace. You know, that was a really common combo because you can peel for the long-range poke. But here, Genji always has that poke and range advantage. And you saw in the setup for objectives, it was really a struggle for T1 as a result of that.
And there was also another thing on the Genji side of the Rift. It was a Yordle in a mech, and Huni has some thoughts about it. How do we feel about Keen's Rumble?
I mean, personally, I think I would give him the 1.5 star, even though it was like solid.
But he won though.
But I really didn't like his item build. And also the first kill donating to the Draven and giving just, 1,000 gold. It's no good. Like he flashed backward when, oh man, like wasn't really good. I hate Zonya, I hate Cripple, I hate Protobell, I hate Swiftness. I hate everything besides the Leander is the Rumble's the Leander, so we don't talk about the Leanders, but I hate every item that it is. It was like the worst item build ever possible. At least for me.
It was elite. Do you know what he was doing?
Summarized.
He was proving that the only item that you actually need on Rumble is Leandry's. And once he got that, everything was actually fine. But we have to move quickly. Let's dive in to the first highlight here, because Chovy might be going for the 4-peat. But this was a pretty sexy 4K, not gonna lie to you guys.
And honestly, I felt like the game was done at this point. T1 had made it interesting with the great Baron take that they'd had, but here, it looks like it's done with the shuffle, and then look at yourself damage.
No!
Deleted. And I think, honestly, Gen G will have had the same perspective as the fans. They thought the game was done there, and Faker said no.
And this is the Faker to bring to the team. The game was literally over. Like the game was over, but Faker said no. It's not over yet.
He absolutely did. It reminds me of Gen G versus Life Esports and Chovy's performance in that game 1 that they didn't manage to win. And if you're a T1 fan, you could hold on to that because that worked out pretty well for Chovy in the end. But let's have a look at what it all culminated into, because honestly, this was kind of just a 50-50 for the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it gave them another chance, but unfortunately when it came down the Elder, T1 already had low health bars from the poke, but the smite is secured by Canyon, and the immediate cleanup with the Elder is so swift, and I think Gen G deserved to win that game, but T1 kept it very interesting till the end.
The reason why we saw the Faker 4 kills, that opens up the opportunity going 50-50, because the game was so tough spot. The Gen G just got the class soul, and then T1 was maintaining the game from Baron, right? 2 times in a row they got it, somehow they managed well. That's why Gen G was end of the game, they actually play well. It's just scary.
And we can go back to the fact that T1 plays a lot of Corki compositions as well. They know exactly how to win. And one thing that we saw Life Esports not able to do yesterday was play around package timings. And T1, yes, they lost out on fights around Drakes, but these Barons kept going to them because they were playing it off timing with the package, lacking all of that power. Gen G not willing to take that fight as much, and so T1 were able to do so and abuse the lack of teleport on the Rumble.
Ultimately though, I feel like it was still T1 never really that much in control and fighting back from a deficit. I think Gen G showed once again why we often look at this team as being so strong in the macro department. In their lane assignments in the early mid-game really helped them to establish that lead.
Exactly, but that was a banger game number 1. Let's hope that we have another one as well. Let's throw it back to the casters, get into game number 2.
Thank you, analysts on the desk, to break down that game at number 1. It was a banger analyst desk as well. And we are getting ready for game number 2. Hopefully that this series can continue on the track that it is on right now and continue to be competitive, because as they said multiple times, Faker said no, T1 said no, made it very interesting until the end. And that's all we can hope for against Gen G, who are looking incredibly strong.
It's incredible when you think about what Faker has accomplished, how long his career is. He still makes plays like this. He made the play at Worlds to shut down the Golden Road. He's just been so consistent on this pick. Azir throughout his entire career, synonymous with it. And he's looking for his 11th title. It's his 16th LCK finals. He's got 4 Worlds titles, and he's the underdog. This man, the guy who's got the legends, the GOAT, he's the underdog coming into this matchup. You think about all that he's been through, all he's seen. It's only recently Chovy's picked up his first. It's so fun to have them fight against each other. Even though it happens all the time, it's never boring.
What's big as well, and I really want to highlight it after what was a pretty lackluster playoffs run for Gen G so far. Is that
just Carrio's nephew, by the way.
Adorable. Love to see it.
The next pro gamer.
Completely unimpressed with being on the brick in the big screen in front of thousands of people. But what is big here for me is that Gen G, everyone actually looks good. Keen didn't look that great in the series against Hanwha, I think, compared to what we usually see of him. Paysan Lahens we already went over many times. And actually everyone, I think, looked solid. And they needed to with the objective control. Because that's the one thing where I think that T1 still has Gen G beat. It's the way that they play around specifically the Baron. And yes, the Elder didn't go their way. And And I think that going into the second game, Gen.G need to be even sharper on those objectives, because it all goes back for me to that one Baron when Keen was towards the bottom end of the map. That was what really elongated the game past where it should be, where Gen.G normally take control.
And I think the ward control and the prio and how oppressive the competition was for Gen.G cracked. The moment they lost Baron, they lost that vision control, they lost that map control, and that's the moment T1 had agency. T1 will now have blue side here moving into game 2 as Loser has map, or rather side selection here moving into this one. And I look at this setup here for T1, and I don't think they need to change too much in this draft. And I think the Faker Azir priority is absolutely going to remain high. But you and I were talking about this in the break. The performance we saw from Lehens when he had the Fate's call, it's just out the window now, the Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus is just kind of not fair, right? You press R, you have insane engage, and yeah, you could be a little bit squishy afterwards, but it's just so much ability to make plays happen. And they're going to take that away from him. They will respect it and not allow Kalista and Nautilus to hit the Rift once again, as Faker's Orianna banned for the second game in a row as well. Don't think we're going to be seeing that tonight.
And looking at last game's performance on T1 individually, Faker the obvious standout. I think the bot lane did well. But Owner, I think, was better than his KDA showed, because he did have a lot of really good moments in that game. A couple of his smite steals, deny objectives, the way he used the Maokai. But Zeus really did have a rough one. I think was a little bit too trigger happy on the flank angles, which ended up backfiring multiple times as the Kalista gets locked in.
Guys, place your bets. Is it going top, AD carry, or support? Where's the
God,
Kalista
I don't
going?
know.
Is it mid?
I'm betting on Guma, and I think that it's been one of his biggest picks, obviously, throughout the year. The Varus, the Kalista, the Lucian, right? Those are the three, outside of the Senna, that I think will be permanently banned in this series. We have seen a lot of teams, especially, teams like Gen.G, like Khan, be confident to leave the Kalista up and answer with the Varus. And it took them a while to lock it in, but FaZe will respond once again with said Varus here. The Rel often comes through in response to this, and this is a flex pick, can be played jungle, can be played support. They're likely to be going the support role, I think, in this matchup today. And will they go for the Renata is the big question here for me.
It's a triple threat, this Rel, because it also denies it to Owner. So, and now T1 are flexing, because I think ideally you'd want to go for the Renata, as you point out, on the side of Varus as well. Takes away a lot of the threat of the Kalista all lane, but into the Nico, you're not going to be able to do so. We'll see if Lehens, ever the counter picker, has something ready, because if you don't lock it in here, you might get in trouble when more gets banned out.
Yeah, they're not going to use it as a flex as they often do, because the Azir is just so high prio here. I think trying to play something like a Nico Nocturne is just not going to work against a team like Gen.G. Then the Aurelion Soul comes out for Chovy. He's played it once in the playoffs. And this is a pick I expected to see from Faker moving into lower bracket finals and then the finals today. He didn't show it to us. He's not yet played it. And it's a pick that has risen really quickly to the top of the meta. It's very strong scaling pick, insane late game opportunities with this one.
If you thought FaZe had a bad time playing into Poppy last time, wait till you see Yuma try to play Kalista into an ASO late game. You genuinely don't get to play the game. The Rylai's application is insane. And there is so much zone control that you never get to walk up an auto at any given point.
And if you put an equalizer on top of that E that comes down from the dragon, everybody dies. I really do appreciate the Rumble ban. Even though it's a ton of magic damage here, it's also still the flexibility of playing Rumble with this bottom lane. I don't know if you really want to run that one into the Nico, but it is a possibility they will not allow. The Vi does get taken away here from Owner as well. The Lee Sin, it was talked about in the Trash Talk interview before this series, hasn't really been a mainstay here in playoffs, but they're dwindling his champion pool here very significantly, and he's not been one to flex the Nico into this role either. I think that one is definitely going support.
Yeah, that definitely seems like what is going to happen, but still has the flexibility available. T1 thinking about their last ban here, and just trying to decide what they want to take away from the side of Gen.G. Obviously, that Rel can still be flexed into the jungle, so no jungle ban is going to come out here. And the Jace will be denied this time immediately. The Annie gets locked in. And that's got to be in the support role, you would imagine.
It's got to be.
With the Aurelion Soul in the map, like...
There's just no way you could play Aurelion Soul in any other position than mid right now. It's just not viable. You need to have the ability to stack up, and obviously you play at top, you're too vulnerable. And so the Annie's going to come in here as a bit of an answer to the Nico. You can just stun her when she looks for the engages and then turn on that engage yourself. And Annie doesn't need gold to be a relevant champion. That CC is always going to be there, point and click.
As we see the Zin's out, not surprising. given what has been happening in a lot of the playoffs, insane skirmishing in these longer fights. We'll see what the counter pick is going to be for Keen here into the Cassante. What direction does he want to go? Aatrox didn't really convince last time around. Is he just going to go for frontline as well?
Just be a Gnar pick here as well. Would be fairly safe into this. Rek'Sai still available, and this is going to be a pick that just gives you the opportunity to set up in team fights so easily with the Rel. I mean, the skirmish power that this has, even before the Aurelion Soul comes online, is so high. But I think so much pressure in this game is on both Canyon and Lehens to try to shut down those Nico engages and to make sure this Kalista does not become too big to fail in this mid game, because you still have that powerhouse of Faker's Azir in those mid game fights before the Aurelion Soul is relevant here. It's definitely a strong early game for T1.
I can't believe that we didn't mention the Rek'Sai, the strongest tank that is in the game at the moment on this patch. Absolutely immovable object in lane. I think, if I remember correctly, in LPL we saw some Annie support as well. Of course, way back we used to see it a lot more, but there were some nerfs to it because it was getting flexed a lot to support and mid. But Lehens, if there is a guy you can trust on these type of crazy picks, is him.
I'm sure he's very well versed in this pick. For some reason, going to play it for the first time in a long time, and it's going to work out excellently. Would not be surprised at all. But yeah, you know, we saw the counter of the Zac in the top lane. By the way, before that, guys, this is Faker's family.
And his grandmother as well.
Yep.
The center comes to every final. We see her on camera pretty much every time, guaranteed.
Absolutely. Star in her own right. As they'll be cheering on T1's attempts to try to come back in the series, only down 1-0, but Gen G looking incredibly strong in that first one, and now coming out with a pretty fun Annie support pick, and we'll see how that works for them as we are ready, guys, to hop into the rift for game number 2. Here we go, game number 2. T1 starting off on the blue side of the map. After dropping game 1, they have the side selection. We'll see if it works out for them. And I was mentioning the Zac. You can't counterpick R5, right? Could have gone for something a bit spicier. Keen could try to play, you know, a ranged top, but you already have a lot of scaling, a lot of damage in your comp with the Aurelion Soul Varus and even the Annie. So I think it's fine to just pick up Rek'Sai. Still a very strong pick, especially if it can't be countered by Zac.
It is a really, really strong pick in this meta. I think at the beginning of Aurelion Soul, I always associate it, you know, in the years past, you associate it with players like Fly, right? And you think about the old days, K2 Rolster, you know, it was played with Rox, and it was a very strong pick. Kuro's played it a lot, right? But recently, more so with Bulldog, right? He's a player who pulled it out first, plays it a ton, loves to play a scaling mid with a strong bottom lane. With this Annie pick, you neutralize the Kalista quite significantly. And in the early days of Aurelion Soul, we were like, okay, this pick just kind of sits back at scales. But as players have become more comfortable with the harassment with Qs and stuff like that, going for Comet here, you can actually, you know, end up having some presence in lane, and you can harass, you can stack up early. As you can see here from Chovy, it's not just a sit back at scale pick anymore, and he's putting the hurt onto Faker.
Faker wants to take a big trade here as well, but has to step up and isn't necessarily going to win that one. Is Chovy feeling pretty good about that comfortable harass you were mentioning?
See there as well, Faker going again for the Halo Blades just to try and fight for early prio. Mid lane so insanely important. Not just between these two teams, but there's a reason why only 4 mid laners for, like, I forget how many years it is now, have made it to LCK finals between Faker, Showmaker, and the 2 people in front of you on the screen. And I really, really like what Gen G have. The only thing that I do agree with you is that if bot lane starts falling behind, the top half of the map either needs a lot of time, or I think the Rek'Sai has deceptive amounts of damage, but paired with a Rel, and it is a little bit tough to actually win these early fights. But
Faker getting in on a Faker here. He's not going to get that second application. And Faker definitely playing on a knife's edge here. Chovy on the Aurelion Soul doesn't necessarily have crazy threat at level 3, but definitely doing a good job of chipping away at Faker and making this a bit dicey.
He took Scorch. Oftentimes you do take Gathering Power so you can later on stack up that extra AP and just be a huge menace in the late game, and it's the most common rune you end up taking on Aurelion Soul in most cases, but Jovi's opting Scorch for this additional damage, and Faker's just getting pushed out of the lane.
And Wolf, you were talking about Aurelion Sol players. Nowadays, I think Chovy's most well-known for it, actually. He's played it a lot in recent times, especially alongside of the Smolder, which was in the meta there for a little bit, as Lehens was the last person to play this Annie support, and it was into Delight.
Yeah. And, you know, you mentioned Chovy playing this pick a lot. He's only played it once in playoffs. 1-0 on it into Hanwha Life, I believe. And, you know, the early pressure he has with this can allow him to roam too. You know, Aurelion Sol, again, not extremely powerful early, but can fly in and do a ton of damage with his flight. And if he ends up getting a kill, resets the cooldown on the flight, you could just continue to put that pressure on. As you can see here, he can kind of even cover this bottom lane with the prio he has mid.
Actually really big because Paze and Lehens are a little bit low. Chovy placing a ward there. Doesn't have vision of the top half of the brush though.
He is Aurelion Sol, so he can just dash away. Chovy holding on to that ability, and he will be totally fine. Even though it was a little bit scary there. Xin Zhao, we know what he is capable of. And now, on a little bit of a gank path is Canyon, the flash forward. Guma immediately going to try to cleanse it down. Will go Lehens as the trade back here flashed away from that one by Guma, but it's not quite going to be enough as now Canyon continuing on the chase here. Keria just looking for another route to come down. Will be matched by the stun as now the charge on forward. Paze really would love to take this kill. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. We'll have to see if Canyon can still get the kill as well. And yeah, he's just going to walk this one out. And that will just be a trade 1-for-1 with Guma picking up a kill himself. And still chasing on this one, but not going to be able to pick up the kill.
It's pretty huge that they kill Guma there, and he can actually return some of the CS advantage there. Sorry to cross you, Chronicler. That's big. You know, if this ends up just being a kill that goes over and Guma lives, or it's a kill onto Keria, you don't feel as good about it, but at least he can shore up some of that deficit.
Gank time are a little bit awkward there as well because as the wave crashes, yes, they get the kill, but it goes over to Canyon, and Pace doesn't get to actually catch that wave because they're trying to still make the play onto Keria, meaning that the CS lead for Guma is still very much in place. And this is essential for T1. They need to get this early game rolling very early on, because I feel like late game, trying to play front to back into Genji's composition is just going to be so insanely hard.
Just going to use the ult here to clear out those minions and get away. Not going to have any kill pressure there on the Faker, but maintains that prio. And as you mentioned, you know, he did shore up some of that CS deficit, but as he has to back, the back timing means that Guma has that control again. And what impact can Canyon realistically make now in this bottom lane without Flash? Very tough to actually impact this, and T1 will continue to control.
Yeah, especially with Guma picking up that Dirk and just getting in their face. Lane is pushing into them. The amount of poke you have with the Nico. The fact that both of these players are so confident on these two picks as well. It's going to look really good for the side of T1 down on the bottom side of the map, and you're just kind of sitting there awkwardly with an Annie and a Varus just farming under turret and not doing much else.
Not only that, but you are looking at two immobile carries on the, or immobile squishies on the side of Genji. Chovy is just farming some stacks that are going to be super susceptible to just being kind of taken out by Keria when he gets thrown in. Guma is level 6 now. Once the same is the case for Keria, let's throw him on top of this Annie and Varus combo, especially because they have an experience lead.
Keria having a bit of fun here with the Nico, but not very fun for Genji's bottom lane because they have no vision and not a lot of control. They require Chovy and Canyon to roam down there, keep them safe, and just provide some sort of early game presence for the side of Genji, because without that they don't have much.
Now it is very scary as Aurelion Sol tries to farm against Azir at this point, because he has to channel his Q during the E there to actually then burn through the minions and get those stacks to come through. And as you channel, you are immobile, so Faker has an opportunity to Emperor's Divide. If Owner is nearby, it's so dangerous for Chovy, so constantly tracking where Owner is at all times and using this combo here when Faker is not in Emperor's Divide range is what Chovy's going to be looking for. We'll stack those up and leave.
Early Infernal here for the side of T1. Just going to utilize the fact that, well, Genji don't have much of a bottom lane. And now Paze, yeah, might be more literal than I was expecting, as now Owner getting on in. The root's going to come in and nice cleanse, they say, but you're going to die. 3v1 on the dive in the bottom lane.
And that's also with Paze using his cleanse, and 3-6. Keria doesn't even have his ultimate available just yet. So this bot lane, as we expect, is going to be a huge problem. And yeah, the other area of the map is fine. Obviously, Chovy is still scaling, but if you lose your bot lane turret at like 12 minutes and you can't contest on any dragon, then you might be able to, or you might be forced rather to fight fights before Chovy is online. Because right now, Paysanland's not really in the game.
Yeah, and this is the first time Chovy's not able to really go down and babysit the lane. He was backing, they saw him back, they knew he backed, so they knew it was a very apt timing to look for that engage, that dive setup there. Ended up taking him out. So Pay's down cleanse still, as mentioned. Does have 6, Lahens will have 6 fairly soon here, and then they could look to kind of counter some of these setups, but so tricky without it. As Chovy wants to get into the thick of things. Every time Chovy's able to burn through those health bars and build up stacks, it advances his ability to then be relevant, moving towards the mid game, moving towards the late game. Not going to impact this one, though.
Yeah. Chovy multiple times was able to hit like 400 stacks, and once you get that empowered ultimate ability, it's just, you know, you mentioned the size of the, I think it's called the Singularity, the E.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't get to walk into that, but also the shockwave is basically global. You're just going to be taking huge amounts of damage. He just presses it anywhere, might even hit you with it, and is eventually going to hit you with part of it, and it is going to make a big deal of damage once we do get to the later parts of the game. So we'll be curious to see just how farmed and ahead Chovy can get in this one.
What's big as well is that in the last game, Pace went for Lethality Kalista because he had to. He didn't really have a choice to go something else because he was playing into Poppy, so you're never going to be able to auto in that lane. And he played it into 2 tanks, didn't feel that great. Now, Guma not only is way more fed, up almost 40 CS, sitting on Opportunity and a Dirk, but he's also playing into Annie and Varus. Yes, eventually Keen and Kayn are going to be part of it, but right now, this bot lane, all due to that first gank backfiring, Lahens just overstepping, and then Pace making a big mistake sticking around, is looking really good for T1. And with their objective control as good as it was in the last game, I think Genji are going to fight like one dragon or like one good Herald fight to at least slow T1 down a little bit. And Keen, he is really enjoying the lack of tension towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, he'll take an extra turret shot. Does not mind. We'll just heal right through it. And okay, here's an opportunity here for a bit of a bait from Faker.
Yeah.
Not going to commit.
Doesn't look like either side really wants to fight this one just yet. Especially with some missed abilities, but definitely the story of the game so far isn't really the fact that Rek'Sai is ahead 20 CS. It's that Guma has the most farm in the game, and he is getting incredibly far ahead. He doesn't care about turrets, about the game, about anything except grasp stacking and getting turret plays.
Grasp stack, plate, rotate, go around. Grasp
Easy,
that plate,
simple
rotate.
game plan.
3 steps to success.
And Keen has been, unfortunately, pretty notorious for messing up best of 5s, right? Has choked several of them. You know, we talk about the Worlds, we don't like to, with the Freaka coming through there, not having the best time. Obviously,
KT, anyone?
Yeah, any KT roasters, summer, lower bracket finals,
I don't
best
remember.
of 5.
What about upper bracket finals?
What about upper bracket finals? Another question mark. Question mark in terms of the pick of opponent that we did see. But, you know, so far in this second game here, the gameplay is simple, the gameplay is easy, and he's going to be a big tank later on. The Aurelion Soul is going to be a big damage threat. I think the question is, how much can T1 do with this lead? And how many of those dragons can they deny? Because one dragon means 5 minutes of stacking, as you were saying, Chronicler, for this Aurelion Soul.
That's the big thing, and the big difference for me. I feel like last game it was kind of questionable as to which team had a really big advantage when it came to the late game, and we saw that in how the game played out. This time around, as good as Faker's Azir was and as much damage as he is going to do, I truly think Acel just reaches a point eventually where as long as you generally look in the same direction and you just fire off an ultimate and efficiency season people, you're going to win fights. That's just the reality of how this pick works. And it's the Rylai's as well, it's the Liandry's. It's really hard to actually itemize in the way that I think with Corki, we see people be able to go like Stopwatch or Spell Shield to mitigate some of his impact. For Acel, I think that's a lot harder. T1 though, right now, are doing a good job. Second Drake gonna be really bigger, and I think they're hoping for something like a Cloud or a Hextech Soul.
Certainly. Lahens.
Oh, a little play here. Lahens is going to get the stun off, but now he's just on the run as Fate's Call is going to be used to try to get on top of him. Lahens will flash away, of course, to try to survive, and now that Rylai is really doing a number here to Faker, who has to flash away himself. Big O's going to come up from Chovy, picks up the kill, but now might be traded back. Yes, you will. Owner going to pick up that one, and now T1 on the chase. They get the knock up here on the Keen, who is going 1v4. and is taking quite a while to go down.
That's fine.
Is he? Okay, finally he dies. Finally he dies, thankfully.
The big story here is he's just trying to buy time for the team to retreat because there's no way to fight this dragon anymore without Chovy. Faker makes a huge impact, obviously, in these team fights, so picking him up would have been huge, but at the cost of your own life, not so much. And Lehen's obviously trying to make something with that pick onto Keria, but he just doesn't do that much damage. It's sitting on cooldown boots in the Kendall gym, so, you know, he does end up getting the initial stun there, but there's no follow-up. And if Gen G get a pick, they can get that magical dragon that 5 minutes of time, but this backfires heavily, and T1 get the 2 Drake lead.
We'll allow a little bit of retaliation here for Gen G. Some plates for Pace who desperately need some money and a kill.
K'Sante, can he survive is the other question. Tanking it up excellently is Lehens. That is going to be the end of Zeus in a 3v1 die.
And just like I overestimated Keen's tankiness, Zeus overestimated his own there. The amount of CC available, still enough to chain him down there. That's a really big unforced error. That's the type of moments that you can't really afford to give to a team like Gen G, because again, gets a late game Chovy. Yeah, the play didn't end up working out, but still got a kill, still accelerated.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the question becomes here, what does Gen G get from this pick on the Zeus? Not a whole lot. I mean, plates have already fallen. Zeus does have teleport coming back online soon here. This is the big story here. Lehens just thinks maybe he could set something up here with Canyon, but Canyon's focused on Faker because they're so scared about an Emperor's Divide angle there. It looks like potentially a bit of miscommunication between Lehens and Canyon on this one. They see Faker go forward though, and the slows with Leandri's are huge. And look at this ult coming through from the Aurelion Sol. It's the Comet that kills him. He trades his life for it though, and now T1 just had the better team fight.
Yeah, I don't know about that flash from Keen. That was a little unfortunate. The initial play great from Gen G because they have the advantage on the roam, but get a little bit too excited as they're able to single out a target. As in the picture-in-picture, we do see T1 very good. Take another objective as here. It's the CC chain. He doesn't actually get to use his W, which means that even with the limited damage, still able to take him down.
And even though they got that pick on the Keen, or rather on the Zeus, doesn't necessarily matter because there's just nothing to take on the map. And it's, you know, T1 that pick up the Rift Herald. So it is nice to slow K'Sante down, but K'Sante will always be relevant later on in the game. Barring a disaster, a 500 gold lead here for Keen doesn't necessarily matter. But again, Gen G buying time. That's the big story. Chovy with that 500 gold lead. He is the main character of this game. It's either shut him down or it becomes too big to fail.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it is a Ocean Soul. T1 gonna be feeling pretty decent about it. I mean, they have a couple, you know, like 1.5 tanks, I guess. It's not amazing for them, obviously. They would have liked something else, but, you know, there's a decent amount of poke coming out from the Varus, even the Aurelion Sol. As now, we're gonna make a play here on a Zeus, potentially, but Keen just tanking up the turret, gonna demolish that one down, and now the chase coming in from the big dragon that is Chovy, and you know what, Zeus? Ghost's not going to get you out of this one this time, as it is going to be a trade of turrets. T1 also pushing the bottom lane.
Is the Herald available though for T1? And that might be end up being the big difference maker. If they get the crash, if they get the inner here as well, I think you take that trade. Yeah, Zeus ends up going down, but if you trade up in turrets, I don't think you're going to be feeling too bad about it. Looks like that is going to be the case. At the same time, though, you can also argue that if you are Gen G, as owner got cancelled, I don't think he's getting out.
I mean, he went into that with 84 health as now. He does have some support. He's got an ult himself, but the rest of Gen G are barreling down into the bottom lane, and the Crescent Guard is going to be nice for a little bit, as Keen is tanking up that turret quite a lot, but he is Rek'Sai. Now they're going to go for the re-engage. A massive knockup comes in from the side of Keria, but the turret is coming in immediately. Keen is going to survive on the backside of that, and the Aurelion Sol, with that upgraded ultimate, is going to always be relevant on the chase, and is going to trade it back.
I mean, you get a kill like that, and then the reset comes through for Chovy's flight. You have to be so careful about that too. He actually runs away with this. I think this is a huge win. Great punish from Gen G. The win here is that you ended up, yes, losing the inner turret there. You end up getting multiple kills. Chovy gets a kill here topside. By the way, it's K'Sante, so while he is killing him, he is just burning through stacks after stacks, 2 by 2. On this, K'Sante gets to back and get additional kill gold on the top side of the map. This Aurelion Sol is starting to get online way too early.
This is a classic T1 pitfall that we've seen him fall. Just let owner die. It's not the end of the world. You can just let him go because you don't have TP on your front line. Faker, I think, had the right idea when he was like, I'm hightailing out of there. It's not the best of trades, but it's not the end of the world. But by doubling down, look, I think Faker's out. Guma and Carrier going in here because they think they can turn the fight is a bold call if it ends up working out, and they feel confident because Guma is fed. But with out of front line, like, you're going to get blown up in seconds.
I mean, they killed Danny. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's all they got. And Chovy got a double kill, insanely scaled, a bunch of stacks, and Gen G now have control of the map. So now they can even fight for a Drake and delay this Aurelion Soul scaling even more.
Fate's calls back up, Carrier's ult's back up.
How about just another fight here as Carrier is just going to be okay. The TP is coming in. Keen trying to get out of this one. Trying to extend this onto the red side, though, is not going to work out. And the Fate's call saves Carrier, but a lot used to try to keep them around.
And, you know, again, they just force out 2 key ultimates. The Fate's call, gone. Carrier's ultimate here, the Pop Blossom, gone. Chovy sitting on his, and he is just such a menace. Does have that Blighted Jewel picked up as well. So much damage on this Aurelion Soul. Here's the TP from Keen. This is going to be that 5 minutes of time they finally buy here. 1 Dragon is all they needed to get this Aurelion Soul to the late game, but he's almost already there. I mean, he's looking for that 3rd item Crypt Bloom here pretty soon.
Just 233 stacks as, yeah, he's just having some fun. I mean, Chovy's, he's already on like 250 stacks. And we're 19 minutes into the game.
Yeah, he's 4-1, guys. That's not great if you're a T1. And you know what? You know what's got to build them out here? It's a classic. We've seen it before, the T1 Baron. You got to start dropping some of these objectives. You got to catch Gen G off guard. Because if Gen G just gets to, again, kind of default back into their normal playstyles, I'm not even going to stop talking because it's Rek'Sai. We all know that that's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, Chronicler. I mean, if they don't take a fight early here with this next Pop Blossom Fate's Call setup, I mean, this game just becomes so easy for Gen G to play out because, yeah, they're 1,000 gold ahead, but this Aurelion Soul feels like 4,000 gold worth of advantages in one champion by itself with what it's going to be able to do here. Yes, Keen tanks a lot of damage, back to your point a moment ago, Chronicler. It was never going to die there. But T1 haven't been playing around the lead they gave Guma.
Also the most damage still.
Okay, that's not cool.
Okay, that part we're like, okay, that shouldn't be. That's
he is fighting Cassante.
Yeah, that's.
Any Sunfire enjoyers on the desk?
One highlight as well is that a lot of the gold of T1 is on Guma, who finally, it's the monkey's paw. It gets to be the main character. He's playing a fed Kalista. He's playing lethality into, at least on the bottom half of the map, Thomas Fish gets a big lead. And then now he's going to be stuck playing Kalista into a monster-fed A-Soul. It's not going to feel great.
It's not, and I feel like fighting these skirmishes and trying to cross-map, Gen G caught them with their pants down a little bit. They're punished really hard on the bottom side push to inner, and if they had just played around objectives, they just held off, grouped, let Canyon or let Owner die, regroup, and then fight that dragon fight with a Pop Blossom with vision control. Could be a different story here. So that's just to grab the Edge of Night. Good call here from Carrier to trade that cooldown here. Maybe there's an opportunity. But Guma's advantages, I feel, have all but fallen apart here. They've been completely wasted, squandered by T1.
Do want to say T1 still have a ton of backline threat if Chovy mispositions, if they get a big wombo combo, there is still a lot possible. It's not like this team fight, this composition can't fight the front to back. Scary does have teal. Also want to highlight that
Faker interrupted on the dash, and the whole team, the entire team is coming on up. TP now as Rek'Sai ultimate going to be used. Faker not going to be able to sweep him away. And Zeus desperate to save him, but it's not going to help as Pace is just dead on the right side. Just going to go down essentially for free as Carrier and Guma do Fates call him to death, and now Zeus on the chase, and the flash on in from Carrier. They're trying to take out Chovy, and they will be able to. Guma finally able to frontline, and it's a winning fight here for T1 as they take out 3.
That's what we were talking about. If they can get us up a Chovy, if they can take out the dragon, they can make the turnaround. And normally when Faker seems to get caught, reinforcements are there earlier, but there is one man that can stop this. This is a Rel with Flash. You can't let him near the pit, T1.
I think he might be on the upper part. There he is.
Yeah, they're going to try their best to keep him out, but at the end of the day, Zeus doesn't have all out. They just need to turn onto him, otherwise.
Flash as well.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be rooted up, as now he's not going to be able to get into the pit as Yeah, pushed away here by Keria and is super low. And one last try maybe is now Navarez tries to steal that one away. It's not going to happen, and T1 will take down a very early Baron.
That smite timing, a little bit suspect as well. They had a little bit of extra control. I guess they weren't worried. But man, if he was able to get in there, he could have to smite better than that. As this time, it's not T1 collapsing and hard forcing a fight where they're disadvantaged. This time, Faker, goodbye time with Sundisk here, and as Genji rotate over, it's Pays who's caught, and if Pays doesn't get caught, maybe he can come up and help Genji win this upper part of the fight. Zeus is tanky enough to absorb this pressure, and Chovy already used his ultimate. Doesn't really have any peel here outside of Rylai's. Keria sets up both plays, first with a Fates call here, and then with a big Pop Blossom, and look at Guma, free firing through Genji. These are the fights that T1 need to hard force. Another good punish.
Here, Kenya not able to make it over, but that was always going to be a Hail Mary. Pace, I think, saw Keria, knew he was dead. Maybe if you make it over to the other end of the wall, flash over there, you can make it. But it's the fact that actually not only did Logan and Chovy, but Guma, the most member, gets to actually hit him with a spear. And as soon as the Valkyrie Kalista just gets onto the back line, even just one Q can be the difference maker. And now T1, this is the lead they were looking for.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling pretty good about their spot now of 5,000 gold in this game.
Chovy does have the empowered ultimate here.
Yeah. Yep.
And so much damage already done in the neutral. Look at how much he can do just over this wall, unpunished.
Yeah, T1 are struggling to really force something here, and they're getting awkwardly poked out by the Lethality Varus and, of course, the Aurelion Soul. It's kind of the main character in this game.
That's just a Fury tool. Nice for Keen.
More health.
Mid-tier 1's going to go down. Guma not in position here on this Drake, though. He does have Faker, and they're continuing to push. It is, after all, just a singular Ocean Drake that Genji are making a play for. And now T1 on the flank coming around from the top side. Let's see if this does work out for them.
Such a scary moment here for Genji getting wrapped around like this, pushed backs against the wall.
They have the vision with the Rex sign. Keen just staying burrowed, saying, okay, they're trying to flank. He's going to take out that blast cone, a rare engaged cone, as now Genji sticking around here.
Bounties are up.
And they have the Rel, I mean, with the redemption coming in as well. Now the engage is going to be denied, as we do have a massive ultimate coming down, and now the engage comes in from the side of Genji. Guma not able to play the game this time around. Keria also going down, and Owner is left alone. Faker also on the run, as Owner desperate to try to take out Pays. It's not going to happen. It's a quadra kill for the side of Chovy.
Normally you can trust T1 when it comes to these Red Bull Baron power plays, but this one is a disaster! As instead of using the pushing power, they opt into a fight against Chovy with his ult up.
And they opt into this fight when they don't have the range to fight neutral against the poke of the Aurelion Soul, the poke of the Varus, and they're not decisive with the calls. They do the long wraparound.
Oh boy.
But Genji handled it so well. 3,000 gold, the advantage now is Chovy. 9 kills on Aurelion Soul. And you can see the poke war comes through here, and T1 decide the redemption is going to be the go button. As you see Zeus come through, Karius Pop Blossom, a complete whip, and Chovy says, nice redemption. I see that circle on the ground. I'll give you one back, as he tosses the ultimate in, and no one can retreat. It's a global slow across all of T1, and he just rips them apart.
Another big thing is that Keen completely zones out Faker. He has been the big teamfight carry for this roster. We saw it last time around as well. But instead, he has to deal with this immovable monster, just knocking him up, not taking any damage despite his itemization.
He just straight up buys a full Horizon focus off of the fight as well.
This is lore accurate ASOL right here.
Oh God, oh somebody stop this man. I mean,
350 stacks at 26, 27 minutes.
It's disgusting.
Okay, hey guys, they got Soul Point for Ocean Soul.
Yeah, great.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
not where you want to be.
There were some 3-0 predictions, but Atlas said it best. Chovy.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. It's not over. It's not over. I'm just saying, you know, like, game 1 as well, and now he's got 9 kills on Aurelion Soul. Like, this guy just warps every game he plays in. It's not fair.
And it's just such a Chovy champion. All you want to do is get CS and then carry team fights. And look at his damage dealt here. Already 25,000 here at 27.5 minutes. And, you know, when we mentioned the Aurelion Soul in the draft, we spent the entire early game talking about this pick because it is a pick that if played correctly, it gets advantages and shuts down this insanely early game focus comp from T1. The Cassante doesn't matter. The Xin Zhao tankiness doesn't matter. You will just get burned down every single chance Chovy gets. And he's not even afraid of you. He can fly away, he can fly in and get dash reset.
Oh no!
And now he's got, with those next stacks, another empowered ultimate. And T1, they won't be able to match this. A super strong pick that may need to look in future drafts for this best of 5. Unless Faker can play it, which he hasn't, which is a big question we had going into this playoff series yesterday and today. And look at him just use like more stacks.
Yeah, they're just feeding him everything. I mean, you might as well at this point. Like, FaZe, he knows he's not the main character. He's doing his job already. He's lethality Varus. He's going to get some poke in. He doesn't necessarily need to farm as much, I guess.
He presses R.
Yeah.
You know, he'll throw an arrow, maybe an
He
empower.
tries to stop Zeus's TP one time.
That was good. I also
Yeah.
I've seen it already in multiple fights, but I also love Lahens going for the redemption. Something that's normally on any, you see more the Zazak style build. I think particularly in pro play, all the value you're going to get is the CC anyway. You're not really expected to get fed, and in a game like this you shouldn't. So getting a ton of healing and slowing value, as if the Rylai's ASO wasn't enough, is really going to make the fights a lot harder to play out.
Oh
Here
boy.
he comes.
Just trying to get away from this guy, I guess. Keen also knows he can always stick his head right in there, like right into the back line, has no fear of dying.
There's bounties up, and Gen G is the one in control of the map. What's happening?
Wait, that's not allowed. How is that even?
I mean, the gold lead is
down
T1.
Yeah, they're down 3,000.
And they have 3 Drakes to 1.
I mean, Chovy is that one guy you hate to see when he's on the other team. It's the solo queue mid laner. Why does he have 9 kills? Why is he so fast?
Faker trying to get an angle. Let's see if he can do it. He's going to try to get on FaZe, and he will take out the Varus once again. That is not the Aurelion Soul as a counter engage. Comes in, they take out the Kalista. As Faker's still alive here, now the front line of Gen G is going down. Redemption for Canyon, as Keen in the front line trying to take it up. Chovy puts a giant E on everybody here in the front line. It's such a close fight, as both teams have only lost 1 member so far. Keen still on the chase, but now the Azir turret will stop this fight.
Key thing here is that FaZe has pointed out he's not the main character. I don't even think he's in this part of the book. He doesn't matter at all, gets taken down. But as long as Chovy is alive,
they're going Baron.
Yeah, they have to.
They're saying, okay, yeah, take the Ocean Drake. Sure, we don't care.
Now, there's no teleport here for either of the soul laners, but Keen is going to be able to suss this out.
Yeah.
And they should be able to rush over. Nobody's going to be able to fly. He doesn't have teleport, but he gets here so quick. And Keen,
he doesn't have his ult.
He doesn't care with 3 people.
Yeah, Keen can't do anything, and Chovy can't get here in time. Doesn't have his ult. It's a Baron over to the side of T1. And now, on the chase, thinking about it, FaZe is here. He's trying to enter the storyline. He wants to be a character in this game, but now the ult's going to come down from the Aurelion Soul, and the Crescent Guard is doing so much. Chovy is going to finally be taken out, and Faker gets the shutdown as well. So much gold for them. And that might be what T1 needed.
They have the Baron and the biggest source of wave clear, and damage is dead. 45 seconds.
30 minutes into this game, T1 may have done it with this flank from Faker. From our vision that we saw from the observers, it looked like Gen G could absolutely stick around and fight that. Chovy using his ult as well, won't have that on respawn if he respawns here in 30 seconds.
They're going to try to go for this one. And now they're throwing in Carrier. They're looking for the angles. The Rek'Sai not tanky enough. And they're going to get the flash away from Lahens, but now
15.
only a cannon minion.
1 minion
is going to stay alive. They're going to try to push in with this one. And FaZe going to dodge it. The engage from Canyon to buy them a chance in game number 2, but I don't know if they're going to have it. FaZe takes out 1, but it's 4 people against the Nexus, and they're just going to knock it down. T1 going to bring us a series tonight.
They just clutch these, Valdez. They go to Baron. They've got the Baron damage, and they're going to get it done. It's only 3 members there of T1. Keen watches on as Chovy's not able to get there fast enough. Then they look for the subsequent fight. From our perspective there, with the vision toggle that we had, it was like, yeah, this might be an overextension. Chovy looks some of the burn damage, but it's Faker on the flank. And they shut them down and push down mid to end the game. A game that seemed surely lost with the Aurelion Soul. 9 kills for Chovy. The late game, we had reached it, but it wasn't enough. T1, come back with a vengeance.
And the first 4 times T1 versus Gen G was usually a little bit one-sided one way or another. I think the 5th one might be a little different if these first 2 games are any indication.
What a great series so far, and it is not going to be one-sided. It is not going to be a stomp. No 3-0, and that's already a huge win in my book. We've had so many here at the LCK since you and I have joined Chronicler, but T1 strike back, and the objective control and these really quick decisions from T1 did a number on Hanwha. Gen.G better to respond in game one, but still lost a lot of control when T1 was able to take those Barons away, and then in this game, they straight up went off of that and Faker's follow-up.
Chovy not going to solo carry this game against T1. T1 will eventually, they make the right call in a macro sense. They take the Baron down. Gen.G kind of get caught out, and then Chovy gets caught out, and that's all they needed. They take out the Aurelion Soul, and the game just ends. Glad I got my curse in early, shouting out the 3-0 prediction from Atlas. We finally have a good back and forth series between these two teams, and we'll have to wait and see just how far it will go as we are going to close for now. We're going to take a break and come back with the analyst test to break down that game number 2. We will be right back.
던져볼래? 가볼게 맞아 렉사이
렉사이부터 봐야 돼.
렉사이
터치 할만해.
다음 웨이브 있어. 기다려봐. 다음 웨이브
애니 노플.
기다려봐. 웨이브 지켜. 사이드 라인 꽂지 말고.
아웃 20초.
사이드 라인 꽂지 마.
빨리 하면 좋긴 하다. 아웃솔 나오기 전에. 애니 노플이다.
바루스 노플.
레우터.
나 쌈 봐야 돼.
렐. 에이도.
애니.
노플.
아웃솔 나오긴 하고 일단
점
사야 돼. 점 사야 돼. 점사.
나이스. 좋아요.
T1입니다. 무슨 말이 필요하겠습니까? 그냥 최고의 팀, 최고의 선수들입니다.
탑쪽?
네,
제우스가 제우스가 잡아냅니다.
그래도 마크해주며 넘어가서 달리 안 했죠? 근데 일단 움직임 이게 그냥 또 가스품을 그리고 안 끝났어요. 계속 꽂으면서 뛰다 보면은
더 찔러버려. 에리아의 더블 잘 찔렀습니다.
안녕하세요. 전 T1 탑라이너이자 현 인플루언서 운타라 박의진입니다. 오늘 올림픽 체조 경기장에서 경기 준비하고 있을 텐데 또 우리 선수들 큰 무대 경험이 풍부한 만큼 좋은 모습 보여줬으면 좋겠고 후회 없는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다. 팬 여러분들 저랑 같이 응원해요. T1 화이팅! 제우스 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 전 T1 소속 정글러 블랭크 강선구라고 합니다. 저는 T1을 떠난 지는 조금 오래됐지만 아직도 형들이랑 함께한 추억들이 많은데요. 지금도 떨고 있을 선수들을 위해서 응원 많이 해주시길 바라겠습니다. T1 화이팅! 오너 화이팅!
안녕하세요. T1의 전 미드라이너이자 현 T1의 인플루언서 이지훈입니다. 이번 시즌 저 같은 이제 외부인으로서는 가능할 수도 없을 정도로 힘들고 어려운 시간을 보낸 걸로 알고 있는데요. 이제 그걸 극복하고 여기 이 자리에 올라와 주신 선수분들, 그리고 정균이 형, 그리고 재현이 진짜 정말로 대단하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 여기 와주신 팬분들도 선수분들을 위해서 다 같이 응원을 크게 해주셨으면 좋겠어요. T1 화이팅! 그리고 상혁이 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 저는 T1 리그 오브 레전드 전 원딜 백준식입니다. 이번 스프링 시즌 선수들 지금까지 고생 많이 했는데 마지막까지 좀 더 고생하고 코칭 스태프 포함해서 좀 좋은 결과 냈으면 좋겠고 MSI까지도 가서 고생 더 했으면 좋겠습니다. 파이팅!
안녕하세요. T1의 전 서브터이자 지금 집에서 중계하고 있는 울프 이재환입니다. 이번 시즌 진짜 쉽지 않았습니다. 저도 그렇고 우리 응원해주신 팬분들께도 그렇고 그리고 열심히 연습한 우리 선수들에게도 그럴 것 같은데요. 지금까지 너무 고생 많았고 오늘 이번 경기도 너무 파이팅이고 우리 5천만, 6천만 아니 더 나아가서 60억 T1 팬들이 파이팅이다. 열심히 응원하고 있으니까 하나가 되어서 파이팅 했으면 좋겠습니다. 저는 비록 이제 현장에서 응원하지는 못하지만 이렇게 방송에서 시청자분들과 온라인으로 열심히 응원을 하도록 하겠습니다. 저희 현장에 계신 팬분들 끝까지 우리 T1 선수들에게 힘을 나눠주셨으면 좋겠고요. 정말 우리 T1 파이팅이고 우리 민석이 파이팅입니다. 저희 그러면 다 같이 힘차게 한번 외쳐볼까요? T1 둘 셋 T1 화이팅!
저희 T1 많은 응원 부탁드립니다. 정말 열심히 준비했습니다. 마지막까지 우리 T1 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
팬분들 항상 응원해주셔서 감사합니다. 오늘도 팬분들의 응원에 힘입어 꼭 승리하겠습니다.
경기장에 오신 모든 팬분들에게 감사드립니다. 여러분의 응원이 정말 큰 힘이 됩니다.
함께 우리 팀을 위해 응원해주세요.
하나, 둘, 셋. T1 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst desk here at the KSPO Dome. I'm Atlas, joined by Huni and Ox, and we're ready to dive in to some analysis of a T1 victory. Jonas Strong and me and Valdez all definitely wrong. We are guaranteed to go to Chovy and Faker's 100th game up against one another. We can get rid of the draft. Let's dive into highlights here, gentlemen, because honestly, this draft really didn't mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the game went really back and forth. This, to me, was the big play that cemented T1's advantage. You see Gen G actually think the Faker's overextended, but a lot happens first. Paige, you can see on the right of your screen, he's rotating over, and he actually ends up getting caught out and dying off camera. In the meantime, yes, Faker ends up going down, but Chovy burns his flash, so Zeus cannot ult him through a wall, and now you have no AD carry, and Chovy, the Aurelian Sol, is without flash.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the T1 especially, like they so make the play like really defensive enough. Like, I mean, sure, the pace kind of make the really big blunder on the bottom side of the map, like, while the team actually make the play, didn't really actually have to interrupt the TP, but like T1 is just like after, as soon as the play started, like everyone knew that individually what they need to do. Like, it's just like the post the Baron, like it's a T1's completely different team.
Yeah, and it felt like stylistically, both of these teams knew what they needed to do with these drafts, right? Gen.G sits back. They want to get their dragon to as large as possible, and in the mid-game, I mean, he was 9-2, so that was a success. But T1, they needed to push the issue, and they needed to push it hard, and they definitely did that. Look at Faker on the flank angle.
You know, we've seen Faker before reading the flash of an AD carry. He did this at Worlds against Ruler, does it again against Paze. There's a Varus then too. Finds the AD carry, and then Chovy, he's struggling to position because he's constantly being threatened, and again, without the AD carry there, it's all on Chovy's back, and he's just really struggling to find an easy opportunity to do damage. You see here, the Cassante steps up on him, and again, without the Varus, the ASOL just can't quite do enough.
I mean, I personally I had a like really big concern just them picking the Azir on third, because like they could have picked like other champ like Rumble and then leave the flexibility. For example, it does not.
Yeah, for example.
It opens up
they could have picked.
It just opens up the Gen.G ASO there, and it was actually scary. It was a big threat for Gen.G, and Faker just pick Azir again, and he make the play.
I feel like in these games, Chovy and Faker, both of them have played extraordinarily well despite the results. It really is a battle between these two mid laners. This time around, though, I think the T1 bottom lane really came up trumps. Carrier especially, when he has access to this Nico, it is no joke. He is just terrifying.
And the ASOL became so strong and was so good at stalling. It's so difficult to end the game if the ASOLs arrive. But this great flank from Faker kills Chovy, and this is the push that allowed them to end the game. And that point about the bot lane, I feel like the Annie, not only did it not do anything, but it meant they had a losing 2v2, and Kerry and Guma, they punished that so hard this game.
I mean, especially right now, the meta is like on the bottom is not like actually consistent DPS right now. It's like it's about the Varus, it's Kali stuff, like both of them going lethality item. It's just, I feel like today it's like just Faker against the Chovy.
Yeah.
Whoever just carries harder, it's just take the game.
And I also love how T1 also play around the fact that Azir is a fantastic Baron taker as well. I mean, we know that T1, they love to take Baron. They'll take Baron any opportunity they can get, but with an Azir, you can sneak it anytime with about 2 people minimum, right? And that is so scary for Gen.G because they need to be on top of the vision game the entire time.
And additionally, it's a safety, because, you know, if you have a pick who's taking the Baron, has all the DPS like an AD carry, there's a threat they get caught, but it's so hard to pick Azir. We've seen every time where Faker's, you know, out of position in quotation marks, he ends up turning it around. We've seen it so many times before. They collapse on Faker top, and they paid for it so heavily.
I mean, they've been taking all the Baron all this series from the T1, which is that's crazy. I mean, for now, it's just like I think the T1 main concern is about the solo laners is the T1, right? The T1, like especially Zeus, we were expecting he's gonna be showing even more like stronger performances, especially face of game, but it's not actually happening. So that's a main hallmark for T1, I would say.
Yeah, and now we have side selection coming in as well. So I believe Gen.G will be moving back to the blue side, as we can see here. Huni, you were saying backstage that maybe we're going to 5 games just because blue side seems so powerful
it is really
in the hands of either of these teams.
I was like worried about like, what if blue side win every single game in the series?
It's a good thing, right?
But like, it's kind of boring, you know what I mean? Like, we've seen it before. We've seen it multiple times, blue side just winning every game.
I feel like blue side definitely gives an edge. Teams are going to pick it, but these games have come down to the plays in them. You know, the drafts are obviously a factor, but even there, like I thought the ASOL was a really good pick, the Annie wasn't, but at the end of the day, it came down to what Faker could do with that Azir. It came down to the gameplay, so I think you can't just bank on winning when you're on blue side, even if it is going to give you an edge.
And now, is it a conversation about banning both Orianna and Azir? Is that what Gen.G has to do in order to win this series?
I mean, I think they probably have to do something with Azir. That Azir cannot be
pick it or ban it, right?
It has to be done it. Even game 1, the main reason why they can't end the game, it's just Azir. It's just Faker on Azir. So,
I would not want to be the drafting coach for either team, to be perfectly honest. It seems very, very difficult. But what isn't difficult is for me to throw it back to the casters to get into game number 3. Let's do it.
Thank you, Atlas and Hawks and Huni, for breaking that one down and giving it back to us so that we can get back into the game and watch what has already been an incredible series so far, just to see who's going to take this game number 3, who's going to take the lead. It is 1-1, and already the fans are praying. As they were praying at the beginning, they'll be praying at the end. Let's be real. Let's see who is going to take this game at number 3, though. with Gen G moving to the blue side.
One can only hope that this one goes the distance. We've seen so many series between these two teams just end kind of with a whimper, with one team running the other over. But both these games have been incredibly hard fought. We've seen underperformances. T1's top side in the first game, Gen G's bot side in the second. We'll see in this third crucial game who is going to get to match point first.
Tovi has not been infallible in terms of his mental fortitude in best of fives, and the entire game was on his shoulders. You know, we mentioned the Varus being useful in terms of poke there in that last game. As we move into the second one, his death there and his overcommitments to some of those fights gave T1 the agency to get back some control, take that Baron, then push the end on his second death there. And you gotta really keep in mind this player has been to so many of these finals, but they have, for the most part, in these wins, been extremely one-sided. He's being really challenged here by T1.
Orianna gonna be third ban. Same bans here from Gen G as game number one. And they first picked Kalista. This time rather, it is banned. So they were saying, you know, what do we do? Do we ban away the Orianna and the Azir? Maybe you just take it away. I mean, Chovy obviously is so good at this pick. Could be a consideration here. Nautilus also available though, so a lot of value still left up.
I'd love to see the Azir myself, but the Taliyah for Faker I think will probably be the answer. And we have seen so much impact from Faker around objective control. So yes, you get this Prio pick that has been so carry heavy for Chovy and Faker specifically here. But the Taliyah is going to be waiting on the other side for T1. And that's something that can warp objective fights. That's been T1's MO throughout this entire playoff, throughout this series, yesterday's series as well. And yes, you took away the Azir, but the Taliyah could be an even bigger problem.
And it's a pick we haven't seen contested yet because it's been about Kalista and Varus. That Lucian Nami is coming, and unless Gen G is going to pull out a Draven Nami themselves, I imagine it'll just be Zeri Lulu. This, though, is a comfort pick for Pace, and his performance in this series hasn't been where I think Gen G needs it to be. And him on his most iconic champion, I imagine, is going to be a big vote of confidence, but he needs to actually be able to deliver.
I couldn't agree more. You know, a lot of people associate Pace with the Zeri because that's what he's gotten his titles for, but this has definitely been his most comfortable pick. His damage output on this champion's positioning is insane. Take away the Bane this time. Nice. They're not going to let T1 have bottom side control to Lucian and a strong top side control to R5 with here for T1. See what else they want to take away. The Twisted Fate is already gone. Could see picks like the Aatrox to come through here. Rek'Sai, another possible consideration.
What do they want to take away with this Bane already gone? Certainly Zaves started off a bit slow, but felt like came back a bit there in the second game, and they're going to take away his Cassante that he did play in that last game.
Jin Zhao again here. Going to be less impactful against a comp like this for the side of Gen G with how much damage he's absorbed into Poke and into the Aurelion Soul. Going to be a more consistent damage output here. Still a very strong pick for objective control, especially when you consider the Weaver's Wall and the Tidal Wave. T1 have so many ways they can just control those early dragons and late game team fights as well.
Jax, the most obvious option here. Really good into Xin Zhao, but not going to feel that great into the rest of the composition. Bubble can be tough to deal with, hard to get on top of the Lucian. And Taliyah also has the ability, and instead, Canyon again gonna just be on tank duty. That Rek'Sai Sedge though is a really strong combo. We've seen a lot of Sejuanis be picked and not really have anyone to play off of. And in this case, the team fights are gonna be incredible as Zeus again brings out the Zac top.
They just trust him so much. T1 have said this player can play anything. Will R5 him these unique picks to counter almost any tank in the top lane. And it has been either Zeus gets an almost extreme counter they trust him with, tough to play out like the Vayne, the Zac, or he ends up getting one of these insanely strong blind picks. It's very difficult for him to lose, and they pull resources. And I love this final pick here for T1. We can trust it again. The long range engage of the Taliyah plus the Zac here, the follow-up, the synergy between that, Weaver's Wall, Bubbles. There's so much CC for Pace to play around here. A Wild Growth alone will not be enough to get you out of dodge. If you end up getting caught by any of this CC, his positioning is going to have to be paramount. You look at the scaling, though, on the side of Gen G and what this comp does in the late game, especially in terms of front-to-back team fights, the value of the Tremor sense here. If they go through the mid-game with no problems, so they're able to just kind of scale up, this becomes a very strong late-game composition, and as mentioned, Pays is comfort.
Pays big-time comfort. Excuse me. Hello.
How did he get that through security?
I don't know. That looks kind of dangerous in the wrong hands. He's a YouTuber in Korea, guys. This is going to be pretty interesting. Aphelios Lulu coming out here for the side of Gen G. And they do have a lot of zone control and frontline themselves to try to get Pays to a late game scenario. Let's see if they can do it here as we hop onto the rift for game number 3.
T1 하나 둘 셋.
Game number 3. Already we've had 2 bangers, very much back and forth. Felt like either team could win even down to the end of the game. Little bit of a, even at the end of game number 2, T1 were 4 or 5 seconds. If Chovy was responding a little bit faster, maybe they don't end it there, maybe it continues. Either way, it's been a treat so far, and I hope that we get 3 more absolute bangers.
Highlight as well, Chovy again going for at least Grasp. He has been a big fan of the actual tank Azir. And T1's composition is one with, when you get to the later stage of the game, Talia obviously has a lot of consistent damage, but you're mostly looking at the upfront burst that is going to come out from this composition. Really, I think classic T1 style. Guma and carry on an aggressive bot lane that has a lot of control. Faker gets the impact the side lanes, and Owner is on a, I wouldn't say carry necessarily, but definitely a more aggressive pick that leans itself to his general tendencies.
Yeah, Pays taking barrier here for this 2v2 is almost as common as the Zarya Lulu in years past here, and we'll be able to take some aggressive trades here if you can get some Caliber and poke off. You mentioned the grasp for the Azir. It's obviously going to be taken here from Zeus as well as Keen, and we'll see how this one does shape up. If the tank Azir does get online to the late game with no problems, and Chovy is able to, look for engage, it's hard to punish. If Illusion is able to free farm into, or free hit into this tank Azir, it's not a good sign for the Lucian if he's in range. It can be quite difficult to play out. Level 2 win here for Guma and Keria. It's going to be massive. That's step 1 in this lane matchup.
Yep. And that generally will happen, especially into the Aphelios, who can do a bit of poke, obviously, with the long range. But besides that, should fall behind, doesn't have as much wave clear as the Zeri. But they'll be just fine to just try to farm that one out and not give too much control over to the side of T1's bottom lane. Both junglers just full clearing, getting help from their top laners to leash on the first buff that they had to go for. And just have to wait and see how this one is going to pan out.
I think towards the same side as well, we do see Canyon be spotted there on the ward, on his Raptors. Not really looking like there are any major opportunities here for early plays. Neither bot lane being particularly low. Some are still available. Wave is being stacked here for Gen G, but I think outside of maybe if Hayes wants the back, could look for an early call here. But that is quite greedy in a matchup that, particularly once you get to around level 6, can get quite volatile.
Yeah, we have to remember the Lucian Nami lane has been nerfed so many times. It's still relevant. You saw a lot of wacky early aggression in the early days where you could just get solo killed, or rather, duo killed there on the bottom lane without any jungler attention. We often saw this turn into a 3v3, not necessarily anymore. Big win.
All right, Owner gonna pick that one up. We saw both the mid laners trying to angle on over, and now Canyon kind of in an awkward spot as Owner definitely considering continuing in on this one. Gonna put down a ward. Canyon gonna get charged on here once again. Owner continuing with the chase. The bottom laners are just distracted at the moment. They're not able to come on over and help. He has to flash the blast code, still goes down. Owner picks up first blood 1v1.
In a crucial third game, winner of this gets match point in this best of 5. Canyon makes a misstep. Team isn't there, and now Owner might look towards the bottom half, and even if he doesn't get the actual gank off.
Trying to bait this one is Guma and Keria. Guma's getting pretty low as we do not have another activation. Lahens is going to dodge pretty much everything. And more slows coming down here on Owner, who is not able to make a kill happen.
I guess Pays was pretty confident that with the Gravitum there, he was going to be okay no matter what. Good spacing, put some damage onto Guma, and then backs away. Can continue to use the Gravitum here to put some damage on. Love the Infernum usage as well to kind of splash some damage through. Good crisis management here after the pick onto Canyon, but didn't bail him out in any way. Left him to die, and Canyon flashes for the Blast Cone, fails it. Now looking for more here on the top side, as Uno did spend a lot of time bottom side there to try to look for that play. It's not going to be successful.
Keen is also using the attention pay towards the bottom side of the map to proxy, but as you're saying, Wolf, it's kind of recovery. Trying to get yourself out of a rough situation. Canyon going to be able to play towards this as well. Keen.
That is not a very fun spot to back in. And he will have it denied. Will they continue on this? It's just Nami and Xinjiao, but now the rotation coming in from the Zac as well. Keen on the run, on the burrow, has to flash away. Here comes Faker with his wall, and Keen is in so much trouble here. Will he even bother to throw out his ult? No, he will not. Down he goes, and Faker will pick up a kill.
T1 on fire in this early part of the game, and Owner just so aware, and obviously with that back placement there from Keen, it was pretty easy for him to go over there and look for the punish, and Chovy will in return grab a plate here. But so much of this early game has been under T1's control. They've taken a pretty significant gold lead here, and they kind of got some freebies off of this. I mean, it's a greedy back from Keen, and nothing really committed. I mean, Faker commits his ultimate, but he wasn't going to be using that for anything in the near future. This dragon fight, maybe he could have gotten something out of it, but it's really just a no-cost play.
Really nicely done here, the early game from T1. Putting Gen.G on the back foot right from the get-go. We do have Pays and Lahens.
Yeah, this wave is pushing away from T1's bottom lane, so Pays and Lahens are desperately trying to put on as much pressure down here as possible and just try to get some wins. I don't think they're really going to be able to kill them, but they can certainly push them out, and they're feeling pretty good about this 2v2 scenario at the moment.
Hey, it's red-white. Clear that ward real quick, and Canyon's coming over.
Yeah. Chovy as well, making his way down. Bubble gonna miss. Canyon's still not level 6, but neither is Owner. So just a lot of threatening, a lot of mean stares, but not gonna commit to anything.
Might be a possible dragon angle here. Although we do see Faker now on the back, has his Merc Tread picked up. Owner is waiting. But I think Gen.G also a little bit apprehensive. We see actually peel off the Baron. They have to respect. Faker is quite fed. Same for Owner. Kill, at least going to make sure that he's ahead in terms of gold.
And Lahen's also fairly low on mana. Can't really offer any spells here in trade if they're going to actually commit to the Dragon. They have long since opted out, but was very low on mana before he hit level 5, and it's going to be the end of that. Pays is level 6. This isn't really going to be an all-in angle here. And there's the 6 from Guma. That timing window was very small, very tough to pull off without Lahen's having heal. Or zone level 6.
Maybe trying to make something happen top side. I mean, Zeus is pretty low as now Keen looking to take the 1v1, maybe even just try to pop the passive at this point. Gets so incredibly close, but it is not going to amount to much. Canyon still on the top side of the map, could look for this, but with passive available for Zeus could be difficult.
It's level 6, but the passive, as you mentioned, is the main problem.
Not going to be able to chew through that. Zeus giving Keen a taste of his own medicine, making him go, that's not fair. I don't know why he's allowed to sustain up that much. Again, the big win here for Gen.G is Kane being able to farm up. This is something that kind of was his trademark. When a play was made on the upper side of the map, he would get 1 camp, 2 camp, get ahead. But on a Sejuani, particularly going for Knight's Vow and more utility items, it's not really going to have the same impact as it might do on a carry.
They see Canyon here. I mean, there was a chance maybe Owner goes for the dive there, bottom side, but has since left and gone towards the blue buff there. But very strong timing potentially there on the bottom side. Even still, a plate goes over to Guma and Keria. So pushing that gold lead a little bit further as best as they can. And it's been a quiet early game outside of some really nice bar.
Yeah, definitely taking a little break from the insane action we had. So many back and forth team fights in the first couple of games that we did have. So Gen.G maybe the first to make a move, as we do see their bottom lane moving up towards the top side of the map, trying to secure 6. Void Bubs put some pressure onto the Zac, perhaps. This is going to leave Guma by himself down on the bottom side of the map, and if he does identify this, could actually pick up probably at least the 1 plate. There's a ping that comes down, but he's actually just in the river, maybe trying to move up towards these Void Grubs.
They see him on that ward, they pinged him, and Keen doesn't have teleport, so T1 identify that. If they can bring this Lucian up, this is a huge team fight opportunity for them if Gen G want to stick around. The timing, though, this does not quite work out, and FaZe is going to be able to push this top side with the Aphelios, maybe grab some plate gold himself here if T1 do not respond. Guma's still in the mid lane.
I was about to say, you can just let it go, but Canyon says no!
Revenge!
I'm getting 6! Want to actually be able to secure the full buff. And walks up here, and they don't have a lot of time for this!
Oh, and the combo's used on a FaZe, doesn't do any damage, and now the ult comes in, the Moonlight Vigil, and FaZe will pick up the kill, but Canyon should be traded back. He is so far behind enemy Lions, and Guma will be gifted a kill as well, so a trade of 80 carry kills.
Well, that could have gone way worse for Gen G. They actually end up getting Faker even with the flash invested. Did they stick around for a little more? And Owner shows up. They would have been in some serious trouble, but a kill onto Aphelios, absolutely huge. You have a Lulu, you have double front line, and of course Chovy's going to do a lot of damage, but FaZe being in a comfortable position, particularly with his performance thus far, really matters as it's a calling there.
Yeah, bit of a slow came down onto Guma, so FaZe was considering it. Doesn't really have the best guns. And fight up against Guma right now.
When you consider it's a 3-kill to 1 scoreline, but Gen G are only a little bit behind here, a lot of that is from the plate gold picked up top, the plate gold picked up mid here, and it's Demolish on Chovy with this Azir. He does have the 6 grubs, and it's very classic. We saw it a lot from Ruler, we saw it from Duckdom when he was in the LCK to just push that Aphelios lane swap top early with the white gun and just crescendo your way through the turret. They go for the dive, and it's answered by T1 as they were already pushing topside. There was a huge opportunity for Gen G to get even more if T1 didn't respond so well, and rotating Guma up here was massive. As the shove here on the FaZe means there's just no out for Faker, but Canyon has to go so deep to try to avoid this tidal wave is unsuccessful. He will also fall.
Really big there is that Canyon hits the ultimate, because if Faker gets to flash that play gets turned around and turns into an absolute disaster. So catching him off guard, really big. Also Pace getting Purple Gun at that point in time, I think big, actually being able to lock down the Talia, even with a flash invested. Not going to be enough, and second Dragon up in about a minute. That is going to be something that T1 are really going to be looking to take, and trying to contest mid lane Prio into this 2v2. It's not going to feel great.
Yeah, not at the moment. Both of the 80 carries just sitting on a Shiv for now, so trying to utilize that to push out the mid waves and get some Prio, very common first item here on pretty much every 80 carry. Canyon now joining on up, trying to help push this one out. Chovy is up a level on Faker as an ult's gonna hit Guma, doesn't even bother to cleanse, and now Canyon is just gonna run away. Now Bubble's coming in, Wild Growth Force as well, but the damage forces Canyon to flash. Faker just throws out a wall for fun, as he did not elect to actually join the fight.
The wall could have cut them off on the retreat there, so close call. Gen G do avoid it though, but you can see Canyon doesn't go for the follow-up there on his ultimate. He realizes, okay, this is actually too many T1 players in the vicinity. We know Faker has his ultimate available, and ends up being nobody dies. You know, nothing really crazy going down before this dragon fight here, but Faker's Weaver's Wall being missing for this fight could be quite massive for Gen G if they can get the group up on this dragon. Now you can see the Rek'Sai already here. Keen has positional advantage. Chovy has TP. Looks like he's going to back first. Grab that Leandri's. Yeah, and it looks like Gen G will be able to prevent the stacking of these 2 dragons.
Oh, Zeus might be looking for a TP in. Does come through.
Oh boy, immediately responded to by the side of Gen G. Bubble has to be flashed by Chovy, who's now looking to make the play. Knocks up 2 of them, and Owner is going to stay alive, and now the turn comes on in. They're trying to take out the Aphelios, and that they will, but now we do have a front line here for the side of Chovy, who is full health, and nobody on the side of T1 is really able to do any damage to him. Ult comes out from the side of Keen, and now the chase is on. They look to take out the Zac, as T1 did pick up this dragon, but Gen G are able to take the fight.
Chovy gets the Leandri's, comes back in perfect time to stop T1. I think if Faker has Weaver's Wall for this fight, things could look a lot different, but he's just not able to make a huge impact. He's not able to get into range, and Chovy flashes the bubble and turns that flash into an engage tool, and T1 are just completely split in half. The Demolish, with these 6 grubs here, also with this massive wave, is going to make quick work of this bottom turret. Its owner has to come down and respond. But look at this timing for the teleport in. He buys Leandri, so has a huge spike as he shows up as well.
Big thing here is that if Chovy doesn't get that, with how FaZe is able to get backline access immediately, there's so little, or with how Zeus gets backline access onto FaZe immediately, there's so little you can do. I think FaZe's Flash might be the most valuable summoner on the Rift, because every single time Zeus is going to go for that play, and with the Lucian with the Xin Zhao and with the Taia flick that we saw used there, there's just no way that you ever live, even with your front line and even with your wild growth. So Chovy actually buying the space there, really big, ends up leading to the win. But T1 still got the Dragon, so the Dragon second continues. And you know what? I'm going to say, Chemtech with Zach and Rek'Sai, I'll take it.
It's not half bad. We've definitely seen worse spots for it, and
they got Nami as well.
You know,
Xin Zhao,
True,
Lulu.
It's not a Hex deck, but
Red Gun.
We'll take it. I think it's fine. And Pace also able to hold on to his flash in that fight. So he kind of got bouncy house in the back line by the Zac and by a bunch of knockups, but he's going to have it for the next fight, at least. And Gen G now sitting on about 800 gold, but you could say it's kind of traded back by T1 getting the 2 Drakes. So, pretty even game at the moment, all things considered.
This is a scary call to make.
Let's see if T1 actually fights over this one. Owner trying to get on in and is not actually going to commit to it. Keen certainly thinking about it. The front line, no Crescent Guard coming on in, and Owner is in a lot of trouble. This gets assassinated by the Rek'Sai, doing insane amounts of damage, and now Faker. Uh-oh, here comes Chovy, gonna force that flash out of Faker and get that summoner out as now. Maybe a trade onto the Lulu could be nice, but not gonna happen for Faker this time.
Good flash by Faker. I want to talk about his itemization a little bit, but we might have a little bit more action here as the Rift Herald is going to charge. Going to be denied by this Weaver's Wall. Not quite, actually. Nice attempt, but it still goes through. But the Talia itemization here doesn't allow you any tank burn on the Rek'Sai, on the Sejuani, and this tank Azir that's going to come through as well, going straight for the the magic pen here right after the Seraphs means that Faker isn't necessarily going to be breaking any tanks anytime soon.
Yeah, Shelly finding a little headbutt over the wall there, still being able to take down the mid lane turret. Big win for Gen G, and crucially here, as we see, Owner feeling confident, which makes sense given how tanky Xin Zhao can be, but here the CC chain, impeccable, and your ultimate isn't going to do anything when Rek'Sai has already fulfilled the channel. Keen goes back into sustain, and then here, that flash on Faker is actually huge, because now every time his E is down in future fights, Chovy is going to have so much more offensive threat, because he has, again, been the main teamfight carry for Gen G.
Yeah, you can see the gold lead here for Gen G after these last 2 fights start to get up there. I mean, it's only 2,000, but it is a significant advantage they have with the better scaling comp with 6 grubs. I mean, Chovy's killed another turret here with that Demolish.
Yeah,
it's starting to stack up.
It definitely feels like Chovy's just kind of allowed to do whatever he wants. Again, I mean, he's here on the Azir. He's very ahead in terms of XP. He's got a nice farm lead going as well. And he's tank Azir, as you guys have mentioned many times, so it's just so hard to punish, right? So he's just kind of rampaging around the Rift. Yes, he had to flash in the last big fight, but still no threat to him at the moment, and T1 will have to find an answer for that. Chovy just a small dash into setting up a turret.
Bold positioning there from Kuma. He had Cleanse and Flash, but he was very far forward there. They don't commit the Sejuani ultimate, they don't commit the Emperor's Divide, but the Sundisk turret will guarantee Gen G Prio what looks like maybe their first Dragon Secure of the game, as T1 are nowhere near it. Guma, careful.
Yeah, again, they don't quite have the threat, and with this turret, they're just going to be able to utilize that to maybe pick up this first Drake, but T1 don't really seem to have a lot of interest.
What's important as well is that normally a lot of the power of the Aphelios, or sorry, of the Lucianami comes from mid-game Cryo, and being able to go into the mid lane, chunk out an opponent. But because Pace is already... Oh, boy.
Very questionable TP here from the side of Chovy. Can he survive, though? He does have an Emperor's Divide and a TP and Faker! He's tanking the turret! He goes down! Executed! Chovy flashes! Goes into the Zhonya's, but he eventually will go down! Finally, they take him out. Is now Keen on the run. Has a Lulu for some help and is Rek'Sai and will survive.
Ultimately very greedy from the side of Gen G, and I don't think they're going to get any chase kills here. T1 should be able to get out no problem. Now, he had the arm guard for the Dragon fight. T1 don't contest. He's like, well, I'm going to get some value out of this arm guard, I guarantee you. Goes for the teleport there, has Emperor's Divide and Flash, and thought perhaps he could turn that one around. He was a little bit mistaken. Gets the kill on the Faker because the turret aggro doesn't drop, but man, that could have been a lot worse for Gen G.
Yes, teamfights have been great, but Chovy, if you're getting a Drake towards the bottom of the map, maybe don't TP towards the turret, even with Tankers or even with Arm Guard, because I think he was actually looking to build toward a Frozen Heart, already picked up a Cloth Armor, but now, because he used his Arm Guard, he's going to have to turn that into Sonya's first. So he's going to delay some of his tankier items. He's still going to give him a ton of playmaking, obviously. But right there, 1-for-0 trade for T1. Yeah, you give up an individual Drake, but that's not going to be the end of the world. And they end up getting the turret and 2 TPs as well.
Yeah, this is just pretty basic here. Chovy gets the ultimate off. Faker does not drop turret aggro. Unfortunately, he will end up dying here. He should have been able to escape there and then have T1 secure these kills here without any problem. Keen buying a ton of time here, but ultimately not going to be able to keep, not going to be able to turn this fight around, rather, as Canyon comes over and T1 get out with no problems. Faker still going for this build here, and is without the Andres here again. I think this is going to be a problem later on, not necessarily right now. When we get to late game fights, how much damage it can do. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, look at the Rek'Sai build. I mean, I get it. You want that magic pen, but can he burn through the health?
Yeah, that is going to be a question, especially with the Lucian being the other portion of the damage, which can be pretty bursty, not always sustained. And now Lahen's just going to face check. Definitely another questionable move by one of the members of Gen Z. He's going to have to flash away. And now, here comes T1. Gets the flash out of Pays. He doesn't have a front line. He's left all alone. Lahen goes down. Pays falls as well. And T1 are looking for something. Keen and Chovy want to go 2v5. They're going to take out one. They get Guma here, as now Anaka going to come down on a Keen, and a chance here to take out Chovy, but no knockup just yet as he is on the run, goes into his Sonya's. Keen, desperate to try to peel for him. Can they take him out? Yes, they can. They take him down, and T1 take a big fight.
And it's the same thing that happened with Lahens when he got caught against Homa. He went in, the team isn't ready, he just walks up and around the Baron. Gen G try to get something out of it, and they end up paying massively.
And it feels like we might be witnessing the beginning of a potential choke here from Gen G in this series. Just some small, unnecessary choices being made, and the punish will be there. For a team like T1, they will not let you get away with it. And a bit of an anti-synergy there as well with Chovy's ultimate and Keen's knock-up there. Doesn't get the full range of the push of the Emperor's Canyon.
Yeah, okay, he's made his presence very well known, but he's not going to go 1v5 into that pit. It will be a T1 Baron. He's funny Mega Cone moments.
Yeah, testing the Mega Cone limits as hence the rest of the squad on the top here. I think he thinks that maybe he can set up for Canyon for an engage over the wall with the Wild Growth, but he has to use it on himself here. Redemption is down. Lahen's obviously going to fall first, but Hayes is caught by the shove, and then Chovy and Canyon here thinking they can actually win this with Keen. Canyon's down, and then the shove here and the knockup for Keen means that Zayas isn't pushed into the turret range. Doesn't necessarily matter because he's got his passive. I don't think he cares. And this is just a huge overextension, and Gen G is opting in.
Really big there. That's good. Still has his ultimate until the very end. Still has an additional form of CC that he gets to utilize there. And now the Rebel Baron power play for T1. Going to be potentially backbreaking here, allowing them to go up to match point in a series where they were the underdog. It's got to be hard for Gen G, who still has a lot of front to back, still have a lot of team fighting power, but mistakes like that, T1 are more than happy to take advantage of.
Don't play T1's game. Don't let them fight those skirmishes. That's exactly where T1 lives, is in the punish play. In the punish game, turns on big plays on the side lanes. That is what Faker is famous for. The last two and a half years of his career has just been turning and punishing these plays in sides. And Chovy trying to go for that teleport play gives T1 a lot of momentum. Land's trying to look for something. He dies, his team dies with him. Zhonya's is finished here now for Chovy. He still has flash and ult for this fight, but they're not going to have prio, not even a little bit.
Pays is also going for what I imagine will be an Infinity Edge third, which means that he doesn't actually get to kill Zayas until he has his LDR, right? Like, they're not going to cheat through this. Chovy rather has also gone for tank build. So this Zac is going to be indestructible.
Let's see what this turn looks like. They spot him, and that should give it away. They're going to back away from this. And the Drake was taken at the same time. T1 utilizing their Baron very, very well, getting some leads, picking up the Dragon as they're now on soul point of this Chemtech, which, as you mentioned before, it's going to be great for the Zac, the Xin Zhao, the Nami, right? There is going to be some value in the soul. And T1 are looking for a bit more. They're going to take a chunk out of this bottom lane as well.
They're just playing the map so well. They denied Chovy's angle there, forward engage, and then they just push bottom as 4. And there's not really anything Gen G can do about it.
And they have so much deep vision here. And the Baron plays from T1. You know, every time they get these, they are able to do so much with them. And the oppressive map control here with engaged tools like the Rek'Sai and the Sejuani here, it's so difficult to pull off when you don't have control. You have to link these CCs together, or you have to just stand for Pace to do that damage. When he has the IE, obviously he will be doing a ton of it, but won't be able to break necessarily through the tank line. And Zeus is just pressing tab and smiling at this point.
Yeah, it's a good feeling for him.
Elixir of Iron as well. As if he wasn't tanky enough with the Mountain Drake, with the Ocean Drake, with the Gamtech Tenacity, and healing as well. And it's not impossible for Gen G to find, but I feel like Chovy's playmaking potential also is mitigated by the CC that Zeus provides, and the fact that Faker is playing on this Talia.
Yeah, and the fact that T1 are just not really giving the same angles that we saw Chovy able to find against some of the other teams. So has been a much better match for them here so far in this finals, and now taking a pretty significant lead. We do have Paze, yes, he has his IE, but no LGR in sight. He's gonna need to build that full from the ground up, and he's gonna need a good 5 minutes to do that. So T1 definitely have a lot of time. They are gonna find this angle though on a Faker, and amazing ult comes in, but now accessing the backline, Paze is gonna go down, and the front line pulls through for the side of T1. They have the damage. Chovy can be as tanky as he's like, but he's not gonna be able to chew through all of the members of T1. They get the pick onto the bottom lane of Gen G.
The cross is so good onto Paze there as he tries to flash and kite back. Chovy
is Azir, and he is trying to continue on this one. I mean, Taze is just so tanky, and now the follow-up is coming in. We do have the Zhonya's, but Chovy instant timing on the shove coming through from Faker, and that is the end of Chovy as well.
Even though that started with Gen G engaging on Faker, he didn't even need to flash. Still has his flash available. And T1 just baiting Gen G in, able to take the hit and the counter engage from Zeus. Absolutely pivotal.
They're just so confident, Chronicler, of every decision they make, and every single time it looks like there's an opportunity for Gen G. It's T1 turning things around, and Paze, at this point in time, there's so many threats to kill, and we talked about how this Aphelios, if they can get through the mid-game, it becomes so easy for him to play that with the front line that he has. But look at this, Kuma's angle here with the ultimate. As Owner gets on top of him, there's a tidal wave down as well. It's just doomed. And Chovy can't do enough damage on his own to carry these fights. He does, long-term, a lot of Leandri's damage, but with these tanky members of T1, it's just so tough.
Well, that's one of the big things, is that one of the obvious downsides of going for this tankier Azir build is that you're not going to be able to have as much consistent damage output, but normally doesn't really get punished because of Leandri's, because of the base damage. But right now, because of the fact that Zac just sustains up so insanely much, at the healing to that, at the Chemtech to that, it makes it so hard to play it out as the Baron is up and Gen G, they feel backed into the wall. I mean, they should.
The Merc treads as well on top of, you know, the MR here for Zeus. I mean, there's so many reasons why Chovy is not going to be able to get it done on his own. It puts all the weight onto Paze. He has to be the one who does the damage. He cannot be caught in subsequent fights.
But he also can't get away from the Zac, who's just accessing the backline for free over and over and over again. Gen G can't go super deep because then they don't protect Paze, and then they just don't have damage.
That's the point, especially if Paze doesn't have flash. Like, what is he going to do if Zeus finds a knee?
And now from so far behind Gen G, they're just going to start with the Baron. They say, well, T1 can do it, why can't we? Unfortunately, they are quite far behind, and T1 are right here. So it's just going to be an attempted turn here from the side of T1. Faker's all the way in the backline, but he does not die. Chovy goes golden, and Paze is actually surviving. He's doing the damage, but the Baron goes to T1, and T1 will eventually win the fight. The wallets are getting real heavy at this point in the day, as now Paze tries to turn it around, but he's alone. As Owner going in, they will be able to take him out. Kuma does get the execute, and that should be enough. The TP is coming in, and T1 take a massive fight.
Huge win for them. Paze gets the kill, gets a shutdown on the Xin Zhao, but that is all he's going to get in this one. Once again, doing a lot of damage to Faker, but it's not enough to get the kill. They're losing the fight on the right side as Canyon is alone. The Baron goes over, and with the 10,000 gold lead here now for T1, over 10,000. This one looks all but over.
Gen G are going to be tested here, as we see, even with FaZe being able to take the brunt of this engage. Great cancel from Canyon there to ensure that Zach doesn't get it to his backline. But Chovy can't do any damage because he's taken out immediately, and Gen G's a little split. Canyon's trying to get the Baron, doesn't even get it. If he gets that, maybe you can call Worth, but instead ends up going over. And here, FaZe, with all his chakrams, tries to make the play, ends up taking down Owner, but Guma still has his cooldowns. Ends, as a result of the TP, is going to get taken, which means more turrets going over as Canyon.
Yeah, he's gonna go in there. Okay, there's a blast cone. We are going to have Chemtech Soul over to the side of T1, and I mean, Zeus is already unkillable. He's already diving turrets. He's already diving into 5 people.
Look at him!
He is standing on a soldier and emoting in their face.
It's a big Zach. He's very large, very difficult to take down. And LDR is done here for FaZe now. That 800 gold he picked up on the shutdown at least is going to give him some element of shred here. But in 5.5 minutes, I think this game is going to be done. I don't know if they get to contest. I don't know if they get to fight the Elder.
Okay, well, Faker is going to be isolated here, and he should be going down. He doesn't have flash, and the damage should be able to come through at least to take out Faker. Definitely a bit of a whoopsie, but a very nice catch by Keen to take him off the wall.
That's another 750 gold to FaZe, and in theory, that's what you want as Gen G. You're able to end the Red Bull Baron power play. You're not losing any inhibitors. But again, realistically, how is FaZe actually going to deal damage in team fights? Gen G haven't been able to figure that one out thus far, and if they don't, they're not going to be able to win this game. It's going to have to be protect the President from this far of a deficit. Maybe an Elder Steel can be the savior of Gen G, but otherwise, as you're saying, Wolf, it looks like T1 on the precipice of going up to match point.
Keen lurking here. This is actually just super smart from him, knowing the Weaver's Wall angle there, what they wanted to do to try to cut off the defense of that bottom turret. He drops Faker off. Very common to see Talia's look for this play. Keen just susses it out and shuts him down. That was a really smart play. Not a mistake from Faker there, but a proactive play from Keen. In the end, risky play from Faker, you could say, but pretty standard. And
it looked like there was vision of Keen, though. I think in that case, you don't go, but might have just been a bit of a whoopsie, but it's fine. He does get taken down. It is his Zonya's gone as well, but there's no objective at this point in time. And yes, it is some extra damage and money over to FaZe, but at the end of the day, even if you form a circle around him, are you really going to be able to keep him safe?
I think it has to be a Baron that Gen G gets to get control to fight for Elder, because if they don't have control for Elder, it's just never going to be theirs. It's never going to happen. If you have to deal with the Zac when you don't have vision on his angles, the Weaver's Wall angles for Faker, it's so hard to play out. And normally the Rek'Sai, the Sejuani, they're so tanky when you're in an even game still, or especially if you're ahead, that FaZe will have so much agency in these fights. He's so well protected, even to do a comp like what T1 is running. But T1 have map control and the advantages they have, and Chemtech Soul, and a Mountain Drake on top of it. It seems impossible. It seems so unlikely, as at least Chovy does have this Abyssal Mac. It'll help out a little bit here. Didn't go straight into building the Frozen Heart. I think this is a wise choice considering the game state, the amount of MR that's on the side of T1 here. But it will take a miracle, I think, to bring this one back.
It definitely will. I do like how T1 are playing it respectfully still. You know, like gripping up his 5, taking out the Azir turret. They're really trying to check all the boxes here because they should feel that with Chemtech Soul, with a very large lead, that they should win this one. I think 95% of the time. So they're just trying to not make any mistakes, take it slow, wait for the Baron. That's kind of their, you know, it's kind of their thing at this point. And just hope that FaZe does not 1v5. And with the amount of damage they have and the amount of money they have, it should be enough, as now they're just going to engage. They find the damage on the front line. Look at Keen. He was supposed to be tanky as he goes back in and will be denied any hope there. Down goes Keen. And T1 now have their eyes set on the top side of this map. Might even just go for a push here down the mid lane.
There's no front line. Might imagine that he thought that maybe that was a tunnel that went the other way. Not the case.
Guma trying to make a case that he is the AD carry to look out for as Zeus goes in. The Moonlight Vigil goes totally wide. Doesn't hit anything as Zeus will take a bunch of damage, but that is mid inhibitor down for the side of T1 as they take Gen G's inhibitor.
This is a series where T1 now, with a 10,000 gold lead, are so close on the cusp of pushing match point. You look at the last times these teams have fought against each other time after time after time, the back-to-back-to-back titles that Gen G have had. In general, it's been start to finish control. They're better read on the meta. better team fighting. But in this series that's quickly been taken into T1's hands, this is the closest it feels like T1 has been to beating this squad in so long. Last time to beat them at a best of 5 was in 2021. A long time since then. Gen G trying to muster up one last defense here, stopping the Baron and looking for the Elder flip. You can see the items here for Xin Zhao also. Massive advantages here to Owner. He's got so much MR. Faker doing way more damage than Chovy can realistically do, especially effective damage in these fights.
Ooh. And, you know, just like T1 was difficult to take down in game number 1, Gen G are certainly trying their best to make a stance here, to make a stand, and not just go ahead and lose this one immediately. But Chovy is going to get caught, and so much for that, as immediately this fight should go the way of T1. They take out Chovy, who desperately tries to make a play. It is not going to happen, and now T1 should be able to take the Baron.
With that might be match point actually coming through. Chovy finishes his first. He doesn't need an FTP, won't be able to join. The timer of the Elder is desynced, so there isn't even an opportunity for Gen G to go for something else. And with that pick, the already insurmountable lead for T1 just ends up growing further and further. And even going back to game number 1, that game, even with Owner and Aatrox, or Owner and Zace really struggling, ended up being such an ordeal for Gen G to win, as Faker there finds the flick. Chovy feels safe being a tank. Out of desperation, has to try to do something. Easiest dodge of Grandma's life.
The Faker family, Grandma's happy. And so are Mom and Dad.
She's been here for so many of these pivotal moments for Faker and T1 across so many rosters. And she's happy to maybe see another trophy lifted here. It's going to be match point if they can close this one out.
Trying to look for a pick once again. Keen is not the guy they're looking for, although at this point T1 are so far ahead that pretty much anyone is fine.
Now, don't flip, just fight.
Yeah, don't flip, just fight, because Pays, with these items, I mean, he can win if they get in the Elder buff.
They're trying to take out Keen here, and now Gen G gonna try to make and force a flip. Can they force T1 to flip is really the question. T1 not necessarily in position. Here comes the Zac though, looking for that backline, flashes away, and now Chovy provides the front line. T1 are kind of broken up here. It's not a perfect fight. Are the wallets heavy enough is the question.
Elder!
It's definitely not, and it goes the way of Owner. It goes the way of T1, and that should be enough to execute Gen G out of this game number 3.
Yeah, that should do it. Very close there on the 50-50 on the smite, but Pays was pushed back, and T1 will not have the rug pulled out from under them at the end of this one. Relatively tenacious game here for Gen G, but since the mid-game, T1 had control, and they will go to match point. I said earlier it was 2021 the last time they won it. It was 2022 in the finals, when they were last defeated. Gen G here, of course, talking domestically in LCK finals, no MSI, but it's been a very long time since T1 has gotten the better of this squad. Ruler left, Pays took up the mantle, and they had 2 one-sided wins against Gen G with Pays all throughout last year. But it's a new era potentially here for T1. They want to stop the first 4-peat here in the LCK, and they are looking so good here when it matters most in this grand finals.
And it's that R5 Zac that shouldn't come as a surprise. They bend it out in the last game, but it doesn't allow Chovy to carry the way that he has done before. It doesn't allow Pays to play the game, and we see some of the cracks showing on Gen G. I think Keen not having the greatest game, Lahens getting caught a couple of times. That to me felt like from that point on, T1 was just never going to relinquish control.
And this is Pays' comfort. He was pushed onto the Aphelios. They left up the Lucian. And he didn't play the Zeri, wanted to play the Aphelios, and there were just so many ways to get on top of him. And his individual performances, you know, have been not up to our standards that we have for this player. Rookie of the Year, back-to-back splits here in the LCK, a Royal Roader, but the experience of Guma and just T1 overall has been, to me, the biggest factor in why they're winning. They beat Hanwha, which was, by most people, an upset. They look like they're ready to upset a second time here and take another LCK title and stop the 4-peat because the shot calling is better, the objective control is better, and Gen G need a new game plan here if they're going to win the next 2 in a row.
And T1 are just making less mistakes. They are playing the cleaner finals so far, and they're just 1 game away from stopping the 4-peat and picking up V11 for themselves. We'll see if they can get it. We're going to take a break and have the analyst desk to break down that game number 3. We will be right back.
보였어, 나 위치 보였어. 앞에 갈게, 우리 앞에. 나도 앞에 가는 중. 앞에 좀 박아놓고. 앞에서 천천히. 나 앞에 가는 중, 앞에 천천히 해야 돼, 별로 안 좋아. 오케이. 앞에 볼 수 있나? 아니. 앞에. 오지 마. 앞에. 오케이, 아래 이겼어, 아래서. 위에 봐줘. 위에. 야, 싸우잖아. 나이스! 아지르. 미드. 나이스! 한 판 남았다. 한 판 남았어? 오케이. 석화 준비야. 4세트인 줄 알았냐, 왜 나? 뭐야. 이대로 하고, 이대로 합시다, 일단. 우승인 줄 알았네. 나이스. 집중 잘했어, 해야겠다. 그럴만 하면 안 되는데? 미안하다. 야, 취소. 편집. 나이스, 잘했어요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 LCK Spring Grand Finals. And we have a series on our hands, gentlemen. Not only are we guaranteed at least 4 games, we are guaranteed the 100th bout between Chovy and Faker. It is absolutely massive here. Let's dive into the draft and get a little bit of a look at what happened here, because not only all of those other things I said, but also this is a red side victory. This is massive.
Yeah, and I think what stands out most for me is the Zac. We saw Zeus play this yesterday into Rek'Sai, into Dora, and have such a good game on it. And in the team fights, it was just unkillable. And I kind of felt like they were toying with the idea of going for the Rek'Sai. They banned the Vayne. I don't know why they didn't ban the Zac. You know, they banned the Santi instead. But then, if you know the Zac is open, why are you picking Rek'Sai into it? We've seen that matchup go badly yesterday. And then when it got to the team fights, you know, I think another issue is they went this tank Azir, but you needed DPS to cut through the Zac. So Chovy wasn't doing as much damage, and FaZe could not stand up to both a Xin Zhao and a Zac just diving on him every single team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the same thing. Like, banning Cassante doesn't really matter. Like, doesn't matter if you're gonna go just Sejuani Rek'Sai, just play into it. Which is like, he just played really, really well. It was like 30 CS gap like last game. And it's just like, also the problem was like between the Lians and FaZe as well. Like, every single time Lians was trying to entrap the Zac jump, it doesn't matter. At the same time, FaZe just flash away. Like, they just don't trust each other. And also, I really like the pick on the 1-2-3 with on top side on the T1 with the Lucian Nami and also the Talia into Azir. And, you can actually set up with the Xin Zhao with the mid jungle synergy, and it's like it works so well. And it's incredibly like just working well against Rek'Sai and the Sejuani.
Yeah, not only that, but First Blood happened extraordinarily early. Canyon falling down in the 1v1, Owner having an absolutely pop-off series thus far. But let's dive into our first highlight here and really see where things started to go really badly here for Gen G.
And this is such a poor setup because you can see that Canyon and Keen are like above by the red buff spawn, and the Hens and FaZe are completely exposed here. And look how quick they are to pound. Zeus uses the blast cone to close the gap. They're all diving forwards. The Hens gets clipped by the Nami, and FaZe goes down immediately after.
I mean, it's such a huge, a big mistake from the Gen G, which is like, they are region controlling on the Baron. Like, they're not bad spot at all. Like, they can absolutely play data ball prior, data silent pressures on it. Like, they did have a numbers on advantage, but it's just Lulu just straight up face checking enemy AD carry brushes that it's completely dark. And it's like being answered actually these happen. And also the poor decision making like extra like from the Gen G's, like losing war member that actually caused the Baron, that caused the turret, that caused the game.
Yeah, and you saw just there the interruption, the unfortunate interaction between the Emperor's Divide and the Unburrow from the Rek'Sai. It would have meant absolutely nothing if that Zac went underneath the turret. He just took 11 turret shots or something like that and healed. So it doesn't even matter that that didn't work, that anti-synergy was there, because he is just absolutely unstoppable. You mentioned about it in the draft. I think that Cassante ban will haunt Gen G for quite a while. And what's going to continue haunting them as well is these team fights that they're just losing back to back. Look at this engage. This ultimate onto Faker, it's exactly what Gen G want until it's exactly what they cannot stand.
And I love the approach that T1 has to these team fights. You know, Guma comes in on the flank and just hunts down the back line on this Lucian. This is how a Lucian should be played. The front to back, you know, there's a super bulky front line for Gen G, but we never see the team fights functioning like that because of the dive threat and because of the angles of approach that T1 are constantly finding in these fights. It's just beautiful execution.
I mean, even though you're trying to make the play, it doesn't matter because like the Xin Zhao's ready for it, Zac just jump into it, the Lucian Nami's ready to punish the backline. And meanwhile, just Faker just press one button, just press the Zonya, and it's like he's gonna be all fine. It's just that there's so many disengaged tools that T1 know, like when they get engaged, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I swear, Faker himself has had such an incredible series thus far, making plays and setting up the rest of his teammates to look absolutely incredible. I think that T1 definitely playing more and more like a team as this series goes on. And even in Game 1, they were team fighting incredibly well. This is the team that won Worlds last year.
Yeah, and honestly, Owner has had such, not only today, but yesterday, Owner really was a step above Peanut. And I feel like when your jungle opponents are Peanut Canyon back-to-back,
Yeah.
That's a big challenge, but he beat Peter convincingly, and today, he's had Canyon's number. You know, solo killing him in that game, huge impact in fights, but also, consistently, he's had the smite advantage, even down to the Eld at the end of that game that secured them the win.
I believe you guys are pretty sweating right now. Like, any Genji Predictor in this chat?
Yeah, me and John is strong. Like, well, it's doomed, man. Like, as soon as T1 won one of them, we knew our Preds are out the window. But that doesn't matter, because the main thing is, we got more than 3 games, man. You know, because something you can be right or you can be happy, and I'm happy to be happy.
Yeah, I think ultimately Genji, you know, they're on blue side again. It didn't help them out last time, but I think they have to find a way where team fights can function and FaZe can position, whether it's due to protection for the team or how they set them up. But FaZe, it feels like he's just constantly getting picked off at the start of fights, and Chovy cannot do enough in these situations.
And they have to deal with the draft situations as well. Like every single time when they go 4-5, it's actually not really favorable for Genji. So I think they're going to do a better job next time.
Well, we'll just have to see how it goes. It is time to throw it back to the casters, though, and get into game number 4. Match point for T1.
Thank you, Deskers, for that wonderful breakdown of game number 3, as we are going to see if Genji can come back, if they can make a stand against T1, or if T1 are just going to run away with this one in a quick 3-1 victory. It's getting pretty interesting. T1 definitely playing the cleaner League of Legends right now, but Genji, they have a little break, and we'll have to wait and see if they come back revitalized.
And you mentioned it right before we went to break. It has been the cleaner League of Legends. 100 the cleaner games for T1. So far this series, less of the stakes. Ruler and Lehens started this streak. And the first win that Genji had before FaZe and Delight get the back-to-back to give them the 3-peat. Well, Lehens has to be the one to bookend the 4-peat as well. He's rejoined this roster. He's had some shaky moments. He's not playing his best. A lot of fingers were pointed at him when KT Rolster choked that series against T1 last summer. The lower bracket finals, KT didn't get that finals. We were doomed again to another T1 Genji. I think Lehens is going to have to step it up. I think trying to put a lot of the weight on his shoulders and make aggressive plays, but disrespecting T1's punish. Chovy, same story. Making that play on the teleport there on the top lane took all the momentum away from Genji. I think they need to calm down, slow down, play their game, and maybe they could bring us to 5.
And I am hoping that Genji lean into some of the champion boosts in a way that we haven't seen yet. We know Canyon on carries is incredible. We know that this player is capable of so much more. I think his tank play has looked pretty muted. Hasn't really had any of the pop-up performances. A couple of good ultis as Sejuani, but at no point did it feel like he was able to take over the game. And the picks don't allow him. We need to see something different from Genji if we do want to go to a Silver Scrapes. And let me tell you, after so many series it ends in 3-0s, in 3-1s, how cool would it be if this one goes the distance?
I think we deserve it at this point. You know, as fans of the game, I think we need 5, but you know, it'll come down to the way the players play and how the teams do battle it out. Maybe T1 just end it here, as the bans are the same, but this time we do have a Lucian first pick.
Lucian going over to FaZe here to potentially bring this one back to 5. So go back to blue side here a second time, but this time play what you lost to, at least in terms of the bottom lane here for Genji. Pick up that Taliyah, warp objectives to your favor. You'd love to see it if you're a Genji fan. We've seen so many good games of FaZe on the Lucian, more consistent picks this season. A lot of discussion though about what that lock-in's going to be, if it's going to be the Taliyah or something else.
At the same time, FaZe and Lehens, neither of them have looked that great. I think last game more so Lehens, but in one of the earlier games, more so towards the end of Lehens with a couple of the plays that he made, as you pointed out, Wolf. Think back to summer where a couple of his level 1s just got killed in lane, and that type of snowball you can't afford against a team like T1. Aso coming back again last time. There was too much backline dive. This time though, it's going to be T1 that is piloting the kite back home. And imagine the BM if they swap the drafts and take their first LCK victory in 2 years with this composition.
Could happen. Of course, the Aurelion Soul is one difference so far, but the bottom lanes could be a big talking point for sure. No sign of Zeri either, just banned in game 2, and that was it. getting more Aphelios today.
Certainly, obviously the crit item changes on this patch make Aphelios a lot more viable, a lot more of a power pick than it was on the previous patches. Rumble and Jace taken away here. Maokai is still up. It's a very powerful pick right now that could link with a lot of what these two teams can put together. As once again, the Vayne will be banned. Perhaps this time around, T1 will actually take the Rek'Sai themselves, but gonna be once again the Xin Zhao. And Owner has just had such a great series. He's so confident on this pick, and he just gets to play it consistently each and every time. And we just see something here for Gen G that can link up the prio bottom lane they're looking for and the scaling.
Please not Rek'Sai.
And no, if it's Rek'Sai Sejuani again, I think that's where, as a Gen G fan, you really lose a lot of your trust. We have not seen that work out. Canyon on something more aggressive. I already mentioned the Jax. It is a pick that is hard to reliably execute.
Oh my, that's what we want!
Kha'Zix,
the good old Peanut special coming through. First pick this season in the LCK has not been played for a very, very long time. I would not be shocked if when it comes up to how long it's been, it'll be Peanut was the last to play it, but Canyon's played it a lot in his career as well. This is a bold choice. A lot of burst damage for backline access, and it's going to be Zeus who gets the counter pick to the Cassante here, and the Gwen front to back here for T1 is amazing until the Aurelion Soul becomes too big to fail. But we already saw that too big to fail doesn't necessarily mean a guaranteed W. If you get caught, you make some mistakes.
Not only that, but Aso into double immune takes away a lot of his power. I also think with the Lulu, it isn't as good of an Aso angle as it was. So Chovy needs the rest of his team to step up. And this is a bit of a monkey's ball situation because I wanted Canyon on the carry. I don't know if Kha'Zix really is the way to go. That said though, last time I remember Canyon pulling something out like this. It was the Kane back in Worlds 2022. He lost that game. But man, did he have an individual carry performance, and he's got to step up if we want to go to Silver Scrapes.
I wouldn't mind to see at least in this position either, but he goes for the Kha'Zix, and they want to put the pressure onto Guma in this draft, put the pressure onto Faker. There's a lot of burst damage, and obviously later on, the immunes will be somewhat of a problem for Chovy, but he's got a lot of consistent damage output later on. I think making sure that it's not just Chovy, and Pays is relevant. He has the mid game that this Lucian needs to succeed, the mid game that Guma had.
And the late game nowadays
as
well.
Late game quite strong too, but we need two threats here, not just one. And the Kha'Zix might shore some of that up, but the fact that he's so squishy could be a liability.
Well, here we go, guys. It's an interesting draft for game number 4. Let's hop onto the Rift.
T1 하나 둘 셋.
Game number 4 of this series that has already delivered, and this could be the last game. We'll have to wait and see how this one is going to pan out. Is Gen G going to start off with some level 1 shenanigans, just a 3-man invade, trying to gain some presence on the bottom side of the map.
Really interested to see what Canyon is going to try and get done with this Kha'Zix. Obviously, one of the big benefits of this champion is that his isolated 1v1's insanely strong. Does get to have a big impact in team fights. Also see what the evolve path ends up being. We haven't seen this champion in a really long time. I know Peanut pulled it out many a time, and it really felt like he would always kind of lose, but then they'd win the game. With his mid to late game impact, First Strike definitely also going for that consistent burst later in the game. Not looking to flip it too early with something like a Dark Harvest.
Yeah,
you really need to pop off early.
You find a single target, you find a Lulu trying to clear vision, for example, you blow her up, you can take a ton of gold as well out of that with the First Strike, as mentioned. Futures market has always been a staple of this Kha'Zix pick to try to accelerate as quickly as possible. And then when you get Umbroglaive in the past, when that was the viable option, you just clear a ton of vision and make it really difficult for a squishy support like Lulu to actually clear vision. But it is, of course, a lot of the time requires you to have map control. Otherwise, it just doesn't necessarily work out. You get splatted like a bug, as Kha'Zix is. And it is a very risky pick. And this is not necessarily the draft I was hoping for here. But it's the one we've got.
Yeah.
Futures market, as you can see here, the zombie ward as well.
Level 2 hit here. A tempo ignite as well. Just put some damage into Guma, who did go the barrier this time as well. Very common into Lucian. And they're going to see Canyon and what kind of path he's on. They can hit tabs. He's on 8. He's going to go for a full clear. And yeah, I think a large part of this game could come down to just how much impact he's going to have on what is a very nice little pocket pick for the finals. I'm not so sure, though. I kind of agree with you, Wolf, though. You know, maybe you just pick up the Lee Sin and you just go with extreme comfort and you're feeling pretty good if you wanted to go for something that has kill pressure.
Yeah, I'm not saying I like it. I'm happy to see it just because it's a carry. It's something we haven't seen in a while. But Canyon is really going to have to convince us because I think he's been pretty muted as the last one to play it. Actually was Owner versus KT Cuz. Of course, the regular split was where KT reigned supreme.
Yeah.
Weren't able to actually pull it through to the end. But as mentioned, want to just full clear as much as possible. Get to 6, that's when you get a lot of your dueling power. You get a lot more space with the stealth in team fights as well.
And the ability to rush an objective very quickly as well in isolation can be quite strong. And, you know, we'll see how much agency he ends up getting in this game and how many times he can actually catch those solo targets, as he is pinged instantly here and won't be able to do a whole lot. Yeah, this is playoffs win streak for Owner.
This is a win streak for Xin Zhao. 5 games for Xin Zhao, and all of them were played by Owner, so I suppose both of us correct at the end of the day. He has been the only one to pick this one up for playoffs. Now, Owner could still go for this, and he is going to charge on in. Get the knock up here on Lehens, but really this is just about sending them away. And now the damage is coming in on Lehens. He's going to have to heal as they deny more and more farm from the bottom lane of FaZe and Lehens.
This is the big thing. Xin Zhao has so much dive threat. Kha'Zix until level 6 basically is a bug. Not going to aid you too much in the dives.
I mean, he's coming over now. We'll see what he can get done.
Oh boy, Rue comes down on a FaZe, and now Canyon is here. And
what's he going to do?
Escort them to the turret, I guess? And that's about it, and they're still so low.
They're so low. Obviously, the Ignite is coming back here. Heal down for Lehens. Pretty disastrous. Chovy once again winning out on this lane. And maybe once again he'll be able to, if we get some mid-game skirmishes that go his way, try to 1v9. But the top side play allows for that bottom gank to come through from Owner. And yeah, he doesn't get the kills, but he denies so much farm from the Lucian. It's a Lucian now 12 CS down against Nephelios. The top side gank is no value whatsoever into Zeus, and he just shows up to bail them out, but there's nothing else.
Owner, probably the most often criticized member of this roster, has also had a lot of periods in which he was very visibly not in sync with the rest of his team, not able to actually make it work. Man, this playoffs, and obviously Lost Worlds as well, really been a big moment for the guys. Faker just casually uses the best ability in the game. Walk.
Yeah, just walk in a straight line away from the skill shot.
If he gets hit by that, though, he is very likely dead.
Hey, his flash. He'll be fine.
Well, if he gets hit by it without flashing. I respect Chovy tossing that out there, try to get some additional advantages, shoves the wave in, but
oh boy,
comes up empty.
Yeah, and Lehens is mid. So he helps Chovy, who is already winning the lane, push the lane, I guess. And FaZe just alone down here by himself, not able to farm. The lane, at least, is pushing into him, so I suppose that is a very small consolation prize. But he has already missed a lot of the CS. He might even miss this cannon here as well. That one melee minion getting to work on it. Yeah, he's not going to hit it. Oh, maybe keep it alive, actually.
I mean, that's the only good news is maybe you get the cannon.
Yeah, it's a very small piece of good news.
Yeah.
And he is going to pick it up.
Yeah, nicely done.
Wave comes in, should be able to catch up a little bit, but again, at the end of the day, Guma and Keria are owning this bottom lane at the moment.
This is not why you pick the Lucian to fall behind, but it's not FaZe's fault. Lehens left him out to dry, and it was Canyon's topside gank that got nothing, that allowed for Owner to make this happen in the first place.
It's just good pathing from Owner as well, right? Very aware of how strong he is in the early game. Canyon is now level 6. Not sure what he went on the Evolve. Looks like he did go for the claws, which does give him, as you mentioned, Wolf, a lot more both 1v1 potential as well as objective threat if he can get to a Dragon or a Herald alone. That said, Dragon gonna have to wait on that for a little bit. As only good Dragons left on the table. You love to see it.
It's going to be pretty big, especially for T1, who are already getting ahead of the curve with their bottom lane so far ahead. I think Canyon, trying to get whatever he can at this point because he's not going to have any luck down here, that's for sure. T1 in absolute control of this lane, and Owner is still shadowing it just on the off chance Canyon does come down here. He's not really going to be able to do much except neutralize Owner's presence.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's not going to get value out of that evolved Q in the 3v3, and it's going to be Guma with red-white putting some more pressure on here and should be able to break through this turret plate relatively easily with this cannon wave coming through, and Crescendum dodges the bubble. I mean, this is just a disaster here. He could just kind of kite his way back here, take the plate gold, and leave. 30 CS nearly the advantage here. Yeah, so especially with some of these being missed here for FaZe.
Yeah, the bot lane is just in absolute shambles.
It's just a disaster.
Lance hasn't hit a bubble yet. FaZe has been, as you point out, the early traits not looking too odd, and after that, hasn't really been given a whole lot of opportunity, misses a lot of creeps here. And the rest of Gen G, they're going to have to find a way to bail out this bot lane. I do think that, much more so than in the past, the Lucian Nami has a lot more staying power. But if you, like, give up a turret, like, what, 12, 13 minutes in, and this Aphelios is going to be up like 3 plates and 40 CS, how are you going to fight into the mid-game?
All right, Bubble gonna miss as well. I mean, it's really rough as well when you get the speed up from the Lulu. It's just so easy to dodge those bubbles as the Aphelios. And really the difference here is that they have so much control of the lane and the wave that they can push up, threaten you, force out a bubble, just run away, and you can save the W not to polymorph, but just to get Guma to safety.
We've seen, throughout the season, especially with watching comms, some of the frustration Lehens has had with FaZe in the laning phase, and he abandoned him there after the early exchanges went very poorly. Chovy committing that ultimate, go back to when he tried to ult Faker there, and Faker just walked it off. I feel like the pressure is really on Gen G. He's like, maybe if I get this kill, maybe I can carry again. Lehens is like, oh, maybe Chovy's the main character here. Not going to trust this Lucian to necessarily get it done. And at the same time, I feel like I'm seeing shades of D+ Canyon here, where, for a lot of the time when he didn't have lane prio, didn't have control, wasn't able to path, wasn't able to make a large impact, and ended up just kind of PvEing while the rest of his lanes were falling apart. Not saying that's necessarily how the rest of this game is going to go, but the early game here for T1 feels so free.
Well, in this case, I'd rather flip it around. Canyon is going to have to carry, because he's the one getting ahead in the farm. He's the one picking the carry for himself. And that is all fine and dandy, but partially this has been due to FaZe and Lehens, but partially it has been due to Owner and his early pathing and the fact that he has been making an impact. So if Canyon isn't able to make his presence known, get to these fights on this Kha'Zix, it's going to be a disaster. Actually swapping away from this 2v2, so now Keen, who I guess is happy he's not laning into Gwen, that's something, but laning into a Fed Aphelios is not going to feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, he's down here. Now Keen is going to be able to stay alive, especially because Keria does take 2 turret hits. But at the same time, it's Aphelios against a turret. We've all seen this before. And he's getting to work pretty heavily on those turret plates. Just now trying to get on top of Zeus here. He has the needles. Looking to take out Lehens nearly, and it's going to survive. And now here's Faker up on the top side of the map as well. Going to keep him safe and maybe even look for a play as FaZe has to flash away from that one. Some pretty low health bars. Here comes Chovy though, looking to turn this one onto Zeus, who's just barely out of range of the culling and will survive for now. But the ultimate will come down from the Aurelion Soul, trying to turn it onto FaZe. They will get that kill, but Chovy as well does pick up one. It is a 2 for 2 in the die.
I mean, Faker almost picks up a triple, and I mean, this is playing T1's game. Trying to force these fights when you don't have full control, you don't have full information about where Faker is asking for trouble, and this just really isn't the trade-up you were looking for as Gen G. Now, ultimately, you do get some plate gold here for the Lucian. Do end up getting some kills there. The Kha'Zix gets a kill, so Canyon going to be slightly accelerated here with his futures market. Maybe he can make an impact here in some upcoming skirmishes, but...
Canyon? I gotta peace out, buddy. I don't know about that last one. This one should be fine, but is running away. Owner could have definitely applied some pressure there. It's messy. Wolf, so many skill shots not hitting there. Lehens on the Dings bubble. FaZe is calling, going into the nether, and if you make this play, you need to hit. Like Lehens, he flashes into the W. Zeus is still able to sidestep. Faker's timing here is great, and then they're able to extend the play, get the resets back. FaZe finds the flash, and then Chovy ends up making his way over. But then here as well, the calling, as mentioned, not going in, and they don't have anyone that can reliably tank this. They don't have a lot of CC. So as a result, Faker ends up being the one that actually, I think, got the first blood before they got the 2 kills. And Chovy doesn't even pick up the gold. Does go to Canyon, Umbral now done, and he has a kill. But is that alone going to be enough to turn the tides and bring us to game 5?
It's red-white right there. Canyon is in the area. That's going to keep him alive. Got to be careful against that Aphelios, who's in a very good spot at this time. No completed item just yet. But now Owner going to make his way over here as well. And maybe just trying to get some presence here, some priority for this Ocean Drake that we do have on the map. T1 would love to pick that one up and move into a great soul that we eventually get in this game.
Another culling just tossed out. No real value here for Pays, and Genji don't have control over this dragon here. They do have Chovy, who can roam up pretty easily with his flight here. And he's putting the hurt onto Faker, so they should be able to wrestle that Prio away. It's off the back of, once again, Chovy winning out in the Azir lane here. And
yeah,
I mean, it's not done yet, because this wave is pushed in here by Guma, and they're gonna have to get TP.
Yeah, they're gonna make a play for this one. Pays takes some big damage early on, but Genji full committal onto this objective and no TP from the side of Zeus. So T1 say, okay, we'll give it away, and that'll be the end of that. And now Zeus is gonna get some free time with that top turret.
And that's for one dragon. I don't know if you really want to do that. We do see Keen making his way back. I wouldn't even mind if he ends up ghosting. Carrier's like, just let my guy get a plate, okay? In top lane, he's been getting ganked, he's been getting dove. Says we'll be able to pick that up, and obviously once we get to the later stages, this Gwen is going to absolutely shred through. A single dragon, that's nice, and I can't imagine a more obnoxious thing than either an Asol or a Gwen with a Hextech. Gwen in the 1v1, Asol just because all of his skills eventually become so big that trying to get away from both a Rylai's slow and a Hextech is not really attainable.
It's not really going to be what you want to deal with. This is not the same speed at which Chovy was able to come online as he was in Game 2 with the Cerulean Soul, and the scaling aspects of this composition this time, it's not also into a T1 comp that has problems in the late game. They're not playing the Aurelion Soul slows into a Callista. It's going to be an Aphelios that's low range, sure, but it's going to be very protected by Olulu. Will have a huge damage output in these team fights. So Chovy hoping to get some fight wins, hoping to get bigger advantages than he has right now, and Genji really need to slow this game down. And once again, just like the last time around, Pays isn't really going to be, unless something changes here soon, the threat. It's only Chovy. Canyon, a secondary threat, but without map control, this Umbral Glaive means very little.
Big thing, though, is that, yes, Pays really suffered early, but when all is said and done, I think he was down about 300 gold. He did pick up a kill. So the gold lead is still in favor of T1, but it's not insurmountable by any means. We'll see if they want to commit. Zeus does FTP.
Yeah.
Does not, and I think that's why Genji is saying, I don't know if we're going to contest this one.
Yeah, don't necessarily have to. I mean, they could have said, okay, well, Chovy's in a pretty good spot. Maybe he throws down an ult and maybe we can pick someone off. But especially, you know, Lucian only on 1.5 items. You're not really going to have a lot of pick potential this early on. So they're just going to give this one away to T1, who did, as you mentioned, also have TP advantage. And we will just continue to scale up in this game. At the end of the day, you know, we might have both teams just saying, okay, let's wait for the late game, because yeah, you got this Aurelion Soul, but you also have Gwen, Azir, and Aphelios, so.
And Lulu.
Yeah, and Lulu, as in the 1v1, Canyon is going to have a decent time, but now Zeus is here. And Canyon is just going to ult away.
X-Gate.
Oh, okay.
TP.
We're going ham.
And they will get the turret off of this. And Chovy's like, I'm getting more stacks off of the TP. But it does mean that Faker with Nashor's Tooth up here is going to be unanswered. Keen does not have teleport. They're going to push mid as well. So maybe a 1 for 2 here. Genji get 1, T1 most of this mid turret. They guarantee this top turret. And this ended up being a waste of teleport here for Chovy.
We are seeing a little bit of confidence, though, from Genji. And that's something I think we haven't seen until, what, like midway through game number 2? As we might have a fight here.
Oh boy, they're all caught in it as he's on top of them as well into the bubble. And Carrier has to flash away. They barely get out of that one. Genji threatening underneath the turret, but at the end of the day, T1 will keep their turret alive.
2 flashes expended here for T1. Guma and Carrier losing those after the ultimate comes down from Chovy. He has enough stacks to get the empowered one, so it is a huge threat. Large is the area where you could dock them up there, and the follow-up was there. The bubble was fantastic, but they don't quite have the damage just yet. And it comes at a timing to where if this was as Dragon was spawning, you'd feel really good about pushing them away, but you get neither the turret nor an objective from this play. So once again, Chovy looking for a big angle here, but now doesn't have his empowered ultimate for the next dragon fight.
Canyon about to hit level 11. Incredible power spike for the Kazakhs as he gets his second evolve. It's going to be all about the fights. We already saw in the last game, Pace not able to carry. Guma is in a much better position than he was. There is no Zac, but there is an Aesol, which still is going to make playing out the mid to late game a bit of a nightmare. Herald is available here. Chovy doesn't have his Leandri's done just yet, and with the turret gone, he needs to really be respectful to not get caught inside. Hayes now finally getting his second item online, of course. Having some discount on those items rather than being relatively cheaper ends up working out, as we do see mid lane turret going down after the earlier pressure from T1.
Could have drive this one away and try to get some more value here towards the top side potentially, but we'll bump into a wall. We'll let slide. Now, the flashes are down here from Guma and Carry, and I think if you had a Nautilus in this composition or a little bit more engage-focused jungler, that could be relatively powerful. You still have the Kazakhs here. Well, I imagine probably evolved his ultimate. Yeah, he did.
Oh, W, I think.
W. Oh, actually, it is the W.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
W second.
So he's got a lot of burst damage here on top of Guma if he can get towards him, but it's going to be so difficult with Wild Growth to actually burst Guma down. Faker obviously has this arm guard for this fight, and I don't know if those two flashes being down necessarily matters here for T1. Chovy does not have his Leandri's just yet.
That's big. There is Eclipse though for Canyon, so his burst in these fights can be insane. Keena's TP, and T1, it looks like they're just going to go for the cross map.
That is a decision you can make, and I think they should get some damage done to this turret, but at the end of the day, Akina's going to get up to the top side and deny that turret from going down. They also pick up the first Hextech Drake of the game. T1 essentially saying, okay, you want to go late game, take the Drake, sure, whatever, we're going to try to get some gold, we're going to try to maintain a lead.
Chovy and Paze fighting for farm in the mid lane. Chovy's going to get a majority of those, obviously, with the execute from the Singularity, but he gets value out of those stacks, and we'll be able to potentially grab some in the side here as well. As if T1 gives that Dragon up, they give more time to the Aurelion Soul, give more time for him to sit back and farm. And while it is good for...
Basically just a, you know...
Boom, boom damage, Valdez!
Hands off my mid lane!
Yeah, don't come near my turret. It's mine. Don't touch it.
There's no objective. Outside the Baron, I don't think Gen G are going to try and look for a two-man Baron. Although, to be honest, you know, with Kazakhs and if Chovy has his Leandri's, Gen G maybe could opt into it. Canyon is very fed. We'll see if he tries to go for a one-for-one on owner here. No, he just takes his objective.
Yeah, he'll get the objective.
Going.
They do a Keen. Oh, yeah, look at Owner. He's in a lot of trouble. Oh. He can't get away from the Kazakhs.
The evolve on the W is good enough here to get the snow and chase him down in the 1v1. Made the right choice on this one, and that's the 1v1 you need, and now maybe that threat of the Baron is there. Leandri's there for this Aurelion Soul. Keen gonna take some damage here from Faker, but he doesn't have a Leandri's, so Keen can basically just walk this off. They're not going to start the Baron. They want more, though.
And they thought he was threatening them. They thought, you know, he was just trying to beat BM, but actually, he is going to bait Faker into staying around and having a flash away from Chovy. As now Pays with the culling, chasing down Carrier, has to Wild Growth. As now with Keen in the front line, he is just so tanky at this point in time with the Spirit Facades finished, and he will be able to escort them out.
Hextech Gate for Owner, he can rejoin very quickly. I think Gen G should back away. They were able to maybe force something. Okay, wait.
A little bit of a pick here onto the Gwen, some poke coming down. And with the Lucian and the Kazakhs from ahead, it's just so difficult to approach any brush.
It's also Umbro Glaive. We haven't talked about it that much, but Canyon, once he is able to like find a 1v1 like that, which that's why you picked the Kazakhs, obviously, as we saw their Owner not going to win that if he is in isolation, even with Faker trying to roam up. The big thing here, as you point out, Wolf, with the slow, you have enough time. And because of the evolved Q, like, the isolated, even through the heal, it just isn't enough. You're never going to be able to keep the Kazakhs off. And these are the moments that you need to have on this Kazakh. You said it at the beginning, this champion does nothing if you're not killing people. And Canyon, after Sejuani duty, has been a really big part of the pressure. Look at the farm as well.
Yeah, now he's starting to find these angles. Now he's got the vision control with the Umbro Glaive you just mentioned. We talked about it earlier, but it looked like maybe Gen G was never going to get map control back. They have once again controlled vision here around the pit. They forced T1 into an awkward skirmish moments before because there was just no vision whatsoever. They've done it now again. Look at how quickly Canyon can clear these wards, and Faker's the target.
Yeah, he's going to clear the ward, but he is going to dash away. But now, can you get away from the Aurelion Sol without a flash? He is going to divide, and Owner is providing a front line here. Goes into the Zhonya's, a chance for T1, but now Guma in the 2v2, desperate to take it down. Yes. Gets the red ult down, and now Zeus is going to take out Canyon on the top side of this fight. Chovy just trying to kite away from Zeus, and Zeus is going to be isolated here. The rest of the team not able to follow up on the Gwen. And it ends up being just a 1-for-1.
And look at the Summoner Bonanza being thrown out. We have flashes gone, we have barriers gone. That could have been a game-ending moment for either team. If you lose that fight, Baron's gone. Both teams have insanely quick Barons.
Plus great siege and really fast wave push to take out these inner turrets and then push down towards the inhibitors. As this is such a tense moment here. Canyon decides he wants to go in on this. Faker escapes, and they commit everything. The Hens drops down the ultimate here. Faker lives long enough with the Emperor's Divide that Owner is able to help take out Canyon. The follow-up here, very awkward, as Guma's flash is fantastic with the polymorph. If he dies there, this could be a disaster for the side of T1. As with Chovy's slows, we talked about the immortality of the Gwen, but the slows really stack up against her. They have the slows from the Kha'Zix W as well. Looking at these team fights and how they go, as this Aurelion Sol is now starting to become a huge threat, can be very difficult to play out.
Ghosted! He's getting ghosted at right now. Guma, he doesn't have flash, and he's just dead under the mid-inner turret. They just ran right at him. There wasn't anything he could do.
Keen walked at him, man. What are you gonna do? With all the speed in the world, Gen.G looking to set up for Hextech Soul Point. Hextech Soul with an A-Soul, by the way.
And there's vision on the Baron, and there's no way without Guma that T1 could ever make a play for it. Baker gets the turret bottom side, he has TP, but they just cannot contest this Dragon. And Canyon with the evolved Q could just rush this one down, as we talked about before. And look at this, grouping now around the Baron to make sure there's no play for T1. They're not even going to be able to fight for vision here easily. Chovy's going to be able to grab these. He has TP as well, and Gen.G have full control.
Going in onto Kasante, and Keen went in as well. He's like, okay, you want to fight? Let's fight. Didn't really show a lot of apprehension there. And now Chovy able to join on up from the bottom lane as he is getting quite fed.
I also think Gen.G is having some flashbacks to every time they didn't get their eyes on the Baron, and T1 snuck one away.
Oh boy, Guma again in the mid lane. This time he will get away, as it was just the culling. But now an ultimate to be shot down here from the side of Chovy. Really trying to take out that Aphelios.
Not worth, I think, here for Chovy. Gets the heal, as you mentioned, but and Leandri's damage can sometimes actually just guarantee you a kill in moments like that, but bit of an odd choice considering now that huge ultimate is not going to be online for the next objective fight. Sure, 4 minutes to go before the Soul fight, but it could be useful on an upcoming Baron, and you're going to have to stack it back up to get the Empowered once again as Guma. He gets walked on here.
Doesn't get to do a whole lot, more than enough damage available. Once the slow comes in, there is so much CC available for Gen.G. The big thing, though, is that, yes, Gen.G, they're setting up for Soul Points. They have decent map control. Canyon is quite fed, but T1, we've seen how tenacious they were in game number 1, and I think they're going to try and do it here again. As you already mentioned, Veldas, their scaling is still exceptional. The only thing is that they don't really have a front line. They have 2 characters with the Gwen and the Xin Zhao that are much beefier than they appear. But nonetheless, if you make a misstep, you might still be in trouble. And I wasn't sure about this Kha'Zix. I don't know if it's going to end up being enough, but Canyon on a carry, that feels good.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of a lot of what we've seen from this guy at his peak in Damwon. World's MVP. The man has done so much, and in this game, he's not a tank, as mentioned, but he is a vision-clearing machine. He is such a threat to anyone who walks into him 1v1. Gen.G playing around these slows. Chovy just going between top and mid and grabbing as many stacks as he can to re-empower his ultimate. Has the Horizon focus. It's Owner!
Oh, somebody's got to check, and it's Owner this time around. He is going to walk it off. But now, I think with the Hextech Rift, maybe Owner gets back here, but Gen.G's still going to try to go for this Baron.
They're so fast.
Yeah.
So much damage.
Look at that!
The Aurelion Sol just holds Q.
Yeah, never mind.
It's gone.
They're going to try for the TP.
Yeah, they're TPing in. They want to try to take a fight, but it's too late. It's too fast. The Baron is gone. And Gen.G will pick it up, and T1 are like, well, so never mind. And now Owner just runs into them, assumes they backed, and that is going to be the end of that. As now a gigantic ultimate going to hit the rift here. It's a 5v4 in favor of Gen.G. Then quickly quickly going their way as it's 5v3. Faker gets slowed up, goes for a bit of a split, but there's no follow-up. Guma can't do it alone. They take him out and clean ace to take this fight and maybe just the game.
Is it happening? Is it happening? Game 5! Game 5! One time in my LCK finals in spring! And it looks like it may very well. They get the clean ace. They have Baron here. It's not over till the Nexus falls, as T1 has shown us many times, but now they know what it feels like to have a Baron taken away from them. This wasn't a sneak though, this was just full map control, and Owner assumes the backs. As you mentioned, they have no vision whatsoever because the Umbral is just there, and even if you don't get hit by the center, as Keria does here, everybody gets slowed. The Rylai's comes through and the follow-up. Look at how much work Keen does on this Cassante by himself. Guma doesn't even kill him here in these final moments.
Crucially, Kenyon started off from stealth, no time to react for Owner, and then it's these isolated 1v1s, 2v2s.
Oh no.
Where you just don't get to do a whole lot. Kha'Zix gets to pick off target after target. Went for Cleaver, which not only makes him more beefy, but also reduces the already low level of tankiness on T1, allowing Pace to do more damage. The movement speed big as well.
Oh boy.
Hextech Soul in 50 seconds!
Yeah, and that is a giant jump in gold. Now it's Gen G who are in the driver's seat. 8,000 gold ahead, a 6,500 gold Red Bull Baron power play as they leap into the lead. Gen G looking to push mid and bot before this dragon does spawn.
Look at the Aurelion Soul Siege, it's just insane. Even his autos at this late game.
The Grubs! Little Grubby's getting in there. And you see Zeus is trying to push top. I mean, that's basically all he can do at this point in time, as he's not going to provide much of a defense anyway, but it is Gen G closing down on the base. They're looking for the end of this game. The 3-man ult comes in. Keria goes down. Owner survives with the Crescent Guard, but maybe not for long. Guma, desperation as he steps up to the Gen G members who are trying to put an end to this game.
Canyon, they trust him with the Kha'Zix. He brings us to a 5th one. Zeus.
It's happening, guys. Zeus is desperate. He is so desperate to try to not allow this to go to game 5, but it is inevitable. Gen G will take down the turrets, and they will take down this Nexus. Faker gets flashed on, and he goes into Zhonya just to die at the end. Gen G bring us to Silver Scrapes.
And it has not been the cleanest LCK final we have seen. But in the last 3 years, we have not seen one this back and forth, this close. And you can see how much it means to these two teams. T1 to finally get revenge after 2 years of Gen G victories. They want to deny the 4P, keep that record for themselves. The 3 back-to-back-to-backs. Gen G matched it, but they will not pull ahead if T1 can bring us to the 5th. But they cannot close it out in this one. They trust Canyon on the Kha'Zix. And Gen G says we're going to one last 5th game. One more Silver Scrapes here. The LCK finals go to 5 for the first time in forever.
I'm sure Chovy after that game, he's like, guys, if I play Acel and one of you plays the game, we can make it happen. We can do it. And Kenya says, I got your back.
It's so true.
Looks in the Kha'Zix. And even with how incredibly rough the early game performance was, we saw Gen G, they didn't lose faith, they didn't lose hope, they pulled through mentally, and we're going to a game number 5.
Both teams are so stressed, it almost looks like they both lost. Gen G are like, oh god, okay, we got a game 5, but there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of discussion. They're gonna almost definitely be moving to red side for game number 5 as we take a look at some stats here.
I think this Aurelion Soul needs a look in the game 5 draft because this is a sub 30-minute game that Gen G win off of just a few plays from Canyon there. They get Baron, they close it out. T1, they caught Chovy, they punished him, they put everything into it, they stopped him last time around, but if they get to play an even game, it just doesn't feel fair when Chovy's on this dragon.
Definitely did not feel fair in that game number 4, I'll tell you that. We do have a game 5, we do have a Silver Scrapes for the first time in a very, very long time. We're gonna take a break, guys, and come back for game number 5.
이거 깨면서 봐도 되지 않나? 이번 이 W 볼게. 이거 한번 날라가 봄. 다음에 버프 좀. 버프 안 되고. 자, 룰루루루루. 그래 나. 일단 앞에 군가 앞에 옆에 상치자. 천천히. 구엔 이제 집 왔어. 야 구엔 더블 빼고 하자. 구엔 더블 빼고. 나 버프 있어서 하나. 이거 구엔 더블 빠지면 얘 뭐 없어? 확인. 빼줘야 돼 누가. 구엔 더블 빼고. 아 버프 줘. 버프 없어. 빼. 야 앞에. 나 앞에 볼게. 앞에. 넥서스 빼고. 육각 가자.
나이스.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst desk for the grand final here of Spring 2024. As you can hear, we have made it to Game 5, and I feel like it was only yesterday. They were at the Samsung World Gymnasium for Game 5 2018 summer.
It's been a while.
It was a while, but it was still one of the greatest best of fives in LCK history, and we finally have a chance to top it Let's dive into the draft. Let's get into Game 4 before we talk about the future, because this game felt like Gen G figuring things out and getting things right again.
I mean, I feel like for me, you know, we've seen Canyon come onto this roster and it felt like the whole season he's on like Rel, Maokai, Sejuani. We're like, okay, well, he comes to Gen G to be tank duty for Chovy. This game, when the back's against the wall, he brings out the Kazakhs. We see him power farming, and he kind of just took over things. You know, he struggled against Owner in the previous game, playing Sejuani and Xin Zhao. This time he plays Kazakhs, and he kind of just bopped him.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, it was a really big responsibility on the Canyon. Like, everything comes down to Canyon. Like, if he can actually carry the game, he carry. If he's not, he probably lose. He probably pack everything himself, and he probably have to go home. But I don't know. I mean, it's a Canyon, right? It's like actually when it's like he need the clutch moment, like he did it.
Yeah.
He just changed the game.
And it means so much more as well, because I think Chronicler mentioned this already, but we all remember his Kane, right? And he came out and he tried his hardest in that series. That Kane pick was absolutely amazing. I had that vibe when he picked it up. Was so happy that Chronicler mentioned it. This time it actually worked. This time, as Wolf was saying, he was just clearing vision over and over again and getting so much money, solo killing Owner multiple times in that game.
You know, and Chovy had to carry them so hard in the Honor Life series to get them to this point, and it was pretty clear that they can't just rely on Chovy completely to beat T1, so Canyon stepping up, massive, and it's given them this opportunity to take the series, and it's now Game 5, so it's all on the line.
I mean, it's just like such a great pick, like especially right now, I thought, like especially there was an Eldor threat as like the Zinza was just basically winning every game and the 5 winning streak, and all the game it was from the Owner, and like, well, look at his teammates, like was like Kazanti on the top, Ace on the mid, look at the solo laners, they're not actually strong, they're not the one that actually can help the Canyon. He managed to himself to just draw himself.
He slurped up that jungle as well. Man, I don't think any blue buffs went over to T1 in that game. Let's have a look at our first highlight here, though, because this is where Gen G really just put the screws in. There wasn't any, like, big game-deciding team fights until this moment.
You know, with a pick like the Kazakhs, which is capable of blowing people up like this, capable of controlling vision, it was very much a bleed-out game from Gen G. There wasn't these huge team fights where everyone on T1 died until this point. And the power of the Assault at this point, that AoE ultimate, even though it only actually hit Carrier with a main stun, the slow hits everyone and the chase potential is so strong.
I mean, it definitely, the fact that the T1 actually kind of was a disrespect or was unprepared for the Joker pick, which is that was a Kazakhs, they weren't prepared 100% for sure. That's why there was a lot of pick. At the same time, even there was a team, the actual team fight. It's not even this, it's like we can't call this as like actual team fight. It's just started with the 4v5, the setup was really great, the vision scores, like, as we see, like it's a really insane amount. And I mean, that's just the League of Legends, right? Like they already have so much control in the game. The opposite side of the mat, like the team, they will make a mistake eventually.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and I think that it wasn't even necessarily like the Joker pick, right? I imagine they were prepared for the Kazakhs because it's one of Peanut's favorites. I think from the yesterday's series, they were probably ready for it, but it goes back to what Owner was talking about. He was saying, Canyon, you haven't been aggressive, you haven't been like me and playing up in your face. This time around, he just...
It feels like he poked the bear.
He poked the bear. Quite literally. Yep. And in Game 3, that was precisely what happened. And the poke, it was rough.
Yeah, I mean, he poked him, big spear from Xin Zhao. It definitely angered Canyon in that one. So, big step up for him. And I feel like going into Game 5, you know, we see so many pocket picks across the players on both of these teams that come out, you know. We've seen countless from T1, but the Kazakhs coming out there. We've seen Hens being someone who's put it out in the past. I feel like Game 5 very much comes down to that trust. Trust in your teammates. Trust that they'll make the positive plays. And also, it might come down to this moment where R5 in the draft, you go, look, I think this pick is good here. Yes, it's Game 5, but you just got to believe in me.
And I mean, also the BO5, it's a last game. We can't call anymore this is adaptation. You know, you have to something make it really creative that enemy team won't expect it, and everything that you have, you just have to be 100% put in that.
You have to play with no regrets. That's the main thing. You got to go in, no regrets, just commit to it and play with confidence. It's the only way.
Yeah, everything that you've prepared comes down to right now. So you cannot, there's no more holding picks just in case you need it later. Later is now. That we found it, the time has come. And in a Game 5, we haven't had, there's no tape of this for the last 6 years, or 5.5 years if you want to get technical, because 2018 Summer was the last time around. T1 will be on blue side for this game. They've been more successful on this side, even though they were able to pick up that red side win.
Yeah, so today it's T1 having side selection, but obviously Gen G just came up a win. They have the momentum a little bit, but I feel like as much as blue side is an edge, we've seen it's not one of these series where blue side always wins. You know, we've had those in the past. It's definitely come down to gameplay, and even then, like the draft, I feel like some series, like, oh, that draft is really solid, that's why they won that. I think it's just come down to gameplay and the execution time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100%. I mean, it's like they're going for these series when as a T1, they were lower seed. They didn't have a side selection the first game. So that's why it was so important for them to at least have a one win on the red side. So they do have actually the last game of the side selection, and they chose the blue. And this is like still, I would say, like, has a pretty good action on the T1. They still have a favor on it. And it's just about the preparation. Yeah. Like, as we said, they will have something that we probably would expected, and that's what they're preparing. That's what we needed.
And is it going to be V11 or is it going to be the 4-peat? That is the question. And even we're up to game 5, and I still don't have a better term for it. So 4-peat, I think, is going to stick around well and truly, because it's about who's more hungry, who wants it more at this moment, and who has the tenacity to go and get it as well. Because this has been grueling. It is extraordinarily hot in here, guys. Like this is where like all of that emotional fortitude, that mental fortitude, and physical fortitude is going to come into play. And I think T1 have a lot more experience on that front, but I think that Gen G are very hungry for this as well.
Yeah, I mean, T1, we've seen countless times internationally, they've gone to 5 games and stumbled. You know, we've seen that before. Yeah. We've seen that at MSI. We've seen that as well at Worlds going up against DRX, you know, and it's something they fought hard to overcome. But even, you know, their recent win at Worlds, it wasn't a 5-game gruel up against Weibo. It was a 3-0. It tests players, you know. I feel like there's some players, you get to the game 5 and they just pop off. They go super aggressive. They're like, okay, all on the line, no limits to this. Players who definitely withdraw and struggle.
Well, now it's time to have a look at all of the 5-game series that we've had, going back so incredibly far. As you saw just there, the Rocks Tigers versus SKT, probably still in so many people's minds the greatest best of 5 of all time. My personal favorite, KT versus Griffin in 2018. Like we were talking about, Chovy was there. Mata was there. He's now coaching Gen G, and he can talk about Chovy. No hard feelings, right? Like, he was the one that won in that situation. It's a long time, and it's now time, I think, to get back to the casters, to get back to some silver scrapes, and to get into this game 5 and see who is going to take the LCK trophy for spring of 2024.
Thank you so much, Deskers, as we are here in the Casebo Dome, ready for game number 5, ready for silver scrapes. The entire dome is lit up with people ready to see who is going to take this epic best of 5.
And I gotta apologize, I was a complainer. I was going, oh, T1 Gen G again. Every single time that we've seen that, it's disappointed. I was wrong. This series is delivering, and I can't wait to see what happened in game number 5.
This is an LCK final that will go down in history. You know, maybe 6 years until we see another one quite like this. As we saw before, it's been since 2018 that we've seen an LCK finals go 5. As the level of play has increased over the last few years, the comeback potential just doesn't seem as high. And one team always ends up getting the better of the other one. Oftentimes, a series feels decided after the second game. That's been my vibe so much of the time here in the LCK. But this is a different final. This is a different series. And Gen G, 1 win to go to get that 4-peat for T1. 1 win for revenge and the 11th title for this team. And for Faker here in the LCK, Coma's rejoined. There's just so much on the line. I think this feels like the most special of all the matches we've had between these two insanely talented rivals of the LCK.
Makes a lot of sense after so many head-to-heads between these two teams and these two mid laners, Faker and Chovy. We are going to have game number 5 here to decide it all. T1 have selected the blue side, not a surprise, as the desk was talking about. It's not really going to come down to side selection, but it could certainly affect the draft if we see the Aurelion Soul, if we see a mix-up in terms of what champions that have really kind of dictated the play in some of these games, if those get taken away.
The air is heavy here in the Kespo Dome, as Atlas was saying. It is getting heated, not just in game, but in person as well. This has been a grueling best of 5. Think back all the way to game number 1, where T1, despite a top half that was, I don't know what it was, like 0, 11, 0, and 12, still found a way to extend that game. Think back to Chovy trying to carry on Asol, all going to come down to a single best of 1. Lulu already taken off the board here, not going to give that one over to Lahens. And I'm wondering if that means that it's a Lucian priority pick here. Wouldn't surprise me after how the last couple of games played out.
Could be banned here as well by the side of Gen.G. This final spot will leave the Varus open for Gumayusi. They'll take the Ashe away instead. May just simply be a trade. Now, we have seen not just Yuumi, or not just Zeri and Lulu, but also the Zeri and the Yuumi from Hayes and Lahens. And if they want to play that into the Lucian Nami, it would be a throwback to Ruler. Starting this off with Lahens, the streak of back-to-back titles here, back-to-back-to-back. And will that be the response again from Gen.G? Call back to the past, the Zeri hover, time ticks away. That one gets locked in here. Now you don't need to lock in the Yuumi now with it. Could grab a prio pick like the Aurelion Soul potentially here for Chovy, or that Azir that's been so coveted in the series.
Chovy has been loving the counter picks. I imagine that will continue here. I also wonder if T1 is going to drop the Azir prio just because of the threat. And with everything on the line, Hayes, this playoffs, and I'd argue even this spring, has been able to uphold the standard that he has set for himself last year. And with everything on the line, it ends up being this area as the Orianna for Faker. It made its way through for the first time, I think, in this series. You're going to get picked up here for the mid laner of T1.
This Annie does kind of hang over like a flex a little bit, but when you see that Orianna, doesn't feel like this one is going mid. It's going to be instead the Corki for this final game. Chovy has been so good with this pick, and Faker has pushed people out of lane with the Orianna so many times, even in matchups where it feels pretty contested. Playing Orianna into Syndra, for example, Faker wins those as well. He's been so confident on this pick, that's why it's perma-banned against him. The Corki's going to come through here for Chovy just the same. Confident he could deal with that laning phase and scale up later on.
And I imagine you got to ban the Cassandra here. Keen on Cassandra has looked so much better, not just, I think, compared to many other top lanes, but also on tanks. His Rek'Sai was solid, it just doesn't have the same impact. I feel like he knows the limits of the champion to such an extent. At the same time, if they don't ban the Zac, maybe just let it go, let him and try to play for that. But we'll see. The Rumble and the Jace, I think, have mainly been the bans to deny that strong top lane prio.
And some of the poke, obviously, too, that's going to come with a Corki Jace composition. Specifically, so many reasons to get rid of the Jace here. The Rel will be taken away, so strong here into a lot of different jungle matchups. It can clear so quickly, and objective control has been the problem for Gen.G so much of this series, and just adding that extra Rel smite, which will be the final game we ever see of it here with these teams. Last game was 14-6.
Wow.
It's the Kha'Zix ban!
Kha'Zix banned, Cassante left available with Vayne bans, and if they want this pick for Keen, now's the time to take it. You have to take it.
The great neutralizer into Zeus, no matter what he picks. The Twisted Fate is gone as well.
And Keen's Cassante is just...
It's unreal.
It's world class. Like, it's so good. It's great as a blind pick as well.
Remember the play he made where he basically 1v4'd a team fight, as it is going to be the Zac coming through. We talked about it.
Back.
This time around, there are more mobile carries on the side of Gen.G, but now Canyon, his Kha'Zix was so good that he got banned in this game number 5. What is he pulling out in this final and crucial game? Is it going to be something like Lee? Is it Jax? What is the counter pick? Is it a Xin?
Hoppy to come through. And a pick that has been pretty good into the Lucian historically. Can be great at shutting down the Zac as well in terms of engages. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 5 games, trusting Zeus again with the Zac pick into another tank in the Cassante. Canyon pulls out the Poppy for the first time this series. Chovy on this Corki pick. So many ways to control team fights. Lahens' Annie didn't really hit the spot last time we saw it around in this series, but into the composition of T1 this time. There's so many ways to actually follow up on it, and Pays, can he get it done? They didn't give him the Yuumi this time around. but it's a lot of weight on his shoulders. There has been so many of these games, but Chovy has often carried harder than he has. This time, he has to get it done. Any mistakes, and T1 lift the trophy.
Big difference here. Zeri obviously has so much more self-peel than Nephelios does. Additionally, there is a Poppy. We'll see if Canyon is able to keep his young carry safe. But I'm also looking at botline dives. Any time that you see a Poppy in the game, you got to play respectful early on. We've seen Zeri actually do really great in the early trades, but Lahens and Pace, even in the last game, their laning phase wasn't what it needed to be.
It's a full KSPO dome. Everybody's gripping their seats tightly. We've got a 50-50 split on the fans here. I'd say maybe a few more T1 fans on the Gen G side hiding. But it all comes down
undercover.
This one final game.
T1 하나 둘 셋.
젠지 하나 둘 셋.
Game number 5. I didn't think I was going to be saying those words tonight. Not a lot of 3-2s that we've seen in recent times, let's just say. Here in LCK Finals, and we get one tonight. We are blessed with it, as Faker and Chovy also crest past 100 games faced off against each other into 101 here in game number 5. And I really feel like it's anybody's game to win. I think that both of these two teams have really fought a great battle back and forth. It hasn't been a one-sided bout really at any point in this series.
And it feels like the drafting from T1 has just been iteration on very similar styles. Owner playing Xin Zhao almost every game. Zeus using the Zac counter pick over and over again. Feeling very comfortable with their own play style. It's Gen G trying to reinvent the wheel with the Aurelion Soul, the Annie support. Canyon playing so many different picks in this series. It's not the trade Pays wanted necessarily here at level 1. Lens didn't use his stun yet.
Yeah.
See there as well, Bone Plating taking for plays. They're just really looking to take control of this lane early. Zeri is so reliant on kind of having that early presence to carry you through to level 6 where you do actually get some all-in for it. If you don't get the first wave crash, playing into Lucian Nami becomes a whole lot harder. We are seeing that so far it's not looking too bad. Summoners as well, want to highlight, Guma actually ended up going for the cleanse, which I don't think feels that amazing. Obviously it's a lot of value into Lahens. We don't see something like an Ignite or an Exhaust on the other end, which often gives it additional value, at least in the 2v2, as level 2 is hit.
Yeah. Level 2, a nice little move forward here from Pays. That is a dash forward on the Zeri you will enjoy. Carry and Guma still on level 1, so they will take the butt end of that trade. Take a look at Keen's win rate on the Cassante. Yes, they have won quite a lot, but he's played a lot of games of that. Just like Zay's played a bunch of Aatrox in the regular season, Cassante has been the go-to for Keen.
And what do we say? Early bot lane dives. Right now, Canyon, I thought he was actually going to commit, but I do agree. It doesn't look like they're actually going to be able to get the crash show. Did peel off his blue buff, ends up going back. Not going to go for this right now. Guma and Kara doing a good job here in the early 2v2.
Faker, Orianna win rate quite high, and quite a few games played, 52 in total here. He's only been allowed to play it once so far in playoffs. He did win that game. This will be his second time. He's going forward.
That is not the dash you want to see. Here's Owner, and he's going to force that flash out. The dodge on that one is going to keep Pays alive. And now Canyon here in the mid lane looking to trade onto Faker potentially, but no red buff. Simply going to take some power away from the level 3 Poppy.
Oh, Faker. Nerves of Steel there in Pace. If he doesn't sidestep that, ends up dying there. That could have been the turning point in the lane. Instead, he's okay. He's able to pick up a Cole, make his way back. And we are seeing that because of the early gank from Owner and him investing his flash, Canyon is able to again go for an invade, this time on the Poppy.
It's crazy how on a knife's edge these matchups with the Zeri Lucian end up going, even without the Lulu here in this lane. And it's just one overstep, one mobility used. You can get pounced on. Pay's going to have to be careful. You don't get a second try if you end up messing this up again. You play too aggressively trying to push that through. So we'll see Lahens a little bit late on the back to Cull. Will be a nice surge of income here for the Zeri. And a lot of the times with these drafts with Zeri, especially when paired to the strong scaling mid laner like the Corki, games can be decided based on an early game skirmish that goes wrong for the non-Zeri team. The Zeri gets accelerated, but with this Corki here into Faker's Orianna, into the Zac, hard to imagine that Pays, especially now down that flash, is going to get such a fight. Oner?
Lens is here. He's going to have the stun as well. The flash comes in, and Oner in a bit of a wonky spot here. He is going to charge in and has a speed up from Faker, but the flash on in. No, not the cone, and it is denied by the W of the Poppy, and that is first blood given over to Chovy.
Absolutely pivotal roam there from Lens. He's been struggling so much this series, but his presence ends up making the difference. Yes, they invest a lot, but it's Chovy getting accelerated in the game 5 and an early gold lead for Gen G.
This is massive for Chovy, and Faker can really do nothing. All he can do is sit back and watch, put that slow slash speed up there with the W onto Oner, but the blast cone is denied. Pays, meanwhile, has Lehens coming back down with a stun. Should be totally fine here, is fully charged up, and Guma and Karya, outside of a bubble landing, don't have any agency here. Canyon will also be able to take these 2 grubs away from Oner, so nice pickups here. Not going to be too impactful on either side with the compositions that we do have. Not really any strong split push champions here. Will be significant though for the gold he picks up and that experience. This game is so tense already. And that lead alone for Chovy isn't necessarily going to be backbreaking for T1 by any means, but it's not how you want your early game to go.
Gives Chovy a little bit of extra room against the Orianna. You know, this Orianna has been dominating the lane, as you mentioned before, Wolf, and in many games past. But now you give a red buff over to Chovy, and this Corki early on that might have suffered is kind of just chilling. I mean, he's very even as we're going to listen in to this play.
Yeah, it's just Lehens calling out he's got no flash here on the play.
I think you got it. Got him. Give it to Corki, he says. Doesn't even say Chovy, just calls him Corki. As little knockback here, Zeus, he already ulted in a little bit of trouble, even on the Zac, and down he goes to the passive. Keen looking for a solo. Can he get the kill is the question. One last hit and he will get it, and now Faker has to flash in the mid lane.
Chovy almost gets a solo kill with the last of his mana in mid, and Zeus is taken out top side here. Ends up picking up an early Negatron cloak, and that's so much MR on this Cassante, and he ends up winning out the longer trade there with his ultimate. And things are falling apart here for T1.
Keen Sante gets it done. We haven't seen this man solo kill after the nerf after nerf after nerf, but right now, able to make it happen. And in particular, again, you're up match point. Everything looks to be going fine. Even game 1, I think, from T1, it's gonna feel great, right? You're able to stall it out to such an extent. Zeus gets the counter pick again, but this time around Keen in these extended trades just gets so much value, and this early on, the Zac, yeah, sustain is good, but just isn't enough, and Keen doesn't miss those cues.
Doesn't miss those. Movement good there on the Zac ultimate as well. And it's very easy cleanup here on the blobs of the passive. Such a huge lead for this Cassante early.
It's really not easy to do that. Like, Keen made it look easy. That was difficult. To hit that Q3 and to go into that one. I do have to say, Zeus, it looked like he was trying to get the crash, and it's not easy for anyone to survive against a full all-out from the side of Cassante, yeah. So Zeus also taking a risk, but Keen is the one who's able to capitalize on it.
Canyon's here. Hex Flash at the ready.
And he's going to look for it here, and a Faker who does not have the flash, you remember, from the mid lane play in the 1v1. Faker is going to get the shockwave, though they don't quite have the damage, although Chovy is looking for it. The big one is going to miss, and now Oner going back in the bubble as well as Karya is here, and the missile will not land. Oner picks up the kill in mid.
Chovy has a choice to make with that last rocket. Do I go for the big one hit and try to look for the kill, or do I just say, all right, we ended up getting, we're not going to give this, we're not going to get this one, we're just going to let him get out. With the roam coming over there from Karya, he is punished. The big one doesn't hit, goes for the call there, and is punished swiftly by Oner, and T1 back in the game.
Really big one there for the momentum as well, being able to get a win in the books. Kill for Oner, gonna feel great. Able to finish and invade here, pick up a blue buff for himself. This time it's Karya on the roam. Ends up assisting, but it's Oner that really makes the push. And there, Canyon doesn't get the wall stun. Faker just keeps denying the ability to actually lock him into the wall, so you do lose a lot of the power of that Poppy, even without the flash. And gold lead, it's there for Gen G, but it's not, as you pointed out, Wolf, game breaking by any means.
Keen really having his way with Zeus now here on the top side. Doesn't pick up too much, but the extra sustain from the refillables, the rejuve, some additional health here, knowing that Zeus' passive is down. Allows him to play more aggressively here on the top side. So look at this play once again. Started off, of course, by Canyon. This is Faker's vision. And his ultimate is fantastic here as he drops down the speed boost, ults himself.
He's saying that he lives, you know? Faker is like, no, I live, I'm fine.
And Chovy goes for the rocket. It doesn't hit. He's dead. You can see, even though they say nice, the comm's a little rocky there for T1. Not the most optimistic sounding voices you've ever seen in the game.
It's a tense moment, you know? It's they almost lost that trade, you know, but they're able to just barely get it done. And again, the power of the Orianna as well, the shields, the CC coming in from the Shockwave, keeping himself alive. Owner and Keria making their way up as well to help, as here is a dive. He's gonna miss, and that's not gonna be it, but he's gonna knock him into the turret, and that will definitely be enough, as now Canyon just gonna tank this one up and run away. Lahen's not able to tank it, and so they do get the dive going, only picking up Keria though, as Gen Z will be happy with the 1 kill.
Well, I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to go for the redive there, but Gumat, great job immediately clearing the wave. Still going to be a huge window. Kill doesn't go to Pace, but it's still more gold into the pockets of Gen G and Lahens. If he ends up going for the redemption rush very early on again, that can be the big decider in an early fight. That's why we saw, I think it was Tarzan who originally rushed it on Olaf, just because of the value.
Yeah.
Canyon doesn't find the ultimate, but it doesn't matter if you hit the stun.
Yeah, and obviously here the follow-up with the Annie and the Tibbers coming through is just so much additional damage. Guma, without Shiv, might actually be in trouble there of the redive, but the static Shiv will help him clear the wave as mentioned. And that's the end of that, as Chovy, he is just turning the narrative of the Orianna. And his playground here in this mid lane does pick up the Hex Drinker, doesn't skip on that one, but is constantly putting the pressure on.
Uh-oh, that's a wall, that's a Cassante. Doesn't bring him all the way though. Still gonna get the flash out of Zeus, who will be just fine. The Zac originally brought out to deal with the Cassante. Not having a great time in this game though.
The Cassante or the Rek'Sai. Look at the Rooker and timing here for Keen. He's gotten it online so quickly. And he can just walk at the Zac, and it's difficult for Owner to make an impact on that lane into this Cassante. He can just ghost away. He does get ganked. He was topside when that bottom dive happened. Gen G, a lot of control over this map. It's only 1,000 gold, their lead, but they're scaling with this Harry, with the Corki. Is to be feared when this Cassante is such a strong front line.
For T1, it's going to come down to, can they actually get on top of these big carries for Gen G? Because outside of Lahens, both Paze and Chovy are so much more slippery than the target you'd ideally want to play something like a Zac into, right? Like an Aphelios. It makes a lot of sense. A lot harder into a Corki as the second dragon here for Gen G. Early game looking to go their way, but I think T1 not going to contest unless Zeus also TP's in, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
So late if he does decide to go for it. Faker just TPing to catch mid. And this package isn't going to do much unless Faker overextends, but it doesn't matter. Let's see what that soul's going to be, because that's a big question on every T1 fan's mind. 2 dragons down.
Oh boy.
Infernal!
I think the only one that would have been better would have been Hextech, but Infernal is also insane. I mean, you just have pretty much every champ is going to use it on the side of Gen G to a big deal, to a big factor, and they already have 2 Drakes here, stacking those up. And it's going to get interesting as well. Canyon is on vision, but still, nope. Just going to back away from this one. Knows he's on vision, of course.
Gonna leave it at that. Zeus still has teleport available, so if you do go for the dive, you do run some risk. Keen, gonna be okay in terms of pushing, but isn't really that big of a threat outside of his Demolish proc. Level 11.
He's gonna get this knock-up in, but Keen is gonna respect it for now. It's gonna take quite a while to chew through the Zac at this point, but bit of a lane swap coming in.
Yeah, there's a lane swap coming and some control vision on top side.
And now he's gonna go for it, as Zeus still does have his jump, so he's just gonna get out of there.
He just really wanted to make this happen so they can effectively get that lane swap through. And this is unseen. There's control vision in the river.
Look at that. I think they actually used the Scryer there to sneak out the lane swap. We also saw the mid lane of T1 already rotating towards mid, so I think they had an inkling that this was happening. Ends up being, I think, responded to pretty quickly here by T1, meaning that Gen G don't get the big benefit that they got in game number 1.
And we do have a pretty big objective here. The Rift Herald's available. And it did look like Gen G were setting up for that one, but no package, of course. Chovy did bring it on the Dragon. that they did get the Mountain Drake. And Owner's just going to start this one up. Gen.G do know this is here and being taken. Will they
no
challenge?
TP, has to walk back. Gen.G not going to contest necessarily. Looks like Lance is going to complete the back. He's going to give this one up.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, Rift Herald is going to be nice. Bit of damage there in a canyon, but definitely have some pretty good champs at dealing with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, you're also looking at Chovy already sitting on a bunch of components, but not really the item completions that I think you ideally want. As this is, I know Zeus got killed in the 1v1. I still would advise some caution when it comes to playing into the Zac. As, oh, I don't know if and they definitely know.
Yeah, and he is going to stay, picks up the buff. And he is quite fast, but he is going to also flash away. Respects C1 coming on down.
He's got steadfast presence, he's got flash.
And now he has Hex Flash enabled, so Hex Flash,
thumbs up.
Hex Flash for red. I'll call that work.
You know that's what Atlas is saying back in the green room. Waiting for the final
double
ending
red
of
buff.
this series, and yeah, double. And I mean, FaZe was able to push top side while it was happening. We did see Keen push bottom, and Faker's chunked out to half. Gen.G just have so much control, even in these, moments between objectives. Gen.G are getting so much gold on the map and constantly applying pressure. And Guma is kind of been bouncing between lanes, seeing if maybe they could force a fight with this mid-game Lucian. But he's just not finding the Zeri. As FaZe now in mid here, pushing with an Annie rotating up. So much vision for Gen.G.
Yeah, we do see Karya trying to help out with that, trying to clear out as much as he can. We do have an... Oh, he gets all down out of the jump, and now Zeus in a lot of trouble once again. Goes into the passive. And Keen just got to time it right with the Q, and that is going to do it. Eats a bunch of turret shots, but he doesn't care. It's 2 solo kills for Keen.
Keen has been part of some of the most painful memories of the LCK. His own finals, never able to actually get a win. KT last year, pure heartbreak. And in game 5, 2 solo kills in a tank v tank matchup.
He won't choke, not in this one. Not in this one. His second finals. And he wants to cross the finish line. As this is Zeus interrupted in jump. As you'll see, he attempts it. Keen positions well here, grabs him out of it with the all-out. And then in this moment, when his passive is proc, which he also loses in this exchange, he's begging that left blob to stay near the turret. Don't go back. Keen identifies, all right, let me take that one out first, and I'll finish the rest as they move towards the center. Calculated has just enough health left to get the kill.
It was also like, I think 10 seconds left on Faker CP. If you can teleport to the blobs, you can turn the play around, but there's no time.
Definitely could have been an angle. They do not get the opportunity though. And now we get some trading here in mid as the Infernal Drake, the first one of the game, is about to spawn. 10 seconds as Guma trying to do his best to just create as much space in mid as possible. We do have a Hex Flash coming in from Canyon. We always got to be careful about that. Keen also here in mid as Owner is top.
Who's going to kill Chovy, or who's going to kill Keen though, although Chovy might be in trouble here.
Now they're trying to take down Chovy. He's just going to go in on a Faker, and Faker nearly dies as well. Even a redemption just in case. As Gen.G are really on the ball in this game.
I mean, that's... Okay, wait, hold up.
He's going to hit a minion, tries to get in onto Guma, but is not going to commit to it just yet.
And, I mean, the plays here, the attempts from T1 shut down again.
Uh-oh. And he faced checkers. He is going to get a nice calling down. Lehens, oh, he's so low. He's going to flash away. And now, you've got an Annie who is summonerless. And now, T1 are able to rotate down with the Rift Herald as well and push it into mid, trying to get some plays here as a knockup comes in. That is Faker, who is in the Rift Herald. Why is he in the Rift Herald?
Gets to Poppy to deny the eject.
Oh, that is huge.
What a huge error here
that
from
should
T1.
Be the Drake.
Everything before that looked so good. They had so much control. They had the prio. Perhaps a misclick, I don't know, but that's not what you want. And Canyon says no. Goodbye, Orianna. Who cares if Lehens isn't here? That's Soul Point for Infernal Soul here for Gen.G.
I'm like wondering, is it out of vision? Did they think Canyon was on the Drake or something? I don't know what happened there. But as you say, Wolf, Colossal was like, because Lehens had basically no health, and Chovy took his package. So
well,
that would have been.
No, he just Owner's not there. And he says, no, I'm just going to take it. I mean, Karya taking it is just, maybe even a little bit less bad because, You lose your support, it's not a big deal, but
use to gain access to river.
Just don't take it. Yeah.
No one should board the Herald there, and perhaps they thought the Herald knockup itself would allow them to make a tidal wave bubble play onto Kisante? Kinsante? I don't think so.
Second Canyon shows up, it's just...
That's a big
That
whip.
play is over.
That's a big miss because T1 had the opportunity of a lifetime set up by Guma there with Lehens getting chunked out. They get that dragon to buy some time. Feeling doomed at the moment.
Okay, well...
Tensions are high, it's game 5. It's been 6
The nerves are very visible in this one, let's say.
Oh, yeah.
Game number 5 is getting everyone as we are heating up.
I think in game number 1, everyone was so crisp. It was back and forth. And here people are taking heralds. They're pressing R buttons for, I guess, stress, understandably, as Lucian dashes in on you.
It is the hottest day of the year as well today here in Korea. We have a packed arena. It is so hot in here. All 3 of us are sweating. The players are as well. Look at Chobi's hair compared to what it looked like in game 1. The fans love to do that. I mean, it is a tense series. There's no doubt about it. And again, we've talked about the stakes so much here. Both of these teams are going to MSI. That's not what it's about. It's about pride. It's about lifting the trophy. For Gen G, it's about setting records. And for T1, it's about denying them and getting revenge. But so far in this final game, Gen G have so much control. The Corki now on 2 items.
Uh-oh, trying to take a trade here. Toby thinking about getting in there, but this Lucian Guma is just so clean on it, and he's actually going to end up winning the trade with the help of his Nami.
And this is the big thing. We talked a lot about Gen G, and I think particularly with that soul, if that mid play hadn't happened, I think this game is still very even. The teamfight threat of T1 is insane with the wombo combo, the amount of CC available, but specifically because of the Infernal Soul, you don't get to make a lot of mistakes, because one mistake, giving over an Infernal to Zeri, to
Corki,
and to Keen. Honestly, I don't think he needs more threat and more damage.
For sure. Now it is going to be T1 grouping up in mid. Gen G not really in position to stop this one, as down will go the mid tier 1 over to the side of T1. So at least they pick up that objective. Nice little group up here.
What about Baron? Guys?
Well, you know it's on their minds.
Oh, you know it's on their minds. The Corki poke is landing though. Chovy out of rockets here, but it's enough to push them away. Ward fight here, but T1 will have to be pushed away. We're going back to shift clear in mid. Genji's biding their time until this next objective. 2 minutes until the Infernal Soul. They've got a decent amount of damage themselves, but I don't think they want to be starting Baron, but denying it from T1, pushing them away, being able to set the pace of the game and fight on their terms with this insane front line. The poke they have is exactly what Genji are looking for. They'll even pick up a bonus turret here for their troubles. T1 try to group and get denied.
The stakes of the game, making our teams disregard side lanes for a little bit there, but quickly realizing, able to pick up a free turret there towards the top side. Want to highlight as well, Kane actually going for the... I'm not sure who he put it on. I imagine...
Probably Guma.
It would be Guma, because Guma, with his first strike in particular, and what is an IE soon on the way, is actually, I think, one of the few members that can burst through him. For Faker, it's going to take a lot more rotations. Not really worth his time. Chovy, thanks to that early kill as well, by the way, and the turret gold, is about to finish his Malignance. And from that point on, the Corki poke is going to be even more of a nuisance in 1 minute. Look at the summoners, basically up across the board. Is T1 maybe going to go for a Baron trade for a soul? Gotta basically win the game inside that Rebel Baron power play if that's what you end up doing.
And they don't have a team composition that just says, well, you got the Infernal Soul, but we can deny you back some push and inhibitor. I mean, the top outer is still up as Faker very low on mana.
Smite's coming down, and now with Keen coming in, Zeus isolated on the top side. He tries to flash an ult just to try to survive, and he will dodge the Q3. But now turning their sights here on the Baron. Gen G, they have choked out all the vision around this objective, and
King's on mid, and it looks like they're not going to try to
for it.
Yeah, not going to try to force this one. It's the Infernal Shards really coming up big there for Gen G.
Maybe T1, TP coming in. This is Zeus trying to make a play for the streak.
I mean, this is probably going to be the deciding fight of this game, of this series. If Gen G pick up this dragon, there's almost no coming back from this. Package at the red.
Uh-oh, here we go again as Keen running on mid. He wants the finals, but no stun is going to land here as the cleanse comes through, and now Keen has to back away. Gen G, they get some space here on the map looking at that Infernal Soul. And there's just no vision in here. I mean, this is being burst down right now. Keen is just playing bouncer on the outside of this. T1, you gotta do something as the ult is going to miss here from the side of Canyon. And here is a massive package. Chovy trying to get away. Zeus going super deep for that one. And now Keen and then Owner gets in and he takes down the dragon. Will deny the soul, but the fight is coming in. Pays trying to go 1v3 isn't going to take out anybody. And yes, Owner will go down, but he keeps the game alive.
But T1, they got a Drake, but Gen G, they can push mid, they can even look towards the Baron. They didn't need to get that dragon. They opted for the team fight instead. Canyon was like, see, I'm hightailing out of here. We're killing that front line.
And then Keen just walks at Faker. Look at his MR. He's got a cowl. He's had that Rooker for so long. Double TP means they reset, grab all that mana back, and then just going for it. Keen.
Absolutely, he can do that.
No,
he's looking for more. He wants more.
He wants to get in their heads. As Keen just stands in front, and yes, the ultimate does whiff really from Canyon. The package damage is unreal, and Zayas is focused down.
Baron is down in live. Gen G just pick up a huge objective.
And Owner getting this, you know, it feels like it's a consolation prize, but it's not going to make you feel like it's anywhere near enough to bring this game back for T1. If they lose the dragon and lose the fight, of course, obviously it would be worse. But, I mean, how much worse can it be? 5,000 gold for Gen G, the lead now. Before this Baron really starts to kick in, they've already bought items that are now going to go for that push. There's standing gold here in this mid-turret first they're looking for.
Canyon looking for more as well. Both Canyon and Keen are just sprinting at the enemies, just knowing they're so tanky and nobody can touch them, especially Canyon with the Anathemas and Guma.
It feels like Canyon, like he played one game of a carry and it's like, okay guys, I'm fresh, my hands are back, I'm good to go. But Keen, in this individual game, as we pointed out countless times, truly the standout on this Cassante. The amount of damage that he has done.
Faker thinks he's safe, and now we got to play here in mid. This is a 1v1 on the top side that Faker, he cannot take this. Keen is just way too strong at this point in time with so much MR, and now we got to fight mid. Canyon a bit caught out here. He is going to have to flash away, but now the engage, and a massive disengage follow-up from the side of Canyon. Faker did have to flash over the wall just to survive.
Close call there, Owner denied by Canyon. If that Crescent Guard is a little bit crisper, hits a little bit harder there, that could have been a disaster for Gen G.
But T1 actually is doing a good job here because they're dragging Gen G into this fighting, this skirmishing. They haven't even taken mid-outer yet.
Yeah, the defense
haven't taken a single turret.
The defense has been great. It's only 400. The power play here. A lot of the clock of this Baron also now gone here. They still won't get this turret now. Tibbers down here for Lehens as well. Still Gen G in full control, but T1 hanging on by a thread. And as we've seen already so much in this playoffs with T1, sometimes a thread is all you need. Not going to give him the edge yet, but they hold on.
He's looking for it.
Faker has ult.
Not going to go for it. Just barreling down mid with Baron, and there's a Poppy, there's a Cassante. There's just so many ways to deny him access into this fight, as now he's going to just pop over for fun. Down 2 levels here on Keen, who has gotten the better of him in Game 5.
And the only way I think T1 wins this is one of those moments of Faker Shockwave finds them all, a 5-man,
I'm ready.
Gen G mistake, right? A massive flub from Lehens, right? Or Canyon tries to go in for an ultimate and gets focused down first by this Lucian. I mean, there's just so little agency here for T1. The map completely belongs to Gen G. Sure, they burned a lot of that Baron power play. It's only 800 gold really end up grabbing here. The turret going down, it goes up to 1,500, but that's not a massive gold advantage from the Baron itself. They still got the map control though. Yes, it was delayed, and they still maintain a 5,000 gold lead here. But it's going to have to be a clutch play from T1. Making the game scrappy as they did in those moments just to go. As you said, Chronicler, I think is how they have to play. They need to drag Gen G down to their level, force them to fight skirmishes and sides. That's what T1 has been so good at the last few years. And I think it's what they need if they want a miracle comeback here.
It's got to be hit and run, because if you actually front to back into Poppy Cassante with a Fed Zeri, even though Pace hasn't been really that relevant in this game, he still has free items. He's still going to take over fights if you give him the space. And if that Chovy sitting on free items, you 100% need to somehow drag Gen G in, try and find a way, find someone isolated. Because if you don't, like, it's going to be, you have to be Owner or Zayas who actually enables Faker, the way that Wolf did way back, right? You have to actually set up if you are going to be able to take the fight, find the comeback, because the wombo combo, we can keep talking about it, but I think the tools for Gen G this time are so much better than they were. And I think, I don't know, was it game number 3? The one with Pace and Felios? I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah.
My memory's a little hazy after this series.
We've all melted. We've all melted. All right, package ready. Genji looking for a second try on Infernal Soul here.
He got GA.
GA also finished as mentioned.
And Faker didn't get death cap. He went back, spent all his money on a second rod. He doesn't have death cap for this fight. Genji,
one more chance. One more chance.
A massive chance as the ult is gonna get Owner away. There's no chance at a steal. Genji will pick up Infernal Soul. And they're looking for more. I mean, they have the package as well. Owner are going to be slowed on up, and Keen is just sprinting at 5 people. Does not care at all about any threat from the side of T1.
And there's just no contest. This time the Poppy ult lands. Keen just walks in them, he doesn't care. Infernal Soul!
That's not okay! That's old Corki! That's brain nerf Corki right there!
Oh,
Look at that! Half his health bar is gone!
They do not get to play the game. Nice little dodge here on the Q3, that's all they've got. They have to dodge, they have to play dodgeball at this point because they don't have any other hope. As now, Dayu's gonna go in and immediately is just gonna get burned to shreds, but a lot of damage here on Akeen. Maybe a chance for the bombs are being taken out as he is going to be blocked. Owner getting in front of that last missile to keep Zeus alive.
That's worth though. That's a heal, barrier, and flash gone on the side of Gen G.
Yeah, that was a really nice re-engage there from T1. The Shockwave comes out. Deathcap should be ready here pretty soon for Faker. And maybe they can contest the Baron here in 30. The poke is unreal. The damage that comes out of this Corki is actually just so oppressive, so difficult to deal with. 24,000 damage here for Corki here in 31 minutes. He's done so much in this game, but T1 again to hang by that single thread. No death cap for Faker, doesn't quite have enough just yet. He really wants that item here, but Baron completely controlled now by Gen G. Pays no flash. Maybe this time Zeus, the follow-up engage, if he makes a mistake, could force us. But look at the vision clear now for Gen G. They're not just going to start this up on Spawn. They're going to guarantee they have full prio in control.
They're doing exactly that. Just putting up a wall and saying, you've got to face check into us. One ward there in mid. It's going to help them if they can spot them going into the bush. But that's about all that T1 have. Canyon looking for it. Looking for an engage alongside Akeen. Those two guys providing just one of the best front lines we have seen.
Oh, that's Deathcap almost done.
Yeah, 50 gold.
He's so close, but he doesn't have enough.
He needs just like a wolf camp or something, but
no time.
Gen G are not going to give him the time. Not going to give them the time of day either, as Faker has to join on in here. Now, an engage, a chance. Keen looking for it. And Guma has to be the one that puts in the damage because you know for sure that Chovy will be doing it on the opposite side.
Faker's got to find Paze and Chovy here with the Shockwave.
Oh, there's another big pull on in as Keen is getting low. He's getting low. He's taken out and now Zeus going on in. Paze though is going to ult and is going to pull them away from this one. The knockaway from the Lucian. As Guma will no longer be in the fight, but that is still a huge pick for T1 to keep their hopes alive.
Chovy's out of rockets here. He's going to need a little bit of time here before he can put that poke back on. Faker's cooldown used though. The ultimate is down. Hard to chase and get anything more, but they will get the prio on the Baron here. Deathcap is done for the Orianna now as Faker teleports back in. One more T1 Baron, one more Hail Mary.
No ult for Canyon.
No ult for Canyon. They do have to deal with the Corki, but I mean, they're dodging everything. Chovy not quite able to land the rockets here. Not going to hit the big one. Hits a small one, but that is Baron for the side of T1.
Hanging by that one single thread. And one fight here is the Baron to go over to T1. Deathcap is ready. No flash for Paze. And Keen focused down. He takes all the resources, but there is just nothing left.
Bounties were up.
Yeah.
This is so much gold going into the pockets of T1 as Keen. Even he is going to get shooten with enough time. It's the CC that ends up doing it. Everyone throwing their ultimates into him. Guma, he's sitting on Lord Doms, he's sitting on IE. And it's enough, and I think Gen G gets caught off guard.
And not enough confidence to follow up on that play without Paze's flash to chase there in Zeri ultimate. They're trying to come down and win that one because a lot of other situations for Zeri in a comp like this, if your front line is still alive, to pick on someone else, Zeri can still carry, but with Keen down and no flash, he can't do it. GA ready for owner now. Elder is in 90 seconds. T1 may have actually just turned this game around.
I've seen a fair share of Elder flips. This one is a little different, guys.
This is going to be insane. I mean,
they still have Nash.
Yeah, they still do have Nash, and they're going to be able to utilize that to put on the pressure and just to keep Gen G in the base. And the damage out of an Orianna and Lucian, there is a chance that T1 just pick up the Elder here.
Toby has to be so careful trying to look for this poke, but he's going to land some. Needs to land more than that, and the minions make it so tough, and if he tries to go a little bit deeper and gets engaged on, even the GA won't be enough to save him. As yes, you defend your inhibitor, but there's still prio top. Zeus has teleport, and this Elder is coming up in 45 seconds.
This is going to decide the game. Pace has GA, level 16. Chovy has the package waiting in base. Faker, Death Kept on. Gumayushi, full build outside of brown bags, and we know he doesn't need boots. He has a Nami. Look at that gold.
Ultimately, I think the strongest ultimates in this fight are going to be the Shockwave and the Keeper's Verdict. If the Keeper's Verdict hits multiple T1 members, that might just be all Gen G need to win a 5v3, for example, a 5v4, or to push Owner away from smite range. But to get to the Elder is the first task. Package ready here for Chovy.
It all comes down to
one fight! Everyone on a knife's edge right now.
One Elder flip could get it done. The flash on in with the package, trying to make a play, but Chovy is in the front line, and he might just go down here. Just a bit of damage could get it done, but they don't quite take him out. Keen tanking on the left side. Owner goes down, and Keen is still alive. He is still alive in the back line, and Gen G, they take the fight.
Get your copy pastas out as that Kasante, Keen Sante walks towards T1 and says no! The engage from Chovy, not enough to get an initial pick, but it's enough to win the fight.
He's trying to grab the wave. TP is coming in. Faker not gonna let this game end just yet, but he might have to pay with it.
They're gonna try
with his life, but the wave is gonna come in, and they're just gonna ignore the Elder. They're gonna try to end the game.
Oh, the Getzo! Gonna get it!
Yes, he knows. And there it is! 1W! And maybe that just ends this game. No, they're backing. They're not gonna end. They say, okay, timers aren't good enough. We take the turret. We're going to Elder.
Owner's up in 5, but to get here, to challenge the Elder, it just feels like a dream. It's not even feasible. Rushing over now. Our Gen G is, we can talk about this replay 10 times, and a lot of people will. Felt like a really risky engage here for Gen G, but they trusted Keen's tankiness here. They're gonna push Faker back. The Elder is going over.
It's gone.
It's gone. And
Gen G is gonna get it.
The big thing there, Chovy forces immediate flashes with his ultimate, and he splits the fight in two. The package, it ends up being like the tanky members of T1 trying to just kill this Fed Zerian at this point. You just can't.
You can't. Too mobile. Tank. Kasante. Full build level 18. You can't kill the Kasante. The flashes are burned. I just don't think T1 saw it coming. The package straight into the middle of the map.
To the 5 people, man!
You package to defend, you package to control objectives.
Oh boy, 40k damage as well. Just to top it all off. I mean, the Corki's full build at this point, right? He picks up the Void Staff, win for GA for a bit more extra survivability, and
are they gonna
alive.
wait? Are they just gonna keep chaining? I don't think they are.
I mean, without Baron, though, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get into this base. So, yes, they have the Elder for a minute and a half, and they can certainly threaten T1, and they have forced a lot of fights as we have seen in this game, but without the Baron, enough wave clear here from the Orianna and the Lucian might just extend this game.
This is about as intense as it gets. I'm on the edge of my seat, literally, and Gen G just going to try to siege up this turret here, but breaking open the base of those inhibitors just seems out of the question right now. If T1 try to go for a defense here where they flank, they will get shut down. There's no flanking wards here. And the Corki poke is still real. They still have Infernal Soul.
You have to clear the wave. That's the only way. Shockwave gonna come through. The cannon minion does go down. Culling as well, but there's another wave coming in, and now Keen gets the knockback here on Owner. He is running into 5 members with the Elder. Take a 4-man knockback. just to give them an opening to this inhibitor, and they will take down the top inhibitor as well as the middle one with those ranged minions, and Gen G will stop at that.
Health bars are low, and Gen G have learned in this best of 5. We can't underestimate T1. We're not going to give them a way in. We're going to use the last 25 seconds of this buff to get ourselves a Baron.
Even with Shockwave down, even with Crescent Guard down, they do not want to hard force this. The Super Minion's a long way away, but the Baron will be rushed down. T1 trying to get over here, but without those critical tools, they can't contest. They can't do anything here. And now Gen G can reset, and with Baron-empowered Super Minions and Corki Poke, if T1 defend this, it might just lift the trophy, but I feel like these cards are now stacked so ultimately against him as T1 handled this pressure as well so extremely well. Zay is here, backing off the Crescent Guard, pushes Keen away. Hayes tries his best to execute them there with the last bits of the Elder, but isn't quite able to do it. T1 playing so back, so safe, still clear the cannon. Faker's Shockwave clears the minion wave. Otherwise, Gen G might be able to just get the better of them there, push to end. Crisis management, so good here for T1, but it doesn't change the overall game state, doesn't change the fact that this Infernal buff is still here. These Super Minions are barreling down towards the Nexus.
They gotta find a pick. That's the only way that you get back into this game, because now you have two supers pushing, and they're gonna run down that bot lane with Baron buff up insanely hard. And again, what this also does is it forces a front to back. You're gonna be forced to try and engage into this Cassante, into this Poppy, which just seems like an impossible task. There is a ward there, and you see Gen G, they're trying to sweep out. They don't want to get surprised, as our observers are doing a great job.
They just need to make it even more intense, don't they?
Oh, that's enough.
Just deny us some extra vision, why don't you?
Yeah, he's going to be able to be behind them.
Yeah.
3 inhibs down if this fight goes well, if the siege goes well. They don't necessarily need to kill the members of T1, just use the threat of this package to siege, but only one cannon minion left. Here comes Keen on the flank through mid as well.
Yep. Gonna taxi that wave on in through mid, put on the pressure, and he's nearly got his ghost too, which is gonna make him able to close this distance so fast, but the Baron push is on. Gen G, they can taste it. They're gonna take down that third inhibitor, and they still have the Baron buff for a full minute.
Super Minions crashing through here. One last attempt, one last package.
He's gonna try to send it. Owner with the Crescent Guard keeps it alive. He's desperately trying to stop this one from ending as the GA is going to be utilized. He goes in and annihilates them underneath the Nexus, and that will do it. Gen G will take the 3-2 victory. They will win in Silver Scrapes.
Keen is going to get his first victory off the back of a monstrous Keen Sante performance.
And Gen G, they get it done. Another loss for Faker, another loss for T1. 4 changed players for Gen G, 4 trophies of gold, the 4-peat for Gen G. Lehens, he got the first, and he will get their most recent as he rejoins the squad. Pays a 3rd title every season he has been in. He has lifted the trophy, and Gen G will a 4th time.
And the man that has been there throughout all of that, Chovy, ever since he started winning LCK, he hasn't shown any sign of slowing down.
And the same is true of Pays. We've got 2 players now that they start winning. What if Keen just wins forever too, Chronicler?
They just keep winning.
We're living
back to back to back to back.
We're living
He did it.
The era of Gen G here in the LCK. While fans will always criticize their international performances, when it comes to domestic finals, this team has just been unmatched. This is the best attempt T1 has given in the last 5. But Keen gets emotional here as he wins his first title in his 2nd finals. He's been around for so long.
And he has been so close. Last year on KT, that was supposed to be him finally lifting that trophy. And then in playoffs, I think at the beginning, he needed some time to find his form. But in the end, is able to do it with an absolutely impeccable game on the Cassante.
There's so much to say about the top half of Gen G in this series. Keen, Sante, Kazakhs coming out for Canyon to bring us here to the 5th. Chovy's performances on the Aurelian Soul. The team just coming together. It looked like, you know, in Game 3, when that one was done, everybody looked at each other. I'll pull back the curtain here. We were all like, I don't think it's happening. I don't think we're going to 5. We saw the Kazakhs log in. None of us believed. I will be totally frank. We didn't.
I wanted to, but I didn't.
No, none of us believed. And Gen G, once again, just outdid expectations. Unbelievable. They get it done again. The 4-peat, the back-to-back. And run from it, hide from it. It's always the T1 Gen G finals. The prophecy speaks again. T1 get closer this time. But it's 4 trophies for Gen G, 4 golden trophies, and that list just gets bigger and bigger. The first team to ever win 4 in a row.
They did it. Back-to-back. Gen G, the first team to ever do it. Chovy, the first player to ever do it. And it was in a banger best of 5 that went to Game 5, and the games were all great, even Game 5 as well, really delivering there. T1, shout out to them. I mean, they tried multiple games, nearly pulling it back, really offering a great resistance, but at the end of the day, Gen G were just too good, and we made it all the way to Game 5. I'm just happy we got it.
I don't think anyone predicted 3-2 Gen G, did they? I think everyone was predicting a more one-sided Gen G.
I think on the Korean side, maybe.
Oh!
He
Yes!
Look at it!
Oh, the check mark!
Yeah!
The final check mark!
Oh, man.
Oh!
I was there as well. I casted that Keen 2018. And he's here. He did it. He was the runner-up there, and now he does get the win. But guys, we do have an interview on stage ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the LCK Spring Finals Winners Interview Translation. This is your champion of 2024 LCK Spring, Gen G.
디펜딩 챔피언 젠지인데요. 선수단 전원과 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
We'll speak with the 5 main starters of Gen G. Congratulations!
6년 만에
Keen.
또다시 오른 결승전에서
6 years since your last attempt at the finals, and you are able to finally make your dream come true. What does your first LCK title feel like? I feel like it was so tough. It was a lot tougher than I imagined, but I am so happy.
정말 그동안 고생도
Looks like he is just full of emotions right now.
보여주셨음에도 불구하고
You went through so much, but you showed us such a great performance today. Congratulations once again, Keen.
오늘 탑과 바텀의 대결이 정말 관건이었습니다. 그만큼 커리어 첫
And the top and bot matchups were under the spotlight today, and you played the first right side in your career. You definitely came ready today. Did you play as well as you prepared? I feel like Rek'Sai didn't really do too well, didn't go as well as I planned, but I think I was able to get some feedback regarding the draft, and I was able to take a better pick. And as desperate you were for the first title, you must have so much to show at the first MSI stage. So please show the celebrating fans how determined you are. You know, I told myself I wouldn't cry today.
감정이 좀 격해져가지고
I feel like I'm feeling so emotional right now. I'll make sure that I show and display a great performance at MSI.
감사합니다.
네, 이어서 캐년 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 제가
We wish you a successful journey at MSI.
캐년 선수
Thank you.
우승하기 위해서 젠지에 왔다 이렇게 말씀해 주셨는데요.
You said you joined Gen G to win. How does it feel to lift the trophy right after transferring to a different team? It feels great to win. I really wanted to take it home, and being able to accomplish that with all 5 teammates. And you know, yeah, I knew that Keen said he wouldn't cry, but seeing that he's crying, I'm just really happy for him.
오늘 경기에서 상대 오너 선수가 계속해서 신적으로 좋은 플레이를
And your
보여주셨는데요.
opponent, Owner, consistently took Xin Zhao and had some great moments with him, but you did not ban him and fought head on. So how did you come up with a game plan? I feel like compositional-wise, I don't think we're able to really deal with him very well. So I think we said, let's just fight head on. I think we're just able to strategize around him as we play on. And any message to your teammates who lifted the trophy with you? I'm happy that I'm able to lift the trophy with you guys as soon as I joined this team. I'm very grateful for all my teammates, and I hope that we do well at MSI and win there as well. Next up will be Chovy. Chovy against T1 yet again. You achieved the first ever LCK 4-peat. How does it feel to make history? I feel like for me to accomplish a first ever history, you know, I never thought that I had the ability to do that, but being able to achieve the first LCK 4-peat is such an honor. And this spring has got to be Chovy's season. How does it feel to continue reaching a new ceiling? To be really honest, even at the very top, I think I'm just really happy to be achieving new heights and keep on climbing. Since 2018 Summer Finals between KT and Griffin, this was the first 5-game series in 6 years, and you were actually here 6 years ago. You gave us another entertaining match today. Did you have a good feeling before the start of Game 5? I feel like with the first game, the first win, we thought that with a good draft, we had a really good feeling and we went in with really good confidence. And we kept going with that momentum. And you get to represent Korea at MSI again. What are your goals? I feel like our main goal is to make our fans proud and happy. And we'll put in a lot of effort to make sure that we have a successful performance in internationals. Now, let's talk to Paige. Paige, another player with great achievements. 100% chance to qualify for the final since debut. 100% chance to win the title. How does it feel to win back to back to back? Regarding how I have a 100% win rate, I think it's just all the teammates alongside Chovy that allowed me and enabled me. And I think I'm so happy to be able to celebrate with my team. And you were a final MVP in the past. So what about this time? Who do you predict to be the final MVP? I feel like the fans are telling us already. I can hear that as well. We will soon find out who the final MVP is. Would you like to say anything to your fans here? I feel like today I didn't really play as well as I thought I would, and I was going through a really hard time, but thanks to all the fans cheering me on unconditionally, I was able to pick myself back up. And I thank my teammates who were able to keep me with a good mental fortitude. I'm just very grateful for them as well. And Lian, how does it feel to lift the trophy after returning to Genji? It wasn't an easy match today. It was very tough. No, I had a great chance to lift the trophy with Keen last year, but you know, I felt really sorry. Just seeing him cry right now, I just realized that, wow, he has an angel inside him. But I'm so happy that we were able to achieve this together. And in the last game, before the match game started, I met your older brother and noticed how strikingly similar your voices were. And he sent you a heartfelt message. Would you like to say anything to your family? Actually, I have a better voice than than him. Yeah, a lot of my families and friends actually came here, and I think they really filled my heart today with all the support that they gave me. So I'm just very grateful. And any resolution for MSI? Yes, we were able to get the title today, and I think with the good feedback from the coaching staff and the leadership from Trophy, we were able to be so successful. And I want to repay our fans by showing a great performance at MSI.
선수도 언급해주신 감독 코치님들 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 김정수
Now let's
감독님
have a word
축하드립니다,
with
감독님.
the coaching staff.
네, 17년도
Congratulations, coach.
20년도 T1, 24년도 젠지 이렇게 서로 다른 팀에서 세 번의 LCK 우승을
So it
맞이하게
looks like
됐는데요.
you
소감이
were able
어떠신가요?
to secure a total of 3 titles as a head coach in 3 different teams. What is your secret?
정말 선수들이 너무
I feel like every single time I won the title, it was always a challenge, but my teammates, my players, they were so good today. Thank you so much for following our directions regarding the game and having so much faith in the coaching staff, guys. Hard work and good work.
예정이신지 한 말씀 들어보겠습니다.
가게 되면 이제 해외
How will you prepare for the
많이
MSI?
올라왔기 때문에 해외 팀들어서 스크림 많이 하면서 LCK랑 다른 메타
I think we'll focus on scrimming.
열심히 연습할 생각입니다.
네, 응원하도록 하겠습니다.
And we'll
김정수
focus on
감독님이었습니다.
practicing as much as we can.
이어서 헬퍼 코치님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 코치님.
Now, Coach Helper.
PSG 탈론에 거쳐서 이번에는 젠지에 합류를 하시면서 우승을
After working
이뤄내셨는데요.
with Suning and PSG Talon, you have come this far to join Genji and lifting the trophy. How do you feel?
이렇게 관중분들이 없을 때
feel like
했었는데 이제 이렇게
I've always had these titles during COVID
행복한 것 같아요.
without the audience, and being able to celebrate such a great achievement alongside our fans is such a good feeling.
고생해주신 팀원들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
So any message to the teammates who worked so hard to celebrate the title today?
쉰 다음에 MSI
You guys worked so hard. Please enjoy the moment and let's get ready for MSI, guys.
젠지가 이제 또 국제전 증명해야 되잖아요. 다 같이
Genji
잘
has to
얘기해서
prove
정답 잘 찾아오겠습니다.
ourselves at internationals, and we'll make sure to find an answer.
이어서 마지막으로 마타님 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Lastly, let's talk to Mata.
마타님 이번에 젠지에 새롭게 합류하면서 우승 트로피를 들어 올리셨습니다.
How does it feel to join
들어보겠습니다.
Genji and lift the trophy with everyone?
선수 때 느꼈던 감정을 좀 다시 느껴서 좋은 것 같고요.
I feel like
제가 하고 있는
I'm
게
remembering all the
맞나 확신이
feelings
좀 안
that
들었는데
I felt
이제
back when I was
시즌
a
중에 좀
player.
확신을 얻었거든요. 우리가 하고 있는 게 맞다. 그래가지고
And I think
이렇게 끝에
over the
결과를
season, I was
우승으로
able
맺게
to gain that
돼가지고
certainty
한번더 확신을
about
가지게
what
된
we
것
were
같아요.
doing is
네,
correct.
좋습니다. 마타님
And I think that's really the biggest takeaway from this season.
우승에 정말 많은 기여를 하셨을 걸로 예상이 되는데요. 선수들에게
Surely you
어떤
contributed
조언과
a lot
도움을
to today's
주셨는지 들어보겠습니다.
victory.
일단
What
다들
advice did you give your
경력도
players?
많고 좀 잘하는 친구들이기 때문에
Our players are very, very experienced and they're very skilled.
호흡적으로는 좀
I don't think I was
안
able
맞는 게
to
많다고 생각해가지고 좀 그런 알아서 잘할 수 있게 그런
give them too much
호흡적인
advice,
면에서
but
많이 얘기를
regarding
했던 것
just
같고 특히
being on the same
바텀이
page,
저의 이제
I told them
피드백
some
대상인데
instructions on how to
이제
stay
실행 안 하고
on the
좀
same page, how to
배우려고
build
하는
synergy and
의지가
teamwork.
좀 많이 느껴져가지고
And I feel like they all showed so much
좋습니다. 그럼 마지막으로
desire
응원해주신 팬분들께 한
to
말씀
learn and take
부탁드리겠습니다.
information.
저희
And I'm
팀이
just so
이제
grateful
뭐
for them
좋을
to
때도 있고 나쁠
for
때도
working
있는
so
시기가
hard.
있는데 이번에 꼭
I feel like
MSI 가서
we definitely go
우승하고
through
싶고
good moments and bad moments,
롤드컵까지
but
바라봐야
at
되니까 좀
MSI, I
많은
really
응원
want to take it
부탁드리겠습니다.
home for
감사합니다.
everyone.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 2024
And I hope that you guys will give us your unconditional support. Thank you so much. Please give it up for Genji, your
네,
newest
이렇게 해서
champion.
젠지의 우승 소감 모두 들어봤습니다. 이제 곧 우승팀
And that
시상식과
was
함께
Genji
파이널
after
MVP가
their victory in the grand
발표될
finals
예정인데요. 과연 그
of
주인공은
LCK
누가 될지
Spring.
많은
And I'll
기대해
pass it
주시기
back
바라면서
to Valdez.
저희는 잠시 후에 시상식으로 돌아오겠습니다.
Thank you so much, dear, for that awesome translation of the interview. And we are going to take a look at some of the highlights from this incredible final.
안 보이고 있었는데 리엔조부터 옆부터 갑자기 그렇습니다. 개가 되면 이번에 두 명이다.
알고
이해죠.
드로아가 상황에 따라 가는
그래요.
거.
아트록스가
날개 폈는데 이어지는 싸움 봐야 돼요. 그래서 역으로 이러면 아트록스
아니 젠제가 와
티원이 달려야 되긴 했거든요.
이거를 못하는 이거리 뭡니까?
그리고 뽀삐가
캐리어가 맞았어요. 바로 먹고
빠져나가시나요?
빠져나가죠.
오다가 들어왔는데
나갔다고 오로 강다 죽을 때. 자 여기서 디에고 강다.
요거 먹고 20분 넘었습니다.
그래서
양념 고맙다. 예. 특히나 1대1 자체는 신짜오가 많이 어렵거든요.
많이 아파. 대전
신짜오가 위험해서
녹아버립니다. 이 각이 그리고 아웃소리 나요. 이러면 비사.
그러면 지각하는데요.
그리고 1만 가자. 베이비에게 이러는데 마무리가 안 되죠. 에이스 특이점 달려서 최대한 금연상.
하지만 그 외에도 못 버티죠.
그 다음은요. 제우스의 카드. 같이 들어가야 되는데 와기까지가 특공대 카드스가. 이렇게 하는 거군요. 카드스 왜 나왔나 했어요. 다시 한번 에이스 띄우고
쫓아가면서 신짜오가 전멸이 없거든요.
빠르게 전멸을 던진 짜오가 전멸이 없어.
세이드가 이게
우리 하나 공.
일단 그래서 우리 아웃 살려줬어요.
쫓아가거든요. 제대로 찍이. 먹으면 여기 포스. 그래도 젤리가 있긴 있는데
근데 이게 그 상태가 별로죠 들어.
그래서 서쪽
젤리를
서쪽부터 그다음에 이게 그다음에 킬러와 미디어 전멸
때문에 친구 싸움이 중요한.
이번에 가다가 다시
아니 이거 또 착하게 이번에 오른쪽부터 아래 타워
방향으로 타워가 있단 말이야. 아니 그 마이크 이 상태에서 그 상태를
제우스가
젤리 달리자면 여기라 도망가 가기로 들어가. 근데 젤리가 도망가야 되거든요. 우도까지 일어나. 이러면 전사
승부가 좀 기울이지 않은 터킹 같고.
안으로 파고들고
두발 피하고 나왔어요. 그래서 이거 진짜 일단은 살아나고요. 그리고 이어지는 싸움을 봐야 되는데
이리
들어왔어.
오히려 루시안도 기인이 이걸 버티나요? 네 버텼고요. 소비의 진격과 함께 3명을 잡았습니다. 아니 젠지 방금 간행 돌파.
잘했다. 야, 몸 넣을래?
이거 합도 들어간다.
우리 전혀 없어.
예, 탑 막으러 가야 되고.
야, 이번엔 끝낸 생각 한번 볼게. 야, 우리
이거
하나-
바론 버프 집어넣자. 바론 버프.
오케이.
이거 탑 쪽 내가 쓸게. 크게 넓게 자리 잡아봐.
내가 가운데 있을게.
루시안 대시 빠졌고.
일단 3조경만 생각해.
시간 끝나고.
너 3조경. 야, 루시안 볼게. 빼면서 빼. 네가 안 나와 지금.
오케이. 내가 맞았어.
잠깐부터 뭐지?
야, 짜오.
위에 애매.
나 뺄게.
빼면서.
야, 나 텔로 올게.
오케이. 텔로 와. 한 점.
야, 빼면서.
Well, there you have it. What a wholesome ending moment as well from the guys on Genji. Everybody's so surprised as FaZe puts the final nail in the coffin. The first 4-peat here at the LCK goes to Genji. It goes to Chovy. And I can't wait to see what else these champions have in store.
Everybody's screaming except Keen, who just has this big grin on his face. As he's the only one of these 10 players who didn't have a title before this. Gets emotional in his interview. A trophy he's been hunting for so long. And he finally gets to stand on stage here with a champion's shirt. And everybody is going to be talking about him and Chovy, the top side for Genji, who controlled this best of 5.
Keen normally is stoic, but emotion got the better of him today, and understandably got the better of me as well watching him.
Same.
So, we are going to have, of course, as is customary, a nice little trophy ceremony, award ceremony, and crown our champions here at the LCK.
And find out who's going to be the MVP.
Yeah, and find out who's going to be the MVP. Keen still emotional there on that stage.
It's a Korean esports tradition. It's an LCK tradition. A lot of flower holding, check holding.
And now, we are going to have the president and CEO of Woori Bank coming out here for the Woori Bank 2024 LCK Spring Finals to grant the winners awards.
And just to put it in perspective, just the normal banking app of Woori Bank actually has an LCK tab where they do a lot of activations and other stuff, which is insane because it's just a banking app. I don't know about you guys banks, but my Dutch banking apps don't have esports tabs. I love that.
It's super cool.
Of course, they're a title sponsor for the LCK and for these playoffs. And I think we may have broken some big records today.
우리 팬 여러분들의 열성과 아주 함성과 그런 뜨거운 열정이 제 가슴까지
Just shouting out all the fans for their
you could feel their
fiery passion
in his heart, he said. Yeah. In his chest, literally, you could feel the passion.
Pretty good series to feel the passion as well, I think.
Absolutely.
후원하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Awful thank you speech to the fans from the CEO.
끊임없이 저희와 함께 하신다고 합니다. 자, 그러면 우리 은행장님 모시고 바로 시상식을 거행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우승팀
And now,
에게는
the award ceremony.
함께 골든듀 LCK 챔피언 링이 수여되겠습니다. 여러분, 지금까지도 많이 외쳐주셨습니다만 다시 한번
Love me some giant checks. As Wolf says, a Korean esports classic.
How many things can you hold? A check, some flowers, sometimes a trophy.
Maybe a ring or two.
And the Golden Dew ring as well, which we will get into. Gen Z, your 2024 Spring Champions. And 200 million won, which is about 170K USD, a huge amount of money going to this team, and absolutely well-deserved.
That champion ring. And just like, that's right, I'm the captain, give me that.
The Golden Dew LCK champion ring goes to the winner's team captain.
Such a beautiful ring, and it was actually always in our, we saw it all the time, like hovering in that graphic every start of every game. But they get to keep it now, and Hens gets to wear it.
There's also, we haven't talked about him as much yet, but for Kenyon, him getting his first win in such a long time, really cool to see. Lahens finally after 2 years.
Yeah. Whoa! Look at how cool that is.
It is so sick.
Yeah. Shout out to Golden Dew for providing this awesome finals ring, the LCK champion ring. So big congrats to Gen G and some photo time with Mr. President and CEO from Woori Bank. And now, once again, big thanks over to Woori Bank and their CEO. And now we are going to move on to the finals MVP, which is going to be awarded by LCK CEO. He's not quite out here yet, but I'll announce him when he does get out here.
You got to look towards the solo laners. Keen, I think, having a big redemption. That game 5, that's going to remain in the memory of everyone who doesn't like Asante.
Starting with Pays, man, the narrative votes have been strong as well. As here's Sean O, the LCK CEO, to present it. Keen for me, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be disappointed if he ends up picking it up.
Absolutely not. Definitely agree that it is between the two solo laners this time around.
It's got to be right.
Question is, who got more votes? Who's going to pick it up? And who will be the finals MVP?
여러분의 선택은 누굽니까? 여러분,
Who's it gonna be?
Asking the crowd.
The crowd is definitely saying Keen.
Absolutely.
Like in unison, everybody. And he's crying again. Emotional. And he will pick up the finals MVP for the 2024 LCK Spring Championship. It does go to Keen, especially for his insanely clutch performance towards the tail end of this series especially. He will pick up the Golden Dew MVP necklace, which was custom designed for this LCK Championship.
He gets MVP and his first trophy lifting finals, second of his career. The Keen test passed by very few this season, and the last seasons as well on KT. And you know, he's a player who's always been respected, even on his weakest rosters. But now we could say he's both an LCK champion and an LCK Finals MVP.
You can see how much it means for a player who's been so good for so long, but struggled at the crucial moments, like to be as good as he was in that Game 5, and to take that level of agency, it's got to feel amazing.
And let's hear from Keen. We do have Deer waiting by to translate the finals MVP interview, and let's jump into that right now.
Covered in sweat and covered in tears.
사실
How do you
파이널
feel?
MVP까지 받을 거라고 생각 못
To be honest,
했는데 예상치
I didn't
못해
expect to receive
받아가지고
final
되게 기분 좋은 것
MVP today.
같습니다.
And I'm very happy that I'm able to get this award so unexpectedly.
예, 사실 많은 MVP, 파이널 MVP 선정이 되고 또 발표를 했습니다만 방금 보셨죠? 모두가
There were so many final MVPs in the past. But everyone here shouted, what did they say?
이거는 진짜 한 명으로
King!
이렇게 대동단결.
Everybody was chanting your name. How incredible is that?
이렇게 한 마음으로 모인 건 처음인 것 같거든요.
I've been through so many award ceremonies, but never experienced anything like this. What do you
마지막
think
세트에서
is the reason we were able
네,
to
게임이 잘 풀려가지고
get this
그런 것
far?
때문에 더 네, 사람들이
I think
되게
it's
좋아해
because
주시는 것 같습니다.
our game went smoothly in the very last match point. And I think that's why the people are giving me so much credit.
이 순간에 보답받는 것이 아닌가 생각이 됩니다.
And all the difficulties that you went through was all for this one moment today.
못 가본 거 한 번에 그냥 올해 쭉 따야 되지 않겠습니까? 올해 뭐 한 번도 안 해본 것 중에
Well, this year
뭐 이루고 싶습니까?
Be the year to achieve everything. What would you like to achieve next? I want to go internationally and win internationally as well.
긴 선수에게 결승 무대
Please give it up.
마지막에 살아남아서 파임까지 차지한 기인에게 큰 축하의 박수를 한 번 더 부탁드립니다.
Once again, please give it up for Keen, our final MVP.
자, 이제 시상식도 다 아시는 것처럼 마지막 트로피 세레모니만을 남겨두고 있습니다. 자, 이제
Thank you.
There's only one thing left.
우승
Gentlemen, the trophy lifting ceremony. Because when you win the LCK, you get the fans, you get the check, you get all that money. But this is what it's all about.
여기서 메인 이벤트.
First organization to do it 4 times in a row. We keep mentioning it because with how good LCK has been, it makes it all the more impressive.
And some context as well I got from Ji-sun. Keen actually got an IV drip before the series, was feeling not his best, came in and eventually looked his best. Big shout out to Keen, he finally gets it done. And Gen.G, as a team, will lift this trophy as the champions, the first organization to do it 4 times in a row in the 4-peat. And with that, we will send you guys off. Thank you so much for watching. As always, here for this LCK Championship of Spring, it will go to Gen.G.
여러분께서 계속 그냥 즐기시면 되고요. 저만 엔딩 멘트 하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우리은행 2024 LCK 스플릿 그랜드 파이널 젠지가 LCK 최초의 포핏을 달성하면서 영광스러운 그랜드 파이널의 챔피언이 됐다는 소식을 전해드리면서 마무리를 줘야겠네요. 하우스 오브 레전드 역사의 시작이자 전설이 살아 숨쉬는 이곳은 자랑스러운 LCK입니다. 다가오는 MSI에서도 LCK가 좋은 모습을 보여드릴 수 있기를 기대하면서 저희는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다. 1회부터 지금까지 그리고 앞으로는 MSI도 많은 사랑을 해주실 팬 여러분께 진심으로 감사드리면서 인사드리겠습니다. 여러분 모두 안녕히 계십시오.
Like these moments have been frozen when you say my name. We're together, braving the storm. We're together, you're keeping me warm. And if you ever need a friend, you know I'll be there till the end. No matter what's yet to come, we're together, braving the storm. It won't be long.
스프링은 끝났지만 되게 재밌었던 것 같고 전반적으로
막상 끝나고 보니까 되게 짧은 시간이었던 것 같고요.
정말 잘하는 선수들과 함께 할 수 있어서 영광이라고 생각했습니다.
새로운 시즌을 보낼 때마다 또 항상 새롭게 배워가는 게 있는 것 같고
좀 한 경기 한 경기에 소중하다는 걸 또 느끼게 되는 시간이었던 것 같아요.
LCK는 정말 이제 CL과 완전히 다른 리그인 거를 느꼈고
원래 LCK 들어오기 전에 LCK 가면 어떨까 그런 생각 많이 했었는데 더 재미있었습니다.
제가 기대했던 것보다 성적이 좀 아쉬워서 더 잘하자 이 생각을 많이 하는 것 같습니다.
올라오고 나서 은퇴도 끊어내고 분위기도 너무 좋았고 POG도 받고 하니까 그날 너무 좋았던 것 같습니다.
많이 모르고 좀 많이 부족한 점이 많았는데 MB 선수가 이제 많은 가르침을 좀 많이 주어가지고 개인적으로 저한테는 좀 엄청 좋은 성장이 되었던 것 같습니다.
그날 뭔가 전체적으로 강타 싸움을 다 지게 되면서 절대 울고 싶진 않았는데 뭔가
그날은 그냥 제가 좀 더 운이 좋았고
듀렉 선수를 좀 생각하면서 연습하다 보면 좋은 결과가 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
스펀지 선수 할 수 있습니다.
팀 분위기는 화목 뭐 재밌는 그런 편인 것 같아요.
빈 선수가 확실히 동생들 편하게 해주고 비즈니스적으로 대해가지고 되게 편한 것 같습니다.
팀원들이 그렇게 편하게 대하는 게 얼마나 복받은 겁니까? 근데 그런 거 몰라주고 저희한테 맨날 까칠하게 굽니다.
저 되게 진중한 성격인데 진짜 리엔즈 선수가 저를 이제 슬슬 긁는데
그 옆에서 시우 형이 놀리고 있는 걸 보면 좀 참기 힘든 자리인 것 같습니다. 좀 재밌긴 합니다.
사실 계속 친해지고 싶고요. 뭐 결혼도 하면 끝까지 죽을 때까지 맞춘다고 하잖아요.
네, 슬슬 군대 걱정도 해야 되는 그런 나이인 것 같은데 좀 더 나이에 맞게 좀 진중하게 살았으면 좋겠다.
저는 내년에 같이 동반입 때 하려고 열심히 알아보고 있습니다.
저희 팀원이 이미 한 명 죽은 상황이기 때문에 싸워야 한다라고 판단을 해서 그렇게 싸웠는데 그냥 죽었습니다.
볼만한가? 야 볼래. 봐달래.
이렐리아 5인공 각이 나오면은 앞뒤 안무가 일단 누르고 보는 게 맞는 것 같습니다. 도와줄 수 있는 상황이 안 됐어가지고 좀 미안한 마음이 있었던 것 같아요. 이건 못 참지 하고 들어갔을 거예요.
김준 선수 정말 탑을 잘 아시는 것 같고 제 플레이에 공감을 해주신다니 너무 고맙네요.
탑 없이 무난한 건
패치가 가렌이 좀 크게 버프를 됐어가지고 준비를 좀 많이 했다고 생각했고 그래서 처음으로 꺼냈던 것 같습니다. 생각보다 시원치 않게 돼서 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 저희 가렌은 죄가 없고 상황이 너무 이제 짓궂었다고 생각합니다.
혁기 형이 뭔가 평소에도 자기 펜타 하고 싶다고 막 그런 얘기 했는데 언제 한번 먹여주고 싶었는데
나 펜타 주라 펜타.
이게 뭐야? 착각해.
팀원들이 열심히 콜하면서 먹여줘서 저보다 더 좋아했던 것 같아요.
난 미드보다 원딜이 더 하기 쉬운 것 같은데 저는 5번 했으니까 노력 많이 했으면 좋겠네요.
좀 더 극적인 상황에 하고 싶었는데 맛없게 한 것 같아서 다음에는 더 좋은 상황에 해보도록 하겠습니다.
테디 드디어 600점입니다.
600점이란 말을 들었을 때 저보다 더 선배였던 분들이 많은데 600점을 달성했다는 게 좀 신기했던 것 같아요.
파토롭겠네요. 야 이걸
할 수 있는 만큼 쌓였구나라는 생각도 들고 앞으로도 오랫동안 열심히 해서 꼭 어시는 1등을 찍고 싶다는 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
오래 했구나. TV로만 보던 선수들 옆에서 이렇게 오래 하고 있다는 게 되게 신기한 것 같고 되게 오래오래 해가지고 첫 번째가 되고 싶네요.
아무래도 제가 또 오랫동안 뛰기도 해서 이번 스프링도 역시 기록이 또 세워져서 많은 분들의 축하를 받아서 굉장히 감사한 날들이었던 것 같습니다.
정상에 아무도 밟지 않은 흰 눈밭이 있는데 계속 그 눈밭은 페이크만 받고 있습니다. 그 전날에 제가 무슨 산 다큐멘터리를 봤어요. 올라가시는 분 한 분이 그냥 발자국 혼자 남기고 걷는 그 장면이 되게 인상 깊게 저 머릿속에 있었거든요.
책을 좀 많이 읽으셔서 또 어휘력이 좋으시구나. 그래서 그렇게 또 멋지게 포장 잘 해주시는 것 같고 보시는 분들로 하여금 그렇게 좋은 게임을 또 전달해 주셔서 정말 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
앞으로 정말 잘 부탁드리고요. 저도 잘할게요. 100%.
되게 장기간 게임을 못했었는데 한 7시간이었나?
그 당시에 일단 너무 힘들었고 사실 오기 전에도 어느 정도 예상은 했었고
되게 그런 사건이 일어난 게 되게 유감이고
그때 당시에는 좀 앞으로의 미래가 걱정이 많이 됐던 것 같습니다.
저는 힘들기도 했지만 힘들다는 말을 차마 입 밖으로 꺼낼 수가 없었어요. 선수분들이 너무 힘들어 보여가지고 그냥 가만히 기도하면서 제발 경기 잘 끝나게 해주세요. 이렇게 빌 수밖에 없었어요.
20여 년 넘게 중계를 해왔습니다만 이런 초유의 사태는 처음인데요. 이렇게까지 안타까움과 무기력함을 느낀 적은 처음인 것 같은데 존중받아야만 되는 우리 선수들인데 그 현장에 있지 않은 그 누군가 때문에 한숨을 쉬어야 되고 괴로워하고 최고의 경기를 할 수 있는 컨디션 유지하지 못하는 상황이 제 눈앞에 이렇게 있는데 제가 하지 못하는 것이 가장 안타까워서 그런 얘기를 했죠.
일단 무관중 경기가 되고 나서 확실히 뭔가 좀 경기장이 너무 허전해서
팬분들 못 만나 뵙는 것도 아쉬웠고
승리를 했을 때 함성 소리 이런 것도 없어서 그런지 뭔가 좀 무덤덤했던 것 같습니다.
장기적으로 또 해결을 한다면 도움이 되지 않을까 생각하고 한 번 더 이제 발전하는 계기가 될 것 같다고 느끼고 있습니다.
우리 LCK는 더 높은 곳을 향해서 나아갈 겁니다. 아무리 어려움이 있다고 하더라도 코어만 흔들리지 않으면 우리는 그렇게 할 수 있습니다. 코어는 바로 여러분입니다. 스프링 스프릿 함께 해주신 여러분. 또 울컥하네 또. 네. 스프링 스프릿 함께 해주신 여러분 감사합니다.
이번 스프링 시즌 한 해의 저는 시작이라고 생각하거든요.
늘 응원해 주셨지만 이번 시즌 특히나 더 힘이 됐던 것 같고
서머 때는 좀 응원할 맛 나는 그런 경기력을 가진 팀으로 다시 돌아올 수 있도록 많이 노력해 보겠습니다.
한 끗만 더 잘했어도 이런 생각 많이 했어가지고
발전할 수 있는 팀인 걸 보여줬다고 생각해서
네, 이제 서머 시즌이 다가오는데
열심히 준비해서 꼭 플레이오프 노려보도록 하겠습니다.
가장 큰 월즈랑 직결되는 대회다 보니까
진짜 롤드컵 진짜 꿈이지만 롤드컵 한번 가보는 게 이제 목표입니다.
22년에 좋았던 기억들을 다시 한번 느껴보고 싶어요.
썸머에 더욱더 업그레이드돼서 돌아오겠습니다. 썸머 기대해주세요.
LCK는 서머에도 이어집니다. 그때 만나요.